Chapter 1047. The Black Tortoise implored without any dignity, "Use secret treasures. You can use secret treasures to control me. Human warlock secret treasures are famous all over the world. With your strength, Sir Yang Feng, can't you create a secret treasure to control me?" Yang Feng sank into his thoughts. Secret treasures? Human warlocks' secret treasures are famous all over the world. Human warlocks are physically weak. Even bloodline warlocks and body-tempering warlocks with the strongest fleshly bodies will be at a disadvantage when contending against extraordinary life forms such as evil gods and dragons. It is precisely because human warlocks have developed all kinds of powerful secret treasures with extraordinary powers that they have suppressed the world and defeated countless powerful enemies. Each of the strongest 7 warlock emperors of the human race has refined an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that suits their path, and became invincible and slayed powerhouses of the same rank. Some Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses hidden in the corners of the universe also have Empyrean-grade secret treasures. However, their Empyrean-grade secret treasures are only made of excellent materials, but they are not compatible with their path. This is why they were defeated by the 7 Warlock Emperors. There are many top secret treasures among human warlocks. The 8 Warlock Imperial Courts have developed secret treasures that can control Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. However, secret treasures that can control Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are very rare and precious. Yang Feng doesn't have a single one. Yang Feng glanced at the Black Tortoise evil god, and his heart stirred. Transcendent Empyrean imprint, what a pity. After all, the true God Empyrean imprint I created can't compare to the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, and it can't control Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. However, I can use Shizu technology to create a secret treasure that can control this guy. Each Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse has gone through countless fights, evolved, and transformed into a terrifying existence. Unless it is a Warlock Emperor or an Eternal rank powerhouse, it is very difficult to recruit a Holy Spirit Warlock to serve them. The star-devouring sparrow that Yang Feng suppressed not long ago was unwilling to serve him, and was used as nourishment for his evolution. The spineless Black Tortoise evil god is an anomaly among holy demons. It is timid and afraid of death. Give up resistance and let me seal. Otherwise, die. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless seals flew towards the Black Tortoise evil god inside the devour black hole. The complexion of the Black Tortoise evil god changed several times, and then he finally gave up resisting and let Yang Feng point a finger at him. Countless seals spread out on the Black Tortoise like maggots on a tarsal bone, sealing the Black Tortoise's strength. With a flash of light, the Black Tortoise evil god flew out of the devour black hole, landed in front of Yang Feng, showed a fawning smile, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." Yang Feng glanced at the Black Tortoise evil god and uttered with a satisfied smile, "Your defense is pretty good, you can be my shield." Although the offensive power of the Black Tortoise doesn't rank high among Holy Spirit Warlocks, but its defensive power is terrifying. Once he retreated into the tortoise shell, even someone as strong as Yang Feng couldn't smash his defenses in a short time. He could only use the essence of Devour to slowly devour his power. Evil god Shen Wu's face darkened, but he still smiled and said, "It is my honor to be Master's shield." The divine stone in the sky shone brightly, absorbed a copious amount of elemental energy and life magic energy, and then entered Shiyu, who is sitting cross-legged in the gold lake. An incomparably terrifying sacred aura emanated from Shiyu's body and swept out in all directions. It's a success. The Battle Demon sect has added another Holy Spirit Warlock. This is the second Holy Spirit Warlock born in this era. The Battle Demon sect has become the 7th Warlock group worthy of its name, strong enough to compete with the other 6 Warlock Imperial Court. The eyes of the powerhouses peeking from all directions shimmered with a complicated gleam. The addition of a Holy Spirit Warlock to the Battle Demon sect means that the Battle Demon sect has become more powerful and its underlying strength has become more terrifying, leaving many hostile forces breathless. With a slight flash of light, the elegant and refined Shiyu dressed in a white dress appeared in front of Yang Feng with a smile on her face. "Big brother." Yang Feng uttered with a straight face, Why didn't you call me when you attacked the Holy Spirit Warlock realm? So that I could come back and protect you." Shiyu took a step forward, hugged Yang Feng's arm, pressed her ample breasts against his arm, exuding a sweet fragrance, and said coquettishly, "Gigi, I'm sorry. I argued with Mikalia a little. Then it was time to break through in the competition. I'm sorry, I won't do it again." When Yang Feng saw Yu acting coquettishly, his heart softened. He stroked her hair and said, "Forget it. Don't do that again. How dangerous would it have been if I hadn't come back?" Yu embraced Yang Feng and whispered, "Big brother, I'm very happy that you came back to protect me." At this moment, the elemental energy and creature magic energy in the hundreds of millions of miles was once again extracted and gathered above the battle demon sect. This is the third Holy Spirit Warlock. How is this possible? A third Holy Spirit Warlock, how is that possible? How could this be? How could a Holy Spirit Warlock be born so easily? Holy Spirit Warlocks are the protectors of a race. For a race to give birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock is already heaven-defying. In less than a year, 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks were born. How is that possible? How could this be? 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks, how could this be? How could there be 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks? When the powerhouses who are spying on what is happening here saw this phenomenon, they were dumbfounded, their minds shook, and their faces contorted with incredulity. It is difficult for a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse to be born even after tens of thousands of years. The reason why the 6 Warlock dynasties can have so many Holy Spirit Warlocks guarding them is because of the accumulation over a long period of time. Many of the 6 Warlock Imperial Court's Holy Spirit Warlocks woke up from their slumber and searched for opportunities to advance to the Great Holy and Warlock Emperor realm in this era. In the past 10,000 years, none of the 6 Warlock Imperial Court's Holy Spirit Warlocks have advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In less than 300 years, the Battle Demon sect rose to prominence in Yang Feng's hands, yet it gave birth to 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks at once. Countless rays of light appeared above the Battle Demon sect and condensed into a huge Angel Emperor. Beside the Angel Emperor, sacred sound lingered and brilliance overflowed. Countless angels suddenly appeared and prostrated in front of the Angel Emperor, as if worshipping a supreme being. On a mountain paradise that was filled with the endless divine light of dawn with countless beautiful angels flying around, the God of Dawn, the supreme God that was emitting the terrifying divine light of dawn, slowly opened his eyes and looked at a seraph beside him. The blazing angel bowed to the God of Dawn and reported respectfully, "My lord, the Emperor of Angels has been born." The eyes of the God of Dawn shone brightly, and he uttered unhurriedly, "The Angel Emperor has been born? It is the Battle Demon sect that obtained it. What a pity. In a divine country filled with lush trees and the aura of nature." The green angels knelt on the ground and bowed in Mikalia's direction. In a divine country surrounded by the sea. Countless sea angels knelt on the ground and bowed in Mikalia's direction. In the vast universe, the angels of the divine countries bowed in Mikalia's direction and celebrated the birth of their emperor. The Holy Steppe Angel Emperor has been born. The legendary Holy Steppe Angel Emperor that is almost impossible to be born has been born. How could such a monster be born? This era is really terrifying. If that Angel Empress attacks, how are we going to defend? All the gods were full of shock, and a look of worry flashed in their eyes. Angels were the most cost-effective and applicable war weapons among the divine legions of the gods. Most gods would use angels as the war weapons of the divine armies so that they could maximize the use of the souls of their believers. If the angel army encountered a Holy Steppe Angel Emperor, their combat power would be weakened by at least 30%. Besides, once the gods were defeated, the angel army would probably immediately switch sides and join the Angel Emperor's camp. Tyrant Demon Dragon Saint's eyes flashed with a strange glint, and he slowly said, "The Angel Emperor actually managed to recruit such a heaven-defying powerhouse. What a terrifying guy." The saints of the Supreme Council on Mo Cloud Mountain also looked in the direction of the Battle Demon sect with a complicated glint in their eyes. The Angel Emperor was a mutant of heaven and earth, the darling of the universe. Even after millions of years, one may not be born. Once they are born, then as long as Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses don't appear, they will be able to sweep through powerhouses of the same rank, and eventually evolve into quasi-Empyrean rank existences, becoming invincible. The Battle Demon sect is really terrifying. The Battle Demon sect has already matured. When the powerhouses hiding in other places, who are full of malice towards the Battle Demon sect saw the angel image, they sighed slowly. Originally, the Battle Demon sect was recognized as the weakest force occupying the branch floating continent. The powerhouses who had their eyes on the branch floating continent basically focused on the Battle Demon sect. However, after Yang Feng and the other two advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, those powerhouses have regarded the Battle Demon sect as a terrifying force on par with the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, a force that truly stands at the apex of the universe and looks down on countless forces. In the sky, the Angel Empress projection flickered, and then descended and poured into Mikalia. An immense immortal aura emanated from the floating continent, sweeping out in all directions. The advancement was a success. This world has another Holy Step powerhouse. A Holy Step Angel Empress, the Battle Demon sect has another terrifying powerhouse. The powerhouses who were watching everything through various spells looked at this scene with complicated emotions, their hearts filled with a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 1048. When she retracted her holy might, Mikalia's figure fluttered, and she flew to Yang Feng's side, a fragrance wafting from her. Behind Mikalia followed Alexia and the other 3 Warlock Monarch rank fallen angels as well as 8 beautiful Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels. The 8 beautiful Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels are blazing angels born in Yang Feng's divine country in Feisuor Plain. The 8 blazing angels were originally just glorious Sun Warlock rank blazing angels. But after Mikalia used her Angel Empress innate ability and consumed a lot of resources, the 8 blazing angels quickly evolved into Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels and became Mikalia's personal guards. With a fragrance wafting from her, Mikalia threw herself into Yang Feng's arms, hugged his other arm, and uttered provocatively to Shi, "Big brother, I have advanced to the holy rank." The corners of Shi Yu's mouth rose into a provocative smile. "I'm faster than you. Call me big sister." Mikalia's pretty face puffed up, and she said pitifully and coquettishly, "Big brother, big sister Shi Yu is bullying me." Yang Feng lowered his head, kissed Mikalia's snow-white forehead, and praised, "Well done, Mikalia." Mikalia showed a happy and satisfied smile. After appeasing the 2 women, Yang Feng took them back to the Battle Demon sect's headquarters and held a grand celebration for them. Shi Yu and Mikalia advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm one after another, shocking the world. The Empty Spirit Tower, a warlock group, only has 1 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. But the Battle Demon sect has promoted 3 Holy Spirit Warlocks at once, which is simply heaven-defying. Countless powerful warlock groups sent all kinds of precious gifts to express their goodwill. Many members of the Human Supreme Council also sided with the Battle Demon sect and became allies of the Battle Demon sect. The major forces brought huge orders to purchase all kinds of top battle robots produced by the Battle Demon sect. Countless precious resources poured into the Battle Demon sect. The human genius warlocks have set the Battle Demonic sect as their first goal, and they came from all directions, eager to join the Battle Demonic sect and become a member. With the birth of 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in one go, the Battle Demon sect status in the Human Supreme Council rose greatly. Coupled with the fact that the Battle Demon sect has never stopped sending battle robots to fight the Gamana universe's powerhouses, the Battle Demon sect obtained one fiefdom after another and expanded its influence. The heart of Eternity Plain was a place that everyone yearned to enter. It was the Holy Land that dominated everything in the heart of Eternity Plain. In the Sacred Land, there was a huge laboratory with all kinds of spoils of war Yang Feng obtained from the Magic Weapon Palace. The corpse of the owner of the demonic armament stood silently on the spot, giving off a vast and terrifying aura. It was as if space itself was about to collapse from the pressure. If I devour and refine the corpse of the owner of this demon weapon and absorb his power, I will be able to kill him. If I follow his path, I'll be able to become a great saint in less than 1,000 years. However, my path will also be restricted, and it will be difficult for me to advance. What a pity. Yang Feng looked at the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament with regret in his eyes. The power of the owner of the demonic armament is too overbearing. Anyone who absorbs his power will be assimilated and must follow his path. Only some special heaven and earth variant species and eternal sovereigns can devour his power without being eroded. Yang Feng is not one of them. For existences like the star-swallowing sparrow and the archaic starry sky thunder lion, whose evolution potential has been completely exhausted, Yang Feng won't hesitate to devour the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament. As for Yang Feng, a peerless powerhouse with infinite potential who has taken every step to perfection and is eager to advance to the eternal realm, he naturally won't devour the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Since I can't devour it, then I'll use it and Kunmo stone to refine an Empyrean-grade secret treasure of my own. Kunmo stone, also known as Eternal Godstone, is the crystallization of a civilization. It is compatible with the path of the Shizu. No, it's still a little short. I need the crystallization of the Blasteel race's technology. Only by absorbing the crystallization of Blasteel technology can I create a peerless treasure with the potential to advance to the eternal realm. Yang Feng quickly forced himself to calm down. He didn't impulsively use Kunmo stone and the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament to refine an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. After the level 6 stronghold is fully established, it already possesses all kinds of incredible power. With top-notch materials, it can even be used to forge Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Kunmo stone and the corpse of the owner of the demonic armament are top-notch Empyrean-grade secret treasure materials, which can be used to forge an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and light shone, and the cracked Empyrean-grade secret treasure demonic armament bell and the green sun halberd appeared in front of him. Demonic armament bell, I am the human warlock Yang Feng. I want to be your master. As long as you recognize me as your master, I will use resources to repair you. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and queer fluctuations suddenly enveloped the demonic armament bell. Unlike the Godslayer white jade sword and the bead of time, the Empyrean-grade secret treasure demonic armament bell's artifact spirit hasn't died yet. Without the approval of the demonic armament bell's artifact spirit, no one can use its power. Empyrean-grade secret treasures are divided into grades. The most powerful Empyrean-grade secret treasures are naturally Empyrean-grade secret treasures with artifact spirits. The demonic armament bell is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure with an artifact spirit. In the face of Yang Feng's communication, the demonic armament bell fell silent. Like a worn-out ancient bell, it doesn't emit any fluctuations of power. If Yang Feng hadn't seen the bell's power to slay holy spirit warlocks, he wouldn't have cared about this worn-out ancient bell. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Demonic armament bell, if you aren't willing to serve me, then I will destroy you to repair the green sun halberd." A resentful voice came from the green sun halberd, "Yang Feng, destroy it. I am willing to serve you. In terms of destructive power, my power is above that of the demonic armament bell." Yang Feng glanced at the demonic armament bell. Seeing that it didn't respond, he said decisively, "Okay, green sun halberd, as long as you enter a contract with me, I will destroy the demonic armament bell and use it to repair you. A bird in the hand is worth 1,000 birds in the bush." The demonic armament bell has all kinds of mystical powers, but it isn't willing to serve Yang Feng. Yang Feng can't do anything about it. The green sun halberd is also an Empyrean-grade secret treasure with an artifact spirit. Although it is slightly inferior to the demonic armament bell, but as long as it is repaired, it is also a peerless weapon. Countless green runes flew out of the green sun halberd and condensed into a palm-sized green sun halberd. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a drop of blood entered the green sun halberd projection. Countless runes shone brightly, wrapped around the green sun halberd projection, and entered the halberd projection. Yang Feng immediately felt a kind of connection with the green sun halberd. "Go!" Yang Feng ordered, and a large number of seal rulers suddenly appeared. Commanded by 10 seal rulers who have already advanced to the warlock monarch rank, mysterious and brilliant seal light hit the demonic armament bell and turned into countless runes that spread in all directions. Ding! The demonic armament bell trembled slightly and rang, and fearsome bell waves spread in all directions. Under the impact of the bell waves, countless seal light collapsed, unable to touch the demonic armament bell itself. The fearsome bell waves carrying destructive fluctuations of power slammed into a transparent superalloy wall, and were immediately absorbed. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng uttered frigidly, "Useless demonic armament bell. You are broken, and you have no master to control you. No matter how you struggle, you can't resist the fate of destruction." Countless mysterious runes appeared on the demonic armament bell, wisps of immortal Empyrean might suddenly spread, and a bell wave flickered and tore apart the space. The space has just been torn apart, when Yang Feng pointed with a finger, surged with the essence of space, and healed the torn space. Seal light hit the demonic armament bell. The demonic armament bell trembled, and bell waves reappeared and shattered the seal light. After a year of repeated entanglement, the demon weapon bell was finally sealed inch by the countless sealing lights. "Break for me." With the green sun halberd in hand, Yang Feng suddenly exuded wisps of Empyrean might, and green light appeared in the void and, as if green suns, slammed into the demonic armament bell. Ding! Along with an earth-shattering noise, the demon weapon bell, which was riddled with scars, shattered, splashed about, and then was caught. "Stop, Yang Feng. I am willing to serve you. As long as you destroy the green sun halberd, I will serve you. I will recognize you as my master and suppress all enemies for you." At the moment when the demonic armament bell shattered, a thought came from the demonic armament bell. The demonic armament bell didn't expect Yang Feng to be so fierce as to destroy an Empyrean-grade secret treasure in order to complete another Empyrean-grade secret treasure. After all, it is more powerful than the green sun halberd. "It's too late. I have already promised the green sun halberd to kill you. So, go to hell." Unmoved, Yang Feng brandished the green sun halberd and mercilessly chopped the masterless magic weapon bell into pieces. A ball of light escaped from the demon weapon bell. The green sun halberd directly pierced the ball of light, killing the artifact spirit of the demon weapon bell, and completely devouring it, turning it into its own power. Chapter 1049. Every time the green sun halberd devoured a fragment of the magic weapon bell, its aura strengthened by a notch, and the cracks on the halberd healed rapidly. "I'll take you to a good place." Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, grabbed the green sun halberd, turned into a stream of light, passed through warp gates, and arrived above the gold lake on the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent. With a casual toss, the green sun halberd turned into a stream of light and entered the gold lake. "Many thanks. I can sense that as long as I absorb the power of this lake, I will be able to absorb it. I can feel that as long as I absorb the power of this lake, I'll only need 3 years to fully recover and become stronger than before." From the green sun halberd, there were waves of incomparable joy. It is extremely difficult to repair Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Only the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continent and a few other places can restore Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Rest well. After leaving this sentence, Yang Feng's true body stepped through warp gates and disappeared. The Gamana universe, a remote celestial body, in a secret room. A soundless ray of light flashed and entered the clone that was in the middle of cultivating. Yang Feng's Gaddy clone erupted with bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power and shot into the sky. "What's that? What terrifying fluctuations of power? Someone broke through. That's a star rank fluctuation of power. Someone broke through and promoted to a star rank powerhouse. Who is it?" When the powerhouses on the remote celestial body sensed the bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power, their countenance changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and rushed over. In the universe war between the two universes, bright world warlock rank powerhouses can only be regarded as advanced cannon fodder. In a battle between Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses, they can't withstand a single blow. However, on many remote celestial bodies of the Gamana universe, bright world warlock rank powerhouses are enough to dominate a region and occupy a remote celestial body with poor resources. When Yang Feng pushed open the door of the secret room, he saw Chrissy standing outside with a pleasantly surprised look on her face. Chrissy asked excitedly, "You succeeded in your promotion?" Yang Feng replied confidently, "Yes, I have promoted to a star rank powerhouse. And it's a perfect promotion. Yang Feng's true body is a Holy Spirit warlock rank Overlord rank powerhouse, and behind him is an optical computer network with great holy step computing power. As long as there are enough resources, it is easy to make a clone advance to a Bright World Warlock. If he wasn't worried that it would be too shocking, Yang Feng could even let this avatar advance to the Infinity Warlock rank quickly. Yang Feng asked curiously, "By the way, what's the cultivation base of that woman, Elise?" Chrissy said with a bitter smile, "The last time I saw her, she already possessed a Starfield Step, Infinity Warlock, cultivation base. Elise's mother's race was extremely powerful, and her cultivation talent was far above Craze's. It was only natural for her to advance to the Star Sector grade. Star Master Demuto of planet Zarek requests an audience." A pinnacle quasi-bright world warlock rank breath came from outside the door. Yang Feng said lightly, "Please come in." A slender, handsome, and charismatic middle-aged man slowly walked into the room. He was shrouded in mysterious clouds and mist. The handsome middle-aged man took a look at Chrissy, and his eyes shimmered with amazement, and he uttered with a smile, "I am Demuto. May I ask where you are from?" Yang Feng responded with a unique arrogance of the Blasteel race. "I am Godi, the son-in-law of the Blasteel race. This is my wife, Princess Chrissy." As one of the Gumana universe's 18 sacred races, the Blasteel race is a fearsome force that dominates countless races. Naturally, they are very proud. Demuto bowed slightly and said more respectfully, "So it's Her Highness the Blasteel Princess and Sir Son-in-law. Your presence is an honor to the Zarek Star. Please give us a chance to entertain you." "Okay." Yang Feng responded, and then followed Demuto to the Zarek Star's royal palace with Chrissy. Demuto immediately held a grand welcome banquet in a palace. Beautiful men and women shuttled back and forth in the palace. Many beautiful women cast coquettish glances at Yang Feng. As long as he has the intention, he can easily pluck them. Following beside Yang Feng, Demuto pointed at the beautiful women and said with a smile, "Sir Godi, they are noble ladies of the Zarek Star. They are of noble bloodline and beautiful. If you like one of them, just tell me, and she will appear where you want her to appear tonight." For the Blasteel upper echelon, playing with a few women is nothing. Even the princesses of the Blasteel race don't mind their son-in-law fooling around. Of course, most of the princesses of the Blasteel race have a rotten private life. There are only a few princesses as pure as Chrissy. Yang Feng smiled proudly and put his arm around Chrissy's slender waist. "There's no need, I have Chrissy. Chrissy is a mixed-blood beauty of the Andarim race. She has the bloodline of the Blasteel Lord and the Andarim race flowing in her. In terms of looks alone, she is definitely among the top 10 beauties Yang Feng has ever seen. In the Imperial Palace, there are countless beautiful women. But compared to Chrissy, they are overshadowed, as if green leaves set off by a red flower." Chrissy also smiled sweetly at Yang Feng. Like 100 flowers blooming, she is a peerless beauty. Indeed, Her Highness the Princess is a peerless beauty. "Sir Son-in-law, you are really lucky. Let me offer you a toast." Demuto took a deep look at Chrissy and sighed in admiration. He took 3 glasses of wine handed to him by a waiter and handed 2 to Yang Feng and Chrissy. The poison of the starry sky demonic scorpion mixed with bitter moongrass can even kill a Starfield rank powerhouse. "Star Master Demuto, are you courting death?" Yang Feng took the poisoned wine from Chris's hand and swept Demuto with a glance. His face was covered in a layer of frost, and he spoke with overflowing killing intent. Demuto's face sank. His mask of gentleness was completely torn off. He stared at Yang Feng and said full of killing intent, "Godi, this is the will of Her Highness the Princess Elise. Don't resist, otherwise, your race will be destroyed because of you." A white jade scepter appeared in Demuto's hand. Countless mysterious runes emerged from the white scepter. In the Imperial Palace, runes flickered and resonated with the white jade scepter in Demuto's hand. A terrifying aura rose from the Imperial Palace. "Godi, in my Imperial Palace, even star-rank powerhouses will be suppressed." Yang Feng took a step, his body was covered in a blue mechanical armor, and he sent a fist smashing through the void towards Demuto. Boom! The defensive barriers collapsed one after another. Under Demuto's panic-stricken and despairing gaze, Yang Feng's fist slammed into him, smashed Demuto's fist, and instackled him. Then, He casually grabbed the white jade scepter. Star-Lord Darren. You bastard. You dare to kill Star-Lord Darren. You deserve to die. Two experts wearing silver mechas exuding bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly rushed out of the palace and rushed towards Yang Feng. Two ants. Go to hell. Yang Feng smiled coldly and took a step forward. His figure blurred, and then became clear. There are two silver heads in his hand. The two silver mechas turned into headless ghosts and fell to the ground. Let's go. Let's go take a look at their treasury. This remote celestial body shouldn't have anything good. But there's no harm in taking a look. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the two silver mechas along with their corpses flew into a blue box in his hand. Then, he took Chris's lily-white hand and said with a gentle smile. Okay. Chrissy smiled sweetly at Yang Feng, and then followed him into the depths of the Imperial Palace. The handsome men and beautiful women of the Xeric star in the Imperial Palace fled in all directions. Boom. Boom. The sound of explosions rang incessantly in the Imperial Palace. Along the way, Yang Feng smashed all the defensive barriers in the Imperial Palace. The Xeric star transcendent rank powerhouses blocking his way were killed as if they were ants. Before long, a huge treasury appeared in front of Yang Feng. Who's there? A 1,000-meter-long quasi-bright world warlock rank giant snake with quasi-bright world warlock rank strength hasn't yet finished speaking, when Yang Feng punched it, and it exploded into a mist of blood that scattered on the ground. Boom. Yang Feng slammed his fist into the treasury, smashed the door, and stepped inside. Yang Feng glanced at the treasury and shook his head. There's really nothing good here. In the treasury, source crystals and various treasures of heaven and earth are piled up like mountains. However, most of them are only useful to powerhouses below the glorious Sun Warlock rank. These are not bad. After all, the treasury is the accumulation of the Xeric star over tens of thousands of years. There are many treasures in the treasury that are of great benefit to Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks. Although Yang Feng's true body doesn't care about these treasures, but they are extremely useful to his avatar. This is Star Source Magic Gold. I'm really lucky to see such a treasure here. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he beckoned with his hand, and a fist-sized, star-heavy piece of pitch-black magic gold flew into his hand. Star Source Magic Gold is a rare alloy necessary for the level 7 stronghold of the Shizu. In the world of warlocks, it is virtually extinct. Even though Yang Feng mobilized the power of the Human Supreme Council to search for it, he still couldn't find it. He didn't expect to find such a precious treasure on this remote celestial body. Chapter 1050. As if a demon lord, Yang Feng swept through the Xeric celestial star's powerful families, broke into their treasuries without mercy, plundered all the precious resources, and then left the Xeric celestial star with Chrissy, feeling satisfied. Yang Feng deliberately went to a celestial body under the influence of Elise's mother family and created conflicts. He captured 3 remote celestial bodies in a row, plundered the powerful families of those celestial bodies, and obtained a huge amount of resources. Later on, when the celestial bodies along the way obtained the information, they no longer dared to make a move against Yang Feng and Elise. Instead, they respectfully sent them off. Along the way, many pirates came to chase after Yang Feng and Elise. The pirates were mercilessly killed by Yang Feng. At the same time, he performed a secret technique and learned the location of their nest from the galactic pirates. Then, he killed his way into the nest of the galactic pirates and started a massacre. Yang Feng single-handedly wiped out 23 pirate groups, and all the wealth of the pirates fell into his hands. In that starfield, the ferocious name of Annihilation Dragon Jiao Di shocked all the space pirate groups. When many pirates heard Yang Feng's name, they trembled with fear. After passing through the remote starfield and entering the Blasteel race's sphere of influence, Yang Feng, guided by Chrissy, went to a place where Elise's mother family is weak, jumped through wormholes, and returned to the Blasteel race's home celestial body, the Swift Steel Star. The Blasteel race's home celestial body is divided into slums, commoners, aristocrats, royals, and imperial palaces. Among them, the imperial palaces occupy the largest area, occupying 1/3 of the Swift Steel Star. In the imperial palaces live the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse the Swift Steel Lord as well as his lineal princes and princesses, Blasteel Holy Spirit Warlocks, and their families. The Imperial Palaces are scattered all over the Imperial Palaces. Powerhouses who have been conferred the title of princes and princesses and have pure Swift Steel Lord bloodline and the right to inherit the Blasteel race live there. The Imperial Palaces are where the Blasteel Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses live. The Aristocratic Palaces are where the Blasteel powerhouses who have been conferred the title of aristocrats live. At the border of the Royal District and the Royal District, there was a dilapidated palace the size of a manor. That palace was already extremely huge for ordinary people, but compared to the luxurious palaces in the Royal District that easily occupied tens of thousands of hectares, it seemed extremely small and simple. Most of the manors in the Noble District were far larger than that dilapidated palace. This is the home my mother and I used to live in. Although there were no servants, only the two of us. However, it used to be my favorite place. Chrissy, holding young Feng's hand, stood quietly in front of the palace. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with abstrusity and memories, and she sighed faintly. Young Feng glanced at the palace and saw at a glance that the Princess Chrissy was nothing in her father's eyes. Young Feng squeezed Chrissy's little hand and said domineeringly, "From now on, you have me. No matter what storms there are, we will walk together." Chrissy, who has Andarim bloodline, is as gentle as water in her bones. She is like a glass of peerless wine that people will never get tired of tasting. Young Feng's true body couldn't help but take her virginity. He often put away his avatar and got along with her with his true body. Chrissy took a deep look at her man, Young Feng, and responded as gentle as water, "En. Who are you?" "This is the residence of Baron Nathan Dodgy. Scram. This is not a place where you lowly people can come." Two servants with Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation bases came out of the gate. When one of the servants saw Young Feng, his face sank at once, and he berated coldly. When the other servant saw Chris, his eyes immediately widened, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. He said arrogantly, "This chick looks pretty good. Leave this chick, and you can scram. Two ants, how dare you talk to me like this, go to hell." Mysterious runes emerged in Young Feng's eyes, and he looked at the two servants and said coldly. In an instant, the bodies of the two servants twisted and exploded with a bang. After that, they were enveloped by balls of flames and burned to ashes. After casually killing the two servants, Young Feng took Chris's little hand and stepped into the palace. "I am Baron Nathan Dodgy. Who are you? How dare you kill people in my residence? Do you want to die? Men, kill them for me." A man dressed in Blasteel aristocratic attire and bearing a baron coat of arms walked out of the residence, looked coldly at Young Feng and Chrissy, killing intent surged in his eyes, and he ordered coldly. 4 powerhouses dressed in black tyrannosauruses flew out from the rear and attacked Young Feng. The 4 black tyrannosauruses are battle-hardened and exuded an iron-blooded aura. Clearly, they are top powerhouses who have experienced countless battles. With the 4 of them working together, they can even kill a quasi-infinity warlock rank powerhouse. A bunch of ants, go to hell. With a flash of blue light, Young Feng was shrouded in a blue armor. Suddenly, he brandished his iron fist, smashed the void, and barreled towards the 4 black tyrannosauruses. Boom! Boom! Along with 4 earth-shattering blasts, the cockpits of the 4 black tyrannosauruses burst open, and the 4 top ace pilots were smashed by Young Feng's fist. Baron Nathan Dodge's face fell, and he took a few steps back and shouted wildly, "How dare you kill people here? Go to hell!" Young Feng's eyes were ice-cold and surged with killing intent. He looked at Baron Nathan Dodgy as if he was looking at a dead man. "Stop!" Right at this moment, an enraged roar rang out from the skies. An incomparably powerful aura could be felt from afar. A mechanical shield suddenly flew over from afar, blocked in front of Baron Nathan Dodgy, and formed a steel barrier to protect him. Young Feng didn't stop in the slightest. He slammed his fist into the steel barrier, and blue light shattered the steel barrier. The terrifying fist slammed into Baron Nathan Duoji and blasted him into pieces. Balls of flames appeared in the palace, burning all the corpses. Seeing this scene, the servants of Baron Nathan Duoji trembled in fear. "Sister Chrissy, as soon as you returned to the Blasteel Star, you massacred the aristocrats of my race and violated the laws of the Blasteel Empire. Kneel down, surrender, and go to the office of elders to await your punishment. A gorgeous woman with long, wavy blonde hair, a voluptuous figure, and a gorgeous appearance, dressed in a low-cut purple dress, sat on a mechanical bird with a wingspan of 100 meters. Behind the gorgeous woman, there are 12 handsome men, each of whom exudes infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. Chris's beautiful eyes shone brightly, and she retorted, "Sister Elise, according to the laws of the Blasteel race, those who enter the master's residence without his permission can be killed as bandits. They can be treated as bandits and killed. This palace is a residence that Sir Father bestowed upon us mother and daughter, and I am the current master. Since they broke into my residence without permission, they are bandits and can be killed directly. Also, this is my residence. You are not welcome here, so please leave. The Blasteel Star is under the direct jurisdiction of the Blasteel Lord, and the laws are strict. It was only after Yang Feng studied the laws of the Blasteel Empire that he dared to be so presumptuous and kill Baron Nathan Dodgy and his subordinates." With a pitiful expression on her face, Elise said faintly, "Sister Chrissy, your killing intent is too strong. Even if they violated the law, you could have just given them a small punishment, but why kill them? They are the elites of the Empire. With every death, the Empire loses a bit of strength. If everyone slaughters their people indiscriminately like you, how could the Blasteel Empire become one of the 18 sacred races?" Chrissy spoke with a smile that concealed a dagger. "Sister Elise, the reason why the Blasteel Empire can become one of the 18 sacred races is because of the strict laws. If everyone doesn't act according to the law, wouldn't the Blasteel Empire fall into chaos? The laws of the Blasteel Empire were drawn up by the mighty sacred ancestor, the Blasteel Lord. Do you want to question the correctness of the sacred ancestor's laws?" There was a flash of coldness in Elise's eyes, and she said coldly, "His Majesty the sacred ancestor is supreme and sacred. Naturally, there can't be any mistakes. The Blasteel Lord is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, a supreme god of the Blasteel race. No one in the Blasteel race dares to resist his will. Anyone who does will die." Elise glanced at Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Sister Chrissy, is this the man you chose? What's his background?" Chrissy hugged Yang Feng's arm, her ample chest pressed against Yang Feng's arm, and said with a sweet smile, "He's called Gaddy, he's my husband and an adventurer." "An adventurer? So it's a lowly adventurer. No wonder I've never seen him before." The experts of the Blasteel race standing behind Elise all revealed looks of disdain. In the Blasteel race, the first tier is naturally the royal family with the Blasteel Lord's bloodline. The second tier is the powerhouses with Holy Spirit Warlock rank bloodline. The third tier is the aristocratic powerhouses. The fourth tier is the military powerhouses. The fifth tier is the adventurers. The Blasteel powerhouses standing behind Elise are all powerhouses with either Holy Spirit Warlock rank bloodline or aristocratic bloodline. At the very least, they are young elites who fought their way through the military. As such, they naturally look down on Goddy, who is an adventurer. Chapter 1051. Elise glanced at Yang Feng condescendingly, her eyes shimmered with contempt, and she uttered with a faint smile, "Goddy, Blasteel race advocate's bravery. Since you're my younger sister's man, you don't mind exchanging pointers with my follower, do you?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and showed a provocative smile to Elise's followers. "Exchanging pointers? That's boring. Let's have a duel to the death. Princess Elise, if you don't mind. How about letting your followers have a duel to the death with me? I don't think your followers will refuse this proposal, right?" If it was an ordinary duel, then Elise's followers could kill Yang Feng, while it would be difficult for Yang Feng to seriously injure them. If he was careless, Elise might even use the Blasteel race's power to suppress Yang Feng. However, a duel to the death was different. In a duel to the death, the winner wouldn't be condemned, and could take everything from the loser for himself. "Interesting. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Your Highness Princess Elise, please allow me to have a duel with this lowly adventurer. I'll offer you his head." A handsome Blasteel powerhouse with short blue hair, dressed in a military uniform, and a heroic appearance walked out from behind Elise, bowed to her, and said with a graceful smile, a look of intoxication in his eyes. As if a noble empress, Elise uttered with a trace of arrogance, "Okay. Guarachi, I allow you to fight. Mysterious crystal chips emerged in Guarachi's eyes, and he glanced at young Feng with ridicule in his eyes. Lowly adventurer, I'll give you a chance to have a duel to the death. Young Feng said lightly, let's go to the Blasteel Grand Arena. Guarachi responded confidently, okay. The laws of the Blasteel Empire were strict, and private duels were strictly prohibited. If a private duel was discovered on the Blasteel Star, the party who took the initiative to attack would be deprived of his aristocratic title or even sentenced to death depending on the severity of the circumstances. In order to resolve conflicts among the hot-blooded youngsters, the Blasteel Empire established many arenas on the Blasteel Star. As long as the two sides reached an agreement in the arena, they could spar or fight to the death. Swift Steel Grand Colosseum Princess Elise. That's Her Highness Princess Elise and her 12 followers. It really is Princess Elise and her 12 followers. I wonder which unlucky fellow actually angered them. Who are those two people? That woman is so beautiful. She's even more beautiful than Princess Elise. That's Princess Chrissy, the lowly bastard of the Andarim race. So it's the lowly half-breed of the Andarim tribe. Her existence has tainted the bloodline of the Vaja Lord. Elise was the social flower of the Swift Steel Star. Almost everyone in the upper echelons of the Swift Steel Star knew about her. She was also a frequent visitor to the Swift Steel Grand Arena, and many of the people present knew her. The nobles in the Swift Steel Grand Arena were originally amazed by Chris's beauty, but after learning of her identity, many of them were filled with contempt and covetousness towards her. For the nobles of the Blasteel race, bloodline was extremely important. A noble bloodline could bring glory to an entire noble family. And if one was mixed with a lowly bloodline, they would be seen as a lowly bastard who tainted the bloodline of the nobles. Chrissy was the peerless beauty of the Andarim tribe, and possessed an unparalleled beauty that could cause the downfall of nations. However, there were still very few outstanding young nobles who pursued her, precisely because she possessed the bloodline of the Andarim tribe, and was viewed as a lowly bastard by the nobles. Many nobles only wanted to toy with Chris's body, and that was why the extremely intelligent and sensitive Chrissy had always been single, even going so far as to disguise herself as a man and join the army of the Blasteel race to explore the borders. After signing the duel agreement, the two of them came to a large arena and stood facing each other. Kill him, Guarachi. Kill that lowly adventurer, Guarachi. Waves of earth-shattering cheers came from the grand arena, all of which were cheers for Guarachi. Although anyone could enter the Swift Steel Grand Arena, but the high price of the ticket had already driven away 99% of the commoners. Only wealthy merchants and aristocrats had the financial resources to enter the Swift Steel Grand Arena. Those people would naturally cheer for Guarachi. Very few people would like a lowly adventurer. Did you hear that? Lowly adventurers. This isn't a stage where you can stay. Kneel and swear allegiance to me. I'll spare your worthless life. Otherwise, today will be the anniversary of your death. Guarachi shot young Feng a contemptuous glance and pressed the red pendant on his chest. Rays of red light flashed, and a 10-meter-tall crimson body with a dragon's head, tail, and wings suddenly appeared. It looked like a giant crimson dragon. Scarlet Tyrannosaurus, a top-notch battle armor. This is a body with a formidable temperament closest to the StarCraft rank. Guarachi is a Starfield rank powerhouse to begin with. Coupled with this Scarlet Tyrannosaurus, he can be said to be invincible among Starfield rank powerhouses. That lowly adventurer is dead for sure. He doesn't stand a chance. That lowly adventurer only has Starfield rank strength. No matter how he struggles, only death awaits him. The Blasteel powerhouses around the arena scanned young Feng with battle prowess scanners, and their eyes revealed contempt. Guarachi said with a light smile, "Goddy, how about we make a bet? If you lose, let your wife Chrissy be the maid of the Honorable Princess Elise and serve her for 500 years. If you win, all my assets will belong to you." Young Feng said coldly, "I refuse. Chrissy is my wife, not something that can be casually used as a wager." Chris's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. This Goddy looks pretty good. Unfortunately, he's a lowly adventurer, and he's about to die. Some aristocratic ladies in the grand arena suddenly had a slight change in their opinions of young Feng. A blue crystal appeared in Yang Feng's hand. With a slight flash of radiance, it immediately turned into a set of blue armor covering his body. What's that? That's not our Blasteel race's armor. What's that? When they saw the blue armor covering Yang Feng, the complexions of the Blasteel powerhouses changed, and they stared at Yang Feng with curiosity in their eyes. The referee's voice reverberated in the venue. Begin. The referee's voice had just sounded, when Yang Feng suddenly moved, turned into a blue ray of light, crossed a distance of tens of kilometers in a split second, appeared in front of Guaraki, and stabbed at him with his blade. You're courting death, fool. Guarachi smiled coldly, and the scarlet Tyrannosaurus suddenly moved and slashed at Yang Feng with his sword. The scarlet Tyrannosaurus sword slashed Yang Feng into pieces. A phantom. How is that possible? What phantom is that? To be able to deceive my scarlet Tyrannosaurus's scanning system? Guarachi's sword slashed empty air, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Along with a fearsome blare, a blue sword stabbed into the cockpit from the back of the scarlet Tyrannosaurus, and then twisted forcefully. In a flash, a terrifying force erupted and minced Guarachi into countless pieces. The blue armor suddenly emerged and faded, revealing Yang Feng's true body. Standing loftily in the void, he crooked a finger at Elise and the others and said provocatively, "Do you have the guts to fight me?" Guarachi was instackled. What's that? So strong. That blue armor is so strong. The entire Blasteel Grand Arena boiled up. The eyes of the Blasteel powerhouses shimmered with excitement, and they stared at the blue armor on Yang Feng. I'll fight you. A handsome young man with long silver hair flew down from beside Elise and landed in the center of the Grand Arena. The handsome young man with long silver hair uttered with pride on his face, "Tandania, the first-in-line successor of the Boston family, will fight you. The Boston family is a royal family. The clan has 9 Star C-grade patriarchs. If that lowly adventurer dares to touch Tandania, then he'll be making an enemy of the entire Boston family." Gazes of Schadenfreude focused on Yang Feng. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are considered to be in the upper echelon of the Blasteel race. With 9 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, the Boston family can dominate a remote starfield and become the overlord of a starfield. Even within the Blasteel race, they have a high status, and no one dares to provoke them. Tandania pressed the pendant on his chest, and silver light shone, and a 10-meter-long silver body with a pair of dragon wings on the back, a scorpion tail, and a jewel-like eye inlaid on the head suddenly appeared. Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon, a top-notch battle body. No illusory spell can escape his eye of disillusion. That lowly adventurer is dead for sure. The aristocrats in the Grand Arena looked at Yang Feng with malice. Start the match. With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng turned into a blue stream of light and flew towards Tandania. True body, die. A dignified look in his eyes, Tandania smiled coldly, and his scorpion tail suddenly stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng took out a blue sword and slashed across the air, and a terrifying blue sword ray suddenly erupted and slashed Tandania together with the Silver Illusion Scorpion Dragon in two. Chapter 1052. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the remains of the Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon were directly stored in a storage treasure. The Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon and the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus are top-notch battle bodies. With a little repair, they will become top-notch battle bodies. Even if they are just remains, they can be sold for a sky-high price. Insta-kill. He instackled Tandania. What a tyrannical, terrifying armor. That lowly adventurer is truly audacious. He actually dared to kill a member of the Boystan family. This is going to be interesting. Haha, well done. That adventurer is the husband of Her Highness Princess Chrissy, a member of the royal family. He killed Tandania in a fair duel. The Boystan family has nothing to say. That's true. In the Swift Steel Star, the royal family is the ruler. Even if Chrissy is just a lowly person, but she is still a member of the royal family. There are some methods that can't be used against her and her man. When the powerhouses around the Grand Arena saw that Tandania was mercilessly killed by Yang Feng's sword strike, their eyes revealed looks of astonishment and excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The 10 followers beside Elise had unsightly expressions. Looking at Yang Feng standing in the arena, Their eyes shimmered with apprehension. Among Elise's 12 followers, Tandania was the weakest in terms of combat strength. But he was an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, after all. In addition to its top-notch ability to break illusions, the Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon was also a first-class battle body. For Yang Feng to be able to cut Tandania and the Silver Illusion Breaker Scorpion Dragon in two with one sword strike, his fighting strength was simply terrifying. Standing loftily in the void, Yang Feng crooked his finger at Elise and the others and continued to provoke. "Do you have the guts to come down and fight me?" Elise's 10 followers frowned and remained silent. Yang Feng pointed at Elise and her 10 followers and sneered, "What a bunch of trash. You don't even have the courage to fight me. You're a disgrace to Blasteel Race's men. You came to my house to provoke me, yet you're so cowardly, how laughable. If you see me in the future, you'd better stay away from me. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, you'll end up like the two of them tomorrow." A handsome young man with short silver hair stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Lowly adventurer, you're only relying on a treasure to come here and show off your strength. If you have the guts, fight us fairly without using any treasures." That's right. What kind of ability is relying on treasures? If you have the guts, don't use your treasures and fight us. That's right. If you have the guts, then don't use that treasure and fight us fairly. The 10 followers behind Elise called out one after another. Yang Feng said with a contemptuous smile, "How ugly. You guys are so ugly. Treasures were also a part of strength. Did you not use your most powerful treasures to fight fairly with your opponents when you were in a life-or-death duel with them? How could you say something like that? You guys have really fallen." That's right. Treasures are also a part of our strength. Those guys are really losing their mind. How could they even say such words? Their eyes must be red from losing. Many mocking gazes were focused on Elise's 10 followers. The physique of Blasteel race powerhouses is not on the same level as that of the other 18 sacred races. However, the combat prowess of Blasteel race powerhouses is recognized to be at the forefront of the 18 sacred races. This is because Blasteel races' bodies are extremely tyrannical. When Blasteel race powerhouses are equipped with all kinds of bodies, their combat prowess will increase by leaps and bounds. Treasures are also a part of strength. This is the slogan that Blasteel race powerhouses use when confronting other race powerhouses, as well as a truth acknowledged by all Blasteel race powerhouses. Elise's followers had also used powerful mechs in many of their previous duels, crushing countless commoner geniuses. Now that they are facing Yang Feng, yet they want him to fight them fairly without using any treasures, the Blasteel race powerhouses naturally look down on him. Under the ridiculing gazes, the faces of Elise's 10 followers flickered, and they felt as if they were being pricked by needles. At this moment, the Blasteel aristocrats who originally supported Elise's 10 followers in the Grand Arena changed their stance and became neutral. It should be noted that the reason why Blasteel aristocrats are far superior to civilians is that their families have long inheritances, expensive bodies, and ferocious battle prowess. If they fight against civilian geniuses fairly without using any treasures, then the aristocrats are likely to lose. Elise frowned slightly, then waved her lily-white hand, and silver light shone, and a 15-meter-tall humanoid body radiating silver light appeared in front of her 10 followers. Elise said lightly, "Benga, you go take care of him." The eyes of a burly man with regular facial features and exuding a wild charm flashed with a scorching shade, and he said respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. I'll go take care of him. That's a Silver Andromeda, a Starcraft-grade mecha. Silver Andromeda is one of the best among the Starship-class mechas. Her Highness Princess Elise seems to be really angry. To lend out her most precious mecha." When everyone in the Grand Arena saw the silver mecha, a commotion broke out at once. The Silver Andromeda is a top-notch Starcraft-grade mecha. Many royal families don't have such a top-notch mecha. Only the Blasteel royal family, with its deep foundation, can give an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse like Elise a top-notch Starcraft-grade mecha. Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank Blasteel powerhouses can even operate the Silver Andromeda to display Warlock Monarch rank battle prowess. It should be noted that the further a powerful existence advances, the more difficult it is to cross a great realm to fight. With the help of a secret treasure, A Bright World Warlock may be able to defeat a junior Infinity Warlock. But a Pinnacle Infinity Warlock has little hope of defeating a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The Silver Andromeda is a peerless treasure that can enable an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse to defeat a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Benga took a step forward and pressed his hand on the Silver Andromeda, and his entire being merged with it. Junior Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power spread from the Silver Andromeda. With a flash of silver light, the Silver Andromeda appeared in the arena almost instantaneously. Benga's eyes shimmered coldly and killing intent surged, and he uttered, "Gabby, you must pay the price of death for provoking us." Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered, "Gabby, thank you for bringing me this Silver Andromeda." Benga uttered arrogantly, "Gabby, no matter how powerful your treasure is, it's still a person who controls it. There are no invincible treasures, only invincible people. My strength is far above yours. Only death awaits you. There's no chance of survival or victory." Yang Feng said with a contemptuous smile, "You're wrong. Whether it's a treasure or a person, as long as you're strong enough, you can crush everything. Strength is the truth." The referee's voice sounded, "Begin, Gabby, go to hell." Benga, who was riding the Silver Andromeda, suddenly spread the wings on his back, and a rain of white beams covered the arena and barreled towards Yang Feng. With a flash of blue light, hundreds of afterimages appeared in the arena. Bombarded by the rain of light, the hundreds of afterimages collapsed and shattered. Virtually in an instant, Yang Feng appeared behind Benga's Silver Andromeda and slashed out with his blade, and a terrifying blue blade ray slashed the cockpit of the Silver Andromeda, sliced the Silver Andromeda in half, and shattered Benga's body. Insta-kill. Benga, who was piloting the Silver Andromeda, was instackled. That's heaven-defying. The treasures on this Gabby are really heaven-defying. Seeing Benga insta-kill by Yang Feng, the entire Swift Steel Grand Arena stirred. Benga, who is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse after piloting the Silver Andromeda, was instackled by Yang Feng, whose true body is only a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. That's a battle of two major realms. For Yang Feng to be able to win, it can only show that the blue armor on Yang Feng is useless. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand and put the Silver Andromeda into his storage space. When Elise saw this, her pretty face sank. The face of a very handsome follower of Elise fell, and he said coldly, "Gabby, that's a treasure of Her Highness Princess Elise. Give it back to us." Yang Feng uttered with an unruly smile, "In a duel, the winner gets everything from the loser. I obtained this treasure from Benga, so this treasure belongs to me. If you're not convinced, then come down and fight me. If you can kill me, then you can naturally take back the treasure." The face of Elise's follower turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to say a word. A layer of frost enveloped her pretty face. Elise uttered coldly, "Let's go." The 9 followers followed behind Elise and walked outside. Yang Feng left the Swift Steel Grand Arena with Chrissy in his arm. The battle in the Swift Steel Coliseum quickly spread throughout the Swift Steel Star, and the entire Swift Steel tribe was in an uproar. That's a battle of two major realms, and it's a victory. Even in the Blasteel race, this is an extremely heaven-defying battle. The upper echelon of the Blasteel race learned of Gabby's name, and began to conduct a comprehensive investigation of Yang Feng's avatar Gabby. Chapter 1053. The Blasteel Star's Royal Palace is the center of the Blasteel race. In the Royal Palace, there are 3 most famous palaces. They are the Blasteel Great Temple, the All Saints Temple, and the All Monarchs Temple. The Blasteel Great Temple is only used when the Blasteel Lord holds an imperial court session. When the Blasteel Lord is in seclusion, the All Saints Temple is in control of the overall situation. The All Saints Temple is responsible for handling specific matters. The will of the Blasteel Great Temple and the All Saints Temple. The Blasteel Great Temple and the All Saints Temple are closed all year round. In fact, most of the affairs in the Blasteel Empire are under the control of the All Saints Temple. The princes and princesses of the Blasteel Lord compete for the throne of the Blasteel Monarch, who is in control of the All Saints Temple. Although the Blasteel Monarch has to deal with all kinds of mundane affairs, but he can also enjoy the support of the Blasteel race's tremendous resources. The Blasteel Monarch is one of the positions most likely to give birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Inside the All Saints Temple, there are powerful Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses sitting. As long as the Blasteel Lord doesn't appear, they are the masters of the entire Blasteel race. Rays of light shone from a broken optical computer, shining brightly in the All Saints Palace. Amid the flashes of light, Gaddy shamelessly ambushed Hank and killed his best friend. Scenes of him snatching the Pollux stone and luckily obtaining a blue crystal appeared one after another. A Holy Spirit Warlock rank Blasteel powerhouse said, "That lowly adventurer Goddy is really despicable. To sneak attack and kill his companion, he is really despicable. Such a person doesn't deserve to possess the heritage of another ancient civilization." A Blasteel powerhouse uttered, "The Leitan star is outside our Blasteel empire, so it doesn't apply to us. Besides, he is now Chris's husband." When the Holy Spirit Warlocks in the temple heard that Yang Feng is Chris's husband, they felt a headache. If this happened within the sphere of influence of the Blasteel Empire, then the Holy Spirit Warlocks would be able to use the Blasteel race's laws to deprive Goddy of all his treasures. But outside the sphere of influence of the Blasteel Empire, it is normal for adventurers to kill each other and fight over treasures. As long as it didn't happen within the borders of the Sound Steel Empire, the laws of the Sound Steel Empire wouldn't be able to control the other party. Besides, Yang Feng is Chris's husband. In terms of identity, he is also a member of the Jegang Empire's royal family. No matter how much the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the Holy Temple look down on the adventurer Goddy, but they cannot ignore Goddy's identity as a member of the royal family. Although Goddy was just an ant in the eyes of the Swift Steel Lord, he was a member of the royal family and the husband of a member of the Swift Steel Lord's family. If he violated the laws of the Swift Steel Empire and was sentenced to death by the sages, the Swift Steel Master would have no qualms about it. But if everything is plundered for no reason, it will be a challenge to the dignity of the Swift Steel Lord. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, their family will be exterminated. One of the Saint Tier experts of the Blasteel race said, "That is the relic of another civilization. If we study it thoroughly, it might be of great use to our entire Blasteel race. We can trade with Gaddy." He wanted to use other treasures to exchange for the relic from another civilization. "I'm sure Gaddy will consider the bigger picture." The other holy races nodded in agreement. As one of the 18 sacred races of the Gamana universe, the Blasteel race is extremely powerful and occupies a large starfield and countless celestial bodies. At the same time, there are countless vassal races that have accumulated who knows how many treasures over the years. If the treasures used by Yang Feng's avatar Goddy were not similar to the Blasteel race's technological path, the Blasteel race's holy races wouldn't care about them at all. In the Gamana universe, there are 18 sacred races and 3 Protoss races. But Yang Feng is only interested in the Blasteel race for the same reason. If Yang Feng absorbs all the Blasteel race's technological essence, he will be able to undergo another earth-shaking transformation. Even if the 18 sacred races and 3 Protoss races teach Yang Feng their top-secret methods, they will be far inferior to the Blasteel race. This is the problem with similar paths. "Sir, I have something to report." Outside the Holy Temple, an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse stood outside the door and said respectfully. A Blasteel Holy rank powerhouse asked, "What is it?" The Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse replied respectfully, "Goddy submitted an application to offer the ancient civilization heritage he obtained from the Leitan star to the great Blasteel Lord." The Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in the Holy Temple looked at each other speechlessly. A Blasteel Holy rank powerhouse uttered, "We must report this to the great Blasteel Lord." The other Blasteel Holy rank powerhouses nodded helplessly as well. That ancient civilization heritage is related to a civilization similar to the Blasteel races. It is enough to alarm the Blasteel Lord. If they don't report it, they will be punished. A Blasteel Holy rank powerhouse uttered flatly, "This Goddy isn't simple at all. Goddy is just a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. His wife, Chrissy, is just a lowly member of the royal family who is not valued. With their strength, it is impossible for them to keep the ancient civilization heritage. Offering the ancient civilization heritage to the Blasteel Lord is definitely the best plan. In the Blast-Steel Empire, no one can compete with the Blast-Steel Lord for the ancient civilization heritage, and the Blast-Steel Lord will never treat meritorious subjects who offer the ancient civilization heritage unfairly. With a flash of light, a Blast-Steel holy rank powerhouse reported everything to the Blast-Steel Lord. After a few breaths of time, a golden imperial edict emerged from the void and released wisps of immortal breath. Each character on the golden imperial edict exudes immortal force, which can easily kill an infinity warlock. When a Blast-Steel holy rank powerhouse saw the imperial edict, he sighed slightly and said, "Protect Godi and hold a treasure offering ceremony. Godi is really lucky. It seems that he's going to soar." Orders were issued from the holy temple and fell into the hands of the monarch's palace. The monarch's palace moved at once. The entire Blast-Steel Star knows that the Blast-Steel Lord, who hasn't appeared for 20,000 years, has finally appeared. This is because an adventurer named Godi obtained a precious ancient civilization heritage and wants to offer it to the mighty Blast-Steel Lord. As long as the Blast-Steel race's royal family powerhouses, and greater aristocrats are still staying in the Blast-Steel Star, they scramble to participate in the treasure offering ceremony. The Blast-Steel Lord is one of the Gumana universe's 18 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses and the founder of the Blast-Steel race's glory. He is the only god in the eyes of the Blast-Steel race. For any Blast-Steel race powerhouse, being able to see the true appearance of the Blast-Steel Lord is a glorious thing. It should be noted that in the Blast-Steel race, many Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have never seen the true appearance of the Blast-Steel Lord since they were born. 3 days later, a gold chariot pulled by 9 quasi-holy steppe archaic starry sky thunder lions and driven by a handsome chariot galloped through the streets of the Blast-Steel Star's royal district. When the pedestrians in the royal district saw the gold chariot pulled by the 9 archaic starry sky thunder lions, they lowered their heads and saluted the gold chariot. Shrouded in lightning, the gold chariot arrived in front of Chris's palace. The chariot's driver said, "I am an emissary sent by the mighty Blast-Steel Lord, Lebanat. I have come to invite Godi and Chrissy to participate in the treasure offering ceremony." Yang Feng and Chrissy, dressed in splendid attire, walked out of the dilapidated palace. A blush appeared on Chris's pretty face. She took Yang Feng's hand, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement. The gold chariot pulled by the 9 archaic starry sky thunder lions was once one of the Blast-Steel Lord's chariots. Only when the Blast-Steel Lord regards a guest will this chariot be sent out. The number of people who can board this chariot can be counted on one hand. As soon as Yang Feng and Chrissy boarded the gold chariot, they felt powerful forces enter their bodies from the gold chariot. When Lebanat saw the two take their seats, he shook the reins, and the 9 quasi-holy steppe archaic starry sky thunder lions galloped towards the royal palace along with rumbling lightning. That's the Thunder Lion Emperor chariot that once belonged to the mighty Blast-Steel Lord. That's Godi and Her Highness Princess Chrissy. Godi, the one who wants to offer the ancient civilization's heritage to the mighty Blast-Steel Lord. He's really lucky to be summoned by the mighty Blast-Steel Lord. This honor is enough for his family to boast about for several generations. Damn it, why didn't I get the ancient civilization's heritage? If I get the ancient civilization's heritage, I'll offer it to the mighty Blast-Steel Lord. Wherever the Thunder Lion Emperor chariot passed, no matter how high their status, how strong they are, or how noble their bloodline is, Blast-Steel royal family members had to bow their heads. At the same time, the eyes of the royal family members focused on Yang Feng and Chrissy, full of envy. Since Yang Feng's embodiment of Godi and Chrissy were summoned by the Blast-Steel Lord, as long as they don't court disaster, violate taboos, or openly violate the laws of the Blast-Steel Empire, no one can deal with them by shameful means. At the same time, the Blast-Steel Lord won't treat Yang Feng's embodiment of Godi and Chrissy unfairly. Sitting on the Thunder Lion Emperor chariot, Chrissy watched the royal family members who used to look down on her lowering their proud heads. A myriad of thoughts welled up in her mind, and she hugged Yang Feng's arm tightly. She knows very well that all her glory was brought to her by the man beside her. If it wasn't for the appearance of this man, she would still be a princess in dire straits who was bullied, unable to even protect her and her mother's palace. Chapter 1054. The Thunder Lion Emperor chariot passed through the royal area and entered the royal palace. As soon as they entered the royal palace, Yang Feng felt various scanning ripples envelop him and Chrissy, confirming their identities. Virtually everything about the avatar Yang Feng carefully prepared is identical to Gaddy's true body. Although the scanning ripples enveloped him, they didn't issue any alarms. What a holy land for cultivation. Yang Feng looked around and saw that the life magic energy and elemental energy in the royal palace is extremely rich, as if they have condensed into a substance. Source crystal mountains can be seen everywhere. Each of the source crystal mountains is formed from the purest StarCraft grade source crystals. On top of the source crystal mountains, there are even fearsome fluctuations of perfect grade source crystals. These source crystal mountains are peerless treasures that the Swift Steel Lord used a secret method to absorb the tremendous energy of the Swift Steel Star and spent countless resources to nurture. If any source crystal mountain is placed in the outside world, it will cause countless fights, and even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will fight over it. Once it is taken away by a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, it will be hidden in their treasury. In the Swift Steel Star's royal palace, the source crystal mountains appear everywhere in the royal palace, not fearing anyone coveting them. Passing through winding corridors, Yang Feng saw countless rare treasures, which moved his heart, and his eyes revealed a scorching shade. The Magic Weapon Palace was once a powerful holy race of the Gumana universe. However, the Magic Weapon Lord sacrificed the entire Magic Weapon Palace in exchange for terrifying power, and only then did he perish together with the hostile Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The resources left in the Magic Weapon Palace are now less than 1% of what they were in their heyday. Naturally, they can't compare to the Blasteel race in their heyday. The Thunder Lion Emperor chariot pulled Yang Feng and Chrissy to in front of the Swift Steel Temple. Outside the Swift Steel Temple, there are greater aristocrats and aristocrats of the Blasteel race. At the very center of the Swift Steel Shrine sat a handsome young man with long silver hair, a slender figure, and a trace of arrogance and domineering aura. He was the guardian god of the Blasteel race, the only faith of the Blasteel race, the Blasteel master who led the Blasteel race to glory. Inside the Blasteel Great Shrine stood more than 100 terrifying experts radiating immortal energy. They were the sacred grade experts of the Blasteel race. Unless they have the permission of the Swift Steel Lord, only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can enter the Swift Steel Great Temple. When the Thunderous Lion Emperor's carriage appeared, gazes focused on Yang Feng's group of two. Damn it, that bastard is actually so lucky to find such a man. Elise stood outside the Swift Steel Great Shrine and stared at Crazy. Her beautiful face was slightly twisted, and her eyes were filled with fear and murderous intent. Elise had tortured Chris's mother for 10 days and 10 nights before finally torturing her to death. She didn't believe that Chris would easily forget such a blood feud. Lebanat said, "Come down." Yang Feng and Chrissy immediately alighted from the Thunder Lion Emperor carriage. Chrissy walked to the lowest seat of the royal family. Along the way, many royal family ladies and young Blasteel women looked at Chrissy with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Feng walked to in front of the Swift Steel Great Temple, stopped at the edge of the temple, bowed to the Swift Steel Lord sitting on the throne, and uttered respectfully, "Her Highness Princess Chris's husband, Goddy, offers the most sincere respect to the supreme and extraordinary Swift Steel Lord. This is an ancient civilization relic I obtained on the Leitan star. I came here today to offer it to you. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." Yang Feng placed his hands in front of his chest, blue light shone, and a blue crystal suddenly appeared. Gazes from all directions were focused on the blue crystal, filled with curiosity. The blue crystal is a relic of the ancient civilization, which helped Yang Feng's avatar Goddy kill 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. It possesses fearsome battle prowess, and is a peerless treasure. An Andarim beauty with long blonde hair, a sexy figure, and a devastatingly beautiful figure walked to in front of Yang Feng with a crystal tray in her hand. Yang Feng put the blue crystal on the crystal tray. The peerless beauty of the Andarim tribe brought the crystal tray to the front of the Swift Steel Lord. The Swift Steel Lord picked up the blue crystal, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he took a look at it and said flatly, "This ancient civilization relic is pretty good. With enough resources, it will be enough for you to promote to an imperishable rank powerhouse. It's a peerless treasure that can promote people to the imperishable rank. That guy is really lucky to get his hands on such a treasure. That damned adventurer, it seems that he's going to strike it rich. Gazes of envy and jealousy focused on Yang Feng. Many Blasteel powerhouses present are full of envy and jealousy towards Yang Feng. Imperishable rank powerhouses are Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Every single one of them was a world-shaking, incomparably powerful existence. Even in the Blasteel race, they still have a huge status and are tycoons. Although there are more than 100 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in the Swift Steel Temple, but they are the most precious treasures the Blasteel race has accumulated over tens of millions of years. Even if the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses who died due to the aging of their soul, the Blasteel race can't give birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse every 100,000 years on average. For this relic of the ancient civilization to be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock, it's simply heaven-defying. In a good mood, the Swift Steel Lord said with a gentle smile, "I like this treasure very much. Goddy, if you have any requests, feel free to state them." Yang Feng spoke loudly, "Great Swift Steel Lord, I hope to enter the Holy Spirit Spring to transform and advance to a Starfield Step powerhouse, and then enter the Blood Moon battlefield on behalf of the Blasteel race. The Holy Spirit Spring is one of the trump cards of the Blasteel race, and it contains traces of immortal force. Once a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse enters it, they can definitely advance to the Infinity Warlock rank. The Blood Moon battlefield is a danger zone formed when the Gamana universe and other universes' eternal sovereigns fought to the death. The Blood Moon battlefield contains the universe malice that the Gamana universe annexed. When powerhouses above the Warlock Monarch rank enter the Blood Moon battlefield, they will be shrouded by the universe malice. Warlock Monarch rank and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will be cursed to death by the universe malice. As for Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, they will be weakened. Even if the three eternal sovereigns enter the Blood Moon battlefield, their perception will be weakened to the limit. At the same time, the universe malice will do everything possible to erode them. It is for this reason that even the three eternal sovereigns are unwilling to enter the Blood Moon battlefield. However, there are countless treasures in the Blood Moon battlefield. Therefore, every once in a while, the Infinity Warlock rank geniuses of the 18 sacred races and the 3 god races will enter the Blood Moon battlefield to search for treasures and fight each other. 1/3 of the Blasteel race's Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses obtained great benefits in the Blood Moon battlefield, which is why they were able to stand out and advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. The Swift Steel Lord uttered with a faint smile, "Okay. However, this still can't compare to your merit points. In this case, I will grant you the title of Grand Prince Blue Glory, and Chrissy the title of Princess Blue Glory, the 10th successor of the Swift Steel Lord. 1. Blue Brilliant Star, and the 1st to 7th volumes of Swift Steel Treasure Book." A look of ecstasy on his face, Yang Feng bowed respectfully to the Swift Steel Lord and uttered, "Thank you very much, Great Swift Steel Lord. May you be immortal." Gazes full of envy and jealousy focused on Yang Feng and Chrissy. The Blasteel race's powerhouses know that from today on, Yang Feng and Chrissy have become upstarts of the Swift Steel Empire, true members of the royal family. Chrissy even has the hope of inheriting the throne of the Swift Steel Lord. As for the Blue Brilliant Star, it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank entity with fighting strength. If Yang Feng's cultivation base can reach the Quasi-Holy Warlock rank, he will be able to operate the Blue Brilliant Star to display Junior Holy Spirit Warlock rank fighting strength. Moreover, according to the Blasteel race's human-machine integration secret method, the Blue Brilliant Star can increase Yang Feng's cultivation speed by more than 10 times. With a flash of blue light, a 10-meter-tall mech with 10 stars engraved all over its body, radiating a blue light. It was said that this mech was formed from the origin of 10 stars, the Blue Luminous Star. It floated in the void, radiating a dazzling light. Wisps of immortal and saint might slowly emanated from the Blue Luminous Star, suppressing the surroundings. When the surrounding Blasteel race powerhouses saw the Blue Brilliant Star, their eyes shimmered with envy and greed. If the body of the Blue Brilliant Star was placed in the hands of a royal family, it could completely become the treasure of a royal family. No matter what, it would not be exchanged for it. The Blue Brilliant Star shone, turned into a blue jade pendant, and flew into Yang Feng's hand. The swift Steel Lord's voice came from the temple, "Stand down." Yes. The supreme, holy, and mighty swift Steel Lord. Yang Feng responded respectfully, and then came to Chris's side and stood quietly. The eyes of the Blasteel race's noble ladies focused on Yang Feng, and their beautiful eyes shone brightly, filled with interest. Chapter 1055. After the treasure presentation ceremony was over, a grand banquet was held in the royal palace. The Blasteel Lord and the Holy Spirit warlocks have left. In the banquet, Yang Feng, as Grand Prince Blue Glory, became one of the few people with the highest status. The noble ladies of the Blasteel race approached Yang Feng one after another, and their eyes wandered as they expressed their goodwill. According to the custom of the Blasteel race, a Grand Prince rank aristocrat can have one main wife, 4 secondary wives, 8 secondary concubines, and endless concubines. The position of the main wife belongs to Chrissy, so the noble ladies can't compete with her. However, the positions of the 4 secondary wives are coveted by many noble ladies. "Please make way," a sweet voice sounded. When the beautiful Blasteel ladies around Yang Feng heard the sweet voice, their complexion changed at once, and they immediately got out of the way. Elise, who is only slightly less beautiful than Chrissy, walked this way with a noble aura around her. Elise smiled sweetly at the people around her. "Sisters, I would like to have a private talk with Grand Prince Blue Glory. Please give us a few minutes." The complexion of the noble ladies around Yang Feng changed at once, and they left Yang Feng's side. Elise has a noble bloodline, a powerful maternal family, and a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. None of the noble ladies are willing to be enemies with her. Soon, only Chrissy remained beside Yang Feng. A nervous look on her face, Chrissy hugged Yang Feng's arm tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly, and her beautiful eyes filled with fear. She has lived in Elise's shadow for many years. Although she has been conferred the title of Grand Princess Blue Glory, but she still fears Elise from the bottom of her heart. Elise glanced at Chrissy contemptuously, then smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "Grand Prince Blue Glory, I want to talk to you in private." Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Chrissy is my wife. We are husband and wife, so there is nothing to hide. If you have something to say, just say it." Elise smiled proudly, "Then I'll say it. Grand Prince Blue Glory, you have a promising future. I admire you very much. If you can abandon Chrissy and marry me as your main wife, my maternal family will help you. I will help you promote to a Starcraft step, Warlock step, Powerhouse, or even an imperishable step, Holy Spirit Warlock, Powerhouse. Even if you want an Andarim woman, my family will find one for you, and more than one." When Chrissy heard that, she trembled slightly, and hugged Yang Feng's arm tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. Elise's mother's clan is very powerful and has a huge influence in the Blasteel Empire. It is difficult for other people to obtain an Andarim woman. But, for Elise's maternal family, they can easily get dozens of them, Elise, and Elise. Elise, geniuses among geniuses of the geniuses, and geniuses, they are, geniuses of geniuses, geniuses among geniuses. The reason why they wanted to gain Elise's favor was because once they became her men, they would be able to gain the support of her mother's family. They wouldn't lack power and beauties. In the future, as long as they worked hard, they would be able to reach the Star Ocean state. Yang Feng replied flatly, "I refuse. Chrissy is my wife, I will never betray her." Elise's eyes congealed, and she spoke in a voice full of malicious ridicule, "Is that so? A lowly adventurer who stabs his good friend in the back is loyal to a lowly bastard, how interesting." Yang Feng replied flatly, "Hank is not my good friend. We're just adventurers who joined forces for benefits. It is normal for adventurers to join forces for benefits and fall out because of benefits. Hank once killed another adventurer for a piece of gemstone. I'm just taking action ahead of time. It is not without reason that the Blasteel aristocrats despise adventurers. Most of the adventurers are of humble origin, a mix of good and bad people. There are righteous people, but there are even more scum who will stab each other for benefits. Whether it is Hank or Yang Feng's avatar Godi, neither is a good person, and their hands are stained with blood. Chrissy, it seems that you have a good eye for men. However, Grand Prince Blue Glory, you will regret your choice today. Elise left behind these words, and then turned and left proudly. The moment she turned her head, her eyes filled with frigid killing intent. As soon as Elise appeared, the Bastille aristocratic ladies inquired about the enmity between Elise and Chrissy. At once, they didn't dare to approach Yang Feng. Originally, Yang Feng, who was conferred the title of Grand Prince Blue Glory, was one of the few people with the highest status in the banquet. But his underlying strength was too shallow. The Bastille aristocrats didn't think that he could contend against Elise and the maternal family behind her. As such, no aristocrat dared to approach him. Yang Feng and Chrissy were isolated in the banquet. Chrissy hugged Yang Feng's arm and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "No need to apologize. We are husband and wife. Let's face these difficulties together." Chrissy felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and she showed a gentle and happy smile. "It's great that I chose you." When he saw Chrissy's beautiful and gentle smile, Yang Feng's heart, which is as hard as iron, couldn't help but ripple, and a trace of shame welled up inside him. Yang Feng took Chrissy's little hand, went to a corner of the banquet, sat down with her in his arms, and quietly tasted the various delicacies in the banquet. Yang Feng's true body is a Holy Spirit warlock of the Zhangji Plains Human Supreme Council. He holds a high position and controls the fate of trillions of intelligent life forms. He doesn't care about the isolation of the Bastille aristocrats. In the banquet, there is a small circle of 20+ people. Every young person in this small circle is a prince or a princess. Not only are they extremely strong, but they also have a maternal family backed by a warlock monarch rank powerhouse or a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse. A handsome prince with silver hair sneered, "Haha, Elise, it looks like you were rejected." Elise's face is calm, but her beautiful eyes surged with killing intent. "That's right, that lowly adventurer rejected me. What a shame. I won't let him live." A prince with short hair and a steady expression said unhurriedly, "He is now Grand Prince Blue Glory, so we can't deal with him. Do you have a good idea?" Yang Feng's identity as the son-in-law of the royal family is already very tricky. But with Grand Prince Blue Glory's identity, the other princes and princesses can't do anything to him. Elise said coldly, "Isn't he going to enter the Blood Moon battlefield?" "It just so happens that I'm going to enter the Blood Moon battlefield. When the time comes, I'll deal with him on the Blood Moon battlefield." A prince said with a smile, "You can do it." Elise smiled sweetly and said, "Don't you want the Blue Glory Star on him? As long as you kill him, you can share the Blue Glory Star equally." "I don't want anything, I just want that lowly adventurer to die." The eyes of the princes lit up at once, and they revealed a look of interest. The Blue Glory Star is a holy step mecha, which is extremely precious. None of the 20+ princes has such a precious mecha. If they can get the Blue Glory Star mecha, their cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. At the same time, their family's underlying strength will become more powerful. Interesting, count me in. That lowly adventurer is actually a grand prince of the Bastille race. What an eyesore. Count me in. The 20+ Bastille princes and princesses showed looks of excitement, joined the hunt for Yang Feng, and formed an alliance. After the banquet was over, Yang Feng and Chrissy left the royal palace. In front of the palace where Chrissy and her daughter live, an Infinity Warlock rank Bastille powerhouse in a guard uniform came over and saluted Yang Feng. "Grand Prince Blue Glory, the great Bastille Lord has rewarded you with a new mansion. Are you going to the new mansion, or are you going to renovate your old mansion?" Yang Feng replied without care, "Chrissy, you decide on such a trivial matter." Chrissy hesitated for a moment, and then said, "This palace is the only thing my mother left me. I want to renovate this old mansion." Yang Feng said, "Renovate the old mansion?" "Yes." The Bastille powerhouse waved his hand, and countless engineering robots suddenly flew into the palace with countless precious materials, and began to renovate the palace. While the old palace was being renovated, Yang Feng and Chrissy moved into the new palace. Inside the royal palace, inside a Holy Spirit spring containing wisps of immortal holy force, there is a person sitting in it. It is Yang Feng's gaudy clone. Above the Holy Spirit spring, the Blue Glory Star mecha appears, and a steady stream of star force poured into Yang Feng's Godi clone and nourished the power of his clone. All of a sudden, Infinity Warlock rank power erupted from Godi's clone and spread in all directions. Not bad, a perfect promotion. This Godi is really a talent. This Godi seems to have just been buried before. Now that he got the resources, he soared. He can be considered a little genius. I wonder if he can seize this opportunity and rise during this great tribulation. Fearsome fluctuations swept this side, and the eyes of the warlock monarchs of the Blasteel race revealed admiration. They were very surprised that Yang Feng's Godi avatar was able to perfectly advance to the Infinity Warlock realm in such a short period of time. Chapter 1056. The Extreme Evil Starfield is a death-forbidden area of the Gamana universe full of all kinds of polluted life forms, evil life forms, and dark life forms. The Extreme Evil Starfield is a gathering place of malice that was defeated by the Gamana universe. The races that were defeated by the Gamana universe's powerhouses have either integrated into the Gamana universe, or fled to the Extreme Evil Starfield to struggle and practice cultivation in this resource-scarce place. The Blood Moon battlefield is located in the center of the Extreme Evil Starfield. In the Extreme Evil Starfield, all powerful beings are filled with killing intent towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses. In the Extreme Evil Starfield, there are even a few Holy Spirit Warlock rank life forms. Without the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, it is impossible for ordinary geniuses to enter the Blood Moon battlefield. A semicircular Blasteel race warship that looks like a floating island is flying in the Extreme Evil Starfield. On the floating island, there is an artificial small sun suspended in the air, simulating the changes of day and night. The inside of the floating island looks like a real world. The Blasteel race powerhouses who are going to participate in the Blood Moon battlefield have relaxed looks on their faces, as if they are on a vacation. They gathered in small circles and chatted. Jiang Yun, who is sitting alone on a beach chair on the edge of the sea, is wearing sunglasses, quietly enjoying the beautiful sunshine and observing everything around him. The strongest people who can enter the Blood Moon battlefield are Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses will be cursed to death by the universe malice. Once a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is perceived, they will be weakened to a terrifying extent, and may even be cursed to death. But there are so many people entering the Blood Moon battlefield this time. In order to seize the last opportunity, many old monsters can't help themselves. Yang Feng glanced at a dozen-plus Blasteel race powerhouses who are incompatible with the other geniuses, and the corners of his mouth rose into a sneer. In fact, the Blood Moon battlefield itself doesn't prohibit Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses from entering. But once they are perceived to possess power and soul fluctuations above the Warlock Monarch rank, they will be cursed to death by the universe malice. In order to obtain the peerless treasures of the Blood Moon battlefield that even eternal sovereigns covet, some Blasteel race old monsters sealed themselves and suppressed their cultivation base and soul fluctuations to the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. There are a total of 5 Blasteel race powerhouses that I can't see through. They are either Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses or Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses with special secret treasures to conceal their fluctuations of power. None are easy to deal with. For many powerhouses, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have reached the end of their evolution. It is very difficult for them to go any further. For many, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, Warlock rank powerhouses, Warlock rank powerhouses, and Warlock rank powerhouses, Holy Warlock rank powerhouses, Warlocks, and rank powerhouses. Those ambitious Holy Spirit Warlocks chose to seal their cultivation base and enter the Blood Moon battlefield to compete for resources. Suddenly, the starry sky distorted, and a 10,000-meter-long starry-eye giant snake with countless eyes all over its body suddenly flew out. Exuding quasi-holy step fluctuations of power, it opened its maw, turned into a boundless sea of blood, and shot towards the Blasteel race warship. Bastard! You're courting death. A 10,000-meter-long steel arm extended from the Blasteel race warship and extended towards the starry eye giant snake. The starry sky magic eye giant serpent's body shrank rapidly before it was finally sucked into the palm of the steel arm. It was then crushed into minced meat by the terrifying steel arm. After the quasi-holy steppe starry-eye giant snake was squashed, most of the malice hidden in the surroundings receded at once. Countless gazes full of malice focused on the Blasteel race warship, yet they didn't act rashly. Although the existences in the extreme evil starfield are full of malice towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses, but they also bully the weak and fear the strong. They understand that forces with Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses aren't to be trifled with. Along the way, the Blasteel race warship suffered hundreds of attacks. Each attack was easily diffused by the Blasteel race, and all the monsters that came to attack were quelled. A month later, the Blasteel race warship finally arrived at the edge of the Blood Moon battlefield. At this time, there are all kinds of warships and 3 Tier 5 hives gathered at the edge of the Blood Moon battlefield. The 3 Tier 5 hives belonged to the experts of the Boner God Clan, the Winged God Clan, and the Frost God Clan respectively. If a Tier 5 hive is operated by enough powerhouses, it can even erupt with Warlock Emperor rank battle prowess. Even among the 18 sacred races, many of them only have one Tier 5 hive. As the foundation of their race, they can't easily leave the center. Only the 3 major races, which occupy more than 2/3 of the Gamana universe's resources, can easily use the Tier 5 hives. Suspended in the void, as if they are the center of the universe, the 3 Tier 5 hives radiate mysterious and powerful light. Yang Feng looked at the 3 Tier 5 hives with a scorching shade in his eyes. That's the Tier 5 hive, one of the most powerful weapons of the Gamana universe. It would be great if I could get my hands on one of them. The Tier 5 hive is a secret treasure developed by the Gamana universe that can contend against Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. The Tier 5 hive can gather the power of low-level powerhouses, so that they are no longer as powerless as ants in the face of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. If Yang Feng gets his hands on this secret treasure, Shizu technology will surely evolve by leaps and bounds again. Divine Sun Boner invites the young talents of the Blasteel race for a gathering. A ray of light radiated from the Tier 5 hive and entered the Blasteel race warship, and a slightly arrogant voice came from inside. Divine Sun Boner, a peerless genius of the Boner race, he had already condensed an immortal body at the half-step imperishable realm, and defeated an imperishable realm powerhouse. Divine Sun Boner, for such a bigwig to invite us to a gathering, that's great. Divine Sun Boner, that bigwig has the potential to advance to the perfect step. For him to invite us, that's really an honor for us. When the Blasteel geniuses heard that voice, their eyes revealed looks of excitement at once. The Boner celestial race is one of the Gamana universe's 3 major divine races, and the Divine Sun Boner is the successor of the Boner celestial race. He is known as a bigwig most likely to advance to the Warlock Emperor rank. If they can establish a friendship with him, it will be extremely fortunate for the Blasteel geniuses. Along with flashes of light, the Blasteel geniuses flew towards the location of the Boner celestial race's party. Yang Feng followed the crowd and flew in that direction. As if on a pilgrimage, a large number of powerhouses of other races flew out of their warships and flew towards the Boner celestial race's Tier 5 hive. Yang Feng mused, so this is the status of the 3 major divine races in the Gamana universe. Sure enough, they're like gods. Along with flashes of light, the Boner celestial race's Tier 5 hive radiated dazzling light and formed a golden staircase with 10,000 steps. A voice carrying lofty arrogance came from the Tier 5 hive. The Divine Sun Boner only wants to communicate with the most outstanding geniuses. As long as you can climb this staircase, you can participate in the gathering held by the Divine Sun Boner. An Infinity Warlock said, "That's right. Is Sir Boner's gathering something that ordinary people can participate in? Only the most outstanding powerhouses are qualified to participate in Sir Boner's gathering." Along with flashes of light, the Infinity Warlock powerhouses flew onto the golden staircase. A tremendous backlash force came from the golden staircase and sent a dozen-plus Infinity Warlock powerhouses flying. The hundreds of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were eliminated by 5%. Interesting. As soon as Yang Feng stepped onto the golden staircase, a fearsome backlash force nearly sent his avatar Gaddy flying. Yang Feng pressed the blue jade pendant on his chest, and light shone, and the blue brilliant star suddenly appeared and radiated resplendent light. As soon as Yang Feng merged with the blue brilliant star, All the forces on the golden staircase could not restrain him. Just like that, he turned into a streak of blue light and took the lead, easily walking up. Who's that? That's the Bustling race's blue brilliant star. A trifling starfield step powerhouse has an imperishable grade body. How enviable. When the Gamana universe's powerhouses struggling on the golden staircase saw the blue brilliant star, they revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Damn nouveau riche. When Elise and the other princes and princesses saw the relaxed young Feng, they cursed in their hearts, released their bodies, fused with their bodies, and strode up. The powerhouses of the 18 sacred races unleashed their race's secret methods and climbed the golden staircase. At this time, the gap between the 18 sacred races and the other races was revealed. While the top geniuses of the 18 sacred races climbed the golden staircase freely, only some were eliminated. Of the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses from the superior races, only 1 or 2 people from each race climbed the golden staircase with great difficulty. The rest were easily eliminated. If it wasn't for the blue brilliant star, Yang Feng's Gaddy avatar would have been eliminated a long time ago. Sir, please come with me. As soon as Yang Feng stepped on the golden staircase, a beautiful Bona primordial girl walked over with a smile and led Yang Feng towards the interior of the Tier 5 hive. Chapter 1057. The interior of the Tier 5 hive was a small world of its own, and it was filled with countless palaces. Led by the beautiful girl from the Bona divine race, Yang Feng came to a courtyard full of rare extraordinary plants. In the courtyard, there are 3 people sitting on a small dais. One of them was a tall and handsome man with a head of silver hair. He was as handsome as a god, and he was a pitilessly beautiful man. The other person had a head of long black hair, a fiery and sexy figure, and a noble and holy aura. She was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of nations, and could charm all men in the world. The other person had golden hair, blue eyes, and a snow-white gem on his forehead. He was pitilessly handsome and had a trace of arrogance. He was a pitilessly beautiful young man with golden hair, blue eyes, and a snow-white gem on his forehead. The handsome man with silver hair, who looks like a god, smiled gently at Yang Feng and said, "You are Grand Prince Lan Yarrow of the Bustling race. To be able to pass the gold staircase test so quickly, that's really amazing. These 2 are my friends, the goddesses of the winged race and the divine sons of the frost race." Yang Feng glanced at the 3 people on the small dais, and his heart shook. These are the top powerhouses of the 3 races' younger generation, so strong. They are all Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. As expected of freaks cultivated by the 3 races. The 3 geniuses, Bona, the winged goddess, and the divine son of the frost race, each of them exudes a trace of immortal might. Unlike quasi-holy step powerhouses, it is a flawless immortal might. Only a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse like Yang Feng can keenly discover the difference between the 3. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the 3 geniuses didn't conceal their holy might. Yang Feng bowed courteously to the 3 geniuses of the Gamana universe and uttered, "Bustling race's Goddy greets you, sirs." The winged goddess nodded to Yang Feng. The divine son of the frost race, however, didn't even look at Yang Feng. He quietly savored the fine wine in front of him. The 3 geniuses are peerless freaks cultivated by the 3 races using countless resources. At a young age, they have already advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, far surpassing their peers. In the Gamana universe where powerhouses are as common as clouds, Holy Spirit Warlocks are bigwigs. In the Bustling race, the status of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is far above that of a mere Infinity Warlock rank Grand Prince like Yang Feng. The status of the Frost God's son is much higher than that of ordinary Holy Spirit Warlocks. He may not even care about Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. He naturally looked down on an Infinity Warlock like Yang Feng even more. Godchild Bona smiled warmly and said in an approachable manner, "Goddy, there's no need to be restrained. Enjoy the delicious food." "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng smiled, then sat down on a seat closest to the dais, picked up a flower-like fruit, and swallowed it. A powerful stream of heat gushed out of the flower-like fruit and entered Yang Feng's body, causing the cultivation base of Goddy's avatar to rise by a trace. Yang Feng praised in his heart, as expected of the divine son Bona. This treasure that can be fought over by Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses can be enjoyed at will. No wonder so many people are scrambling to attend his gatherings. Every gathering is a great opportunity for those Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The extraordinary fruits on Yang Feng's seat are treasures that can enhance the strength of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, which Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses will fight over. Since these extraordinary fruits can be enjoyed at will, they can naturally attract countless Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Infinity Warlock elites from different races came to the garden after Yang Feng and took their seats. All eyes focused on Yang Feng's avatar Godi. In the garden, only Yang Feng's embodiment of Godi devoured the delicious extraordinary fruits without the slightest hesitation, one plate after another, drawing everyone's attention. The top elites from different races know that the extraordinary fruits are good treasures. But under the watchful eyes of the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, none of them dared to be so presumptuous. Rumor has it that the Blasteel race's Grand Prince Lan Yarrow is a lowly adventurer. Today, it seems that the rumor is indeed true. Sure enough, the Blasteel race's Grand Prince Lan Yarrow is a lowly adventurer who doesn't understand etiquette. Get out of here. This is not a place for a lowly adventurer like you. After a handsome Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse with a red rhombus crystal on the head stepped into the garden, he walked directly to in front of Yang Feng and berated him full of pride. Gazes of ridicule focused on Yang Feng. The powerhouses who can enter the garden are geniuses among geniuses of the Gamana universe. Most of them are from aristocratic or royal families, and have noble statuses. Naturally, they don't have a good impression of a lowly adventurer like Gadi. Some nobles would hide their disdain well in their hearts. But at the same time, there are many aristocrats who show their hostility. Yang Feng showed an unruly smile and ridiculed like an adventurer. This is the garden of the divine sun bought, not your home. Trash, go back to your home and find your mother to drink milk. The eyes of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse shimmered with killing intent, and he uttered coldly, "Godi, you dare to insult me. I want to duel with you. The winner can get all the property of the loser." Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "It turns out that you took a fancy to my blue brilliant star. No wonder you came to provoke me." The complexion of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse flickered. Clearly, his thoughts were exposed. The blue brilliant star is a holy grade body. Even if it isn't used by a Blasteel race powerhouse, it can still display terrifying battle prowess. Moreover, once you get your hands on it, existences below the Holy Spirit Warlock rank can practice cultivation with the help of this body, and your cultivation speed will advance by leaps and bounds. It is for this reason that as soon as Yang Feng revealed this body, someone came to provoke him in an attempt to defeat him and take everything away. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "It's not impossible for a trash like you to fight me. Do you have a treasure of the same grade as the blue brilliant star? If not, then screw off. I don't have time to waste on trash like you." The basic rule of a duel is that both sides have treasures of the same value. The face of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse flickered, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "If I lose to you, then I'll kill myself in front of you." Yang Feng smiled contemptuously and said with ridicule, "Your life is worthless in my eyes. All right, trash, screw off. This is the garden of Sir Bonna, not your home." The eyes of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse flickered a few times, and he hesitated for a while. Then, light flashed in his hand, and a broken bead exuding immortal fluctuations of power appeared. The Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse said coldly, "This is a remnant treasure of the Shido civilization of the Bernarda universe. Legend has it that it hides the whereabouts of the Shido civilization's heritage. It was also a broken saint-tier treasure. Its value should not be lower than your blue brilliant star. Gadi, do you dare to duel with me?" Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. The Shido civilization? There have been many universe-devouring wars in the Gamana universe. The Bernarda universe is a universe that was annexed by the Gamana universe. It was during that war that the Wing Eternal rose to power and became an eternal sovereign. The Shido civilization was the most powerful civilization in the Bernarda universe at the time, and it eventually gave birth to an eternal sovereign. After he and the divine Eyes Eternal were mutually wounded, the Wing Eternal took the opportunity to rise and killed the Shido Civilization's Eternal in one fell swoop, defeating the Shido Civilization. The Shido Civilization is a half-mechanical, half-biological civilization very similar to the Shizu and Blasteel race, and it has given birth to many powerful beings. The Blasteel race obtained part of the Shido Civilization's technology, and then innovated on the basis of the Shido Civilization's technology and developed into a powerful race. As soon as the broken bead appeared, everyone's attention was focused on it. The beautiful eyes of the winged goddess radiated endless light, and she stared at the bead with an enigmatic shade in her eyes. Yang Feng smiled coldly, stood up, and said frigidly, "Okay. I'll duel with you. However, this is a life and death duel. The loser will die, and everything will belong to the winner. How about it? Do you dare to duel with me?" The eyes of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse shimmered coldly, and he uttered frigidly, "Okay, I'll duel with you." With a smile, the divine Sun Boner waved his hand, mysterious runes emerged, and an arena appeared in the center of the garden. Yang Feng and the other party flew into the arena. "I, the ninth son of the Red Rhombus race Saint Annals Jr., will fight you." With flashes of light, a set of purple gold armor instantly covered the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse. Countless runes flickered, and Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power spread from the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse. The Red Rhombus race Saint Annals, it's that pinnacle imperishable step Saint Annals. No wonder he has the Shido Civilization's treasures. Goddy is in trouble now. That's a pinnacle imperishable step family we're talking about. In the garden, many of the Gumana universe's Infinity Warlock elites inhaled a breath of cold air. "I, the Blasteel race Goddy, will fight you." With a calm expression on his face, Yang Feng took a step and merged with the blue brilliant star. "Lowly adventurer, go to hell." Little Annalise suddenly erupted, countless mysterious purple demonic lightning emerged all over him, and he turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed at Yang Feng with a lightning spear in his hand. Chapter 1058. Essence of the Purple Demonic Thunder. As expected of the strongest genius of the Annalise family's younger generation, to be able to grasp the essence of the Purple Demonic Thunder, even a StarCraft step powerhouse may not be his opponent. Gaddy has just advanced to the Starfield step. He can't display the fighting strength of the blue brilliant star. He's dead for sure. In the garden, the powerhouses discussed spiritedly. Elise sat in a corner and revealed an incomparably sweet smile. "Very well, go to hell. If you don't die, I won't feel at ease." Chrissy, who used to be a wretch in Elise's eyes, has now become a thorn in her side, all because of Yang Feng's embodiment of Gaddy. If Yang Feng is killed, Chrissy, who has Andarim bloodline flowing in her, won't be Elise's opponent without any help. At the moment when the little Annalise appeared behind the blue brilliant star turned around, and its right fist turned into a blue star that shone brightly and slammed into the little Annalise. That terrifying and peerless power erupted in an instant, blasting little Annalise into pieces with a single blow. Even his soul was directly shattered, leaving only a storage ring that fell to the ground. Dead, the little Annalise died just like that. How is this possible? The little Annalise is a pinnacle Starfield step powerhouse. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can Gaddy be so strong? No, it's not Gaddy, it's the blue brilliant star. The blue brilliant star is too powerful. The elites from the major races were all dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The little Annalise is a peerless genius of the Red Rhombus race who wields the essence of the Purple Demonic Thunder and can even defeat Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Yet he was apparently instackled by Yang Feng. This is simply shocking. How is this possible? The smile on Elise's face stiffened, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. Godson Bo-Ti praised, "Amazing." Although his cultivation base isn't good, he perfectly used the Blue Glorious Star's power, causing the power of the Blue Glorious Star to erupt to the extreme in an instant. What an amazing genius of the Blitzsteel race. Only a combat genius who has cultivated the Blitzsteel Treasured Manual to an astonishing level can achieve this. The Son of God of Frost commented, That blue bright star's body is not bad. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand and sucked little Annalie's storage ring into his hand, then returned to his seat and sat down. This kid's combat talent isn't bad. His cultivation is a bit low, otherwise he would be a terrifying enemy. The eyes of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks, hidden among the crowd, swept Yang Feng with a glance. If Yang Feng has Supreme Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, it will surely attract the attention of Holy Spirit Warlock rank old monsters. After all, a freakish Supreme Infinity Warlock rank genius might even be able to kill a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse in the Blood Moon battlefield. However, since Yang Feng only has Junior Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, he isn't a threat in the eyes of these Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks. The eyes of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks focused on the three supreme geniuses with envy and apprehension. The three supreme geniuses are peerless figures who stand out from the countless geniuses of the three races. Each of them is an overlord who has the potential to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm. Moreover, they have already grown into Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Only great Holy Step powerhouses and above may defeat them. These Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks don't have any confidence in defeating the three supreme geniuses of the Gamana universe. In the Gamana universe, there are all kinds of geniuses and powerhouses emerging one after another. Countless lucky people obtained all kinds of treasures and rose to prominence, making a name for themselves. Even so, among the countless supreme geniuses, the three supreme geniuses are pinnacle existences. Only a dozen plus people can contend against them. The face of a red rhombus race Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse sank, and he uttered coldly, "Gaddy, how dare you kill the son of our race's Saint Annalise? Hand over Annalise Jr.'s treasures, surrender, and follow us back to the red rhombus race for trial. Otherwise, only death will await you." Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered frigidly, "Idiot. I signed a life and death contract with Annalise Jr. It was a life and death wager witnessed by the Divine Son bought. Everything of the loser belongs to the winner. You idiot, do you want to question Sir Bort? Or are the entire red rhombus race full of idiots like you who don't even care about Sir Bort?" A white rhombus race powerhouse with a white rhombus inlaid on the head said with a cold smile, "The people of the red rhombus race are such idiots. I suggest that God's Son but expel all of these fools. The four sacred races, the red rhombus, green rhombus, white rhombus, and purple rhombus, are said to be descendants of an eternal sovereign. After a struggle, the four sacred races divided into four. The red rhombus race and the purple rhombus race are allies, while the white rhombus race and the green rhombus race are allies. The two alliances formed have been fighting openly and covertly for countless years." The Divine Son Bort frowned slightly and said, "Norga, Gaddy, I witnessed the fair wager with Annalise Jr. I won't allow anyone to question the result." The red rhombus race powerhouse glared at Yang Feng and gritted his teeth, saying, "Yes, sir. Gaddy, I like that bead of the Shido civilization very much. I'm willing to exchange this treasure with you." The winged goddess opened her lily-white hand, and a red mechanical heart full of mysterious runes and exuding holy and immortal fluctuations of power appeared in her hand. That's the Shido civilization's sacred secret heart. Once it was integrated into the body of the blue brilliant star would become a terrifying half-step perfect body. This is a peerless treasure that the Blasteel race yearns for. That's one of the less than 5 sacred secret hearts left in the world. If I can get my hands on this treasure, it won't be impossible for Gaddy to advance to an imperishable step powerhouse in the future. As soon as the crowd saw the divine secret heart, a flash of excitement flashed in their eyes. The old freaks of the Blasteel race felt their breathing stagnate, and their eyes filled with greed. If they can get their hands on the sacred secret heart, the old freaks of the Blasteel race can retreat into the Blasteel race and no longer have to venture into the Blood Moon battlefield to look for opportunities. Yang Feng said with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, Lady Winged Goddess. The Shido civilization's bead is of great use to me. Please forgive me for not being able to part with it." That, Saint Level Heart, was indeed a rare peerless treasure. However, Yang Feng has the even more powerful Kunmo stone. He doesn't have much desire for the Holy Grade Heart, which has a similar function. A cold ray streaked past the beautiful eyes of the winged goddess, and she waved her lily-white hand and withdrew the holy grade heart. A 3-meter-tall, handsome ghost blade powerhouse with sharp blades growing from the joints all over his body stepped forward and challenged Yang Feng. "Gaddy, I challenge you. Do you dare to engage in a life-and-death wager with me? The winner will get everything the loser has." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and killing intent surged. "As long as you can come up with the corresponding wager, I will fight you." The ghost blade powerhouse flicked his wrist, and a piece of magic gold radiating 7 colors appeared in his hand. "This is 7 Nightstar Gold, an Empyrean-grade mineral formed on the 7th day after the universe shattered." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he responded decisively, "Okay, I agree. 7 Nightstar Gold is a peerless treasure used to refine level 7 strongholds. Yang Feng couldn't find it in the world of warlocks. Now that he has encountered it, he naturally can't let it go." The figure of the ghost blade powerhouse fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and entered the arena. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the arena as well. "Ghost blade. I, Ghost Extinguisher Edge, will fight you." Countless mysterious runes appeared all over the ghost blade powerhouse, and a black armor covered him. His hands shone with black light, and he grasped a pair of sharp blades emitting gloomy light. "Ghost Extinguisher Edge." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth twitched, and he took a step back and entered the blue brilliant star. "Go to hell." A cold ray flashed in Ghost Extinguisher Edge's eyes. Strengthened by the essence of speed, he split into 1,000+ afterimages and slashed at Yang Feng from different directions. The essence of speed combined with the invincible blades of the ghost blade race. "Gaddy, you're dead meat." That's right, no matter how much Gaddy struggles, this time. No, how could this be? Under those shocked gazes, the blue luminous star directly turned around, and his right fist transformed into a blue star. He punched Ghostblade Clan's Heaven's Chosen One, directly smashing Ghostblade Clan's Heaven's Chosen One, and his soul was extinguished. So strong. The Blast Steel Race's Gaddy is so strong. The Blast Steel Race's Gaddy is really not simple. To think that he's so strong. The blue brilliant star is like a part of him. The synchronization rate between the two is too high. How fearsome. So this is the power of a Blast Steel Race genius. What a monster. The spectating powerhouses inhaled a breath of cold air. Ghost Extinguisher Edge, who is proficient in the essence of speed, is a first-class powerhouse in the younger generation. For such a powerhouse to be instackled by Yang Feng, the Gamana Universe's elites are filled with shock. They no longer dare to underestimate Yang Feng's avatar Gaddy. Chapter 1059. Yang Feng grabbed Ghost Extinguisher Feng's storage ring, flew out of the arena, and returned to his seat. For a while, the gazes of the Gamana Universe's elites focused on Yang Feng, and no one came forward to challenge him. With 2 geniuses dying at Yang Feng's hands in succession, everyone understood that if they failed to challenge Yang Feng, only death would await them. People like Goddy, who are born as adventurers, will generally feel restrained when fighting against people of noble status, for fear of inflicting serious damage to the other party. If they can't display 40% of their strength, they will often be easily defeated. After Yang Feng signed a life-and-death contract with his opponents and killed those aristocratic geniuses, even the Red Rhombus race and the Ghostblade race won't have an excuse to attack him. After understanding Yang Feng's situation and determination, the elites of the major races are unwilling to fight him to the death. Their lives are much more precious than that of a lowly adventurer. A handsome luminous thunder powerhouse with mysterious runes of light and thunder on the forehead walked up to Yang Feng and spread the fingers of a hand, and a resplendent flower surrounded by 3 blue stars appeared in his hand. "Gaddy, I'll fight you. This is the tricolor sacred blue flower. With this holy grade elixir, you can promote to the Star Sea realm. The tricolor sacred blue flower is a holy grade elixir. It is of great benefit even to imperishable rank powerhouses. This is a peerless elixir that can only be encountered by chance. Goddy can't refuse such a temptation. If he gets this elixir, he can become a true Grand Prince Blue Yarrow." When the elites from the Gamana universe saw the tricolor sacred blue flower in the hand of the radiant thunder powerhouse, their eyes revealed greed. Yang Feng responded neither servile nor overbearing. "I'm sorry, sir. No matter how strong I am, I cannot be the opponent of an imperishable rank powerhouse. If you are willing to put on the God investiture shackles, seal your power to the starfield step, and seal your immortal body, then I am willing to fight you to the death. That's an imperishable rank powerhouse. It turns out to be an imperishable rank powerhouse. To be able to see through that sir's true body, Goddy is really amazing. Strange gazes converged on young Feng from all directions. Like sharp swords, the old monster from the Radiant Thunder tribe's face sank. The face of the old monster sank, twisted, and turned into a dignified middle-aged man with a domineering aura. Suddenly, immortal might erupted and crushed towards young Feng like an avalanche. Very good, Gaddy, very good. Young Feng pointed with a finger, and blue light shone, and the blue brilliant star suddenly appeared, exuded wisps of immortal might, and confronted the old freak. Godson Bona said, "Stop it, Daniel Light. You're an imperishable rank expert, so why bother being calculative with a junior? Why don't you come up and have a taste with us? Divine Son Bona, I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Daniel took a deep look at the god-child Bona. Then, with a slight sway of his body, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from where he stood. Daniel Light is, after all, a Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwig. The fact that he hid his identity and challenged an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse was exposed, which damaged his reputation greatly. Every minute he stayed here, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Naturally, he didn't want to stay. To offend Sir Daniel and Sir Winged Goddess in one go, this fellow Goddy is really bold. His dead meat. Unless he can get a secret treasure in the Blood Moon battlefield and stand out. Otherwise, if he offends these two sirs, he won't have a place in this world. Looks of Schadenfreude focused on young Feng's embodiment of Goddy. At the banquet, some geniuses from the top races exchanged pointers. Although the pointers of these geniuses were wonderful, but most of them were performances, which didn't arouse people's interest. Godson Bona said with a gentle smile, "Everyone, this time, the Blood Moon battlefield opened. I am determined to get a treasure called God Resentment Grass in the Blood Moon battlefield. If anyone gets the God Resentment Grass, they can give it to me. I will offer you a treasure of equal value in exchange. Besides, the person who finds the God Resentment Grass will also gain my friendship." The Winged Goddess said, "I'm determined to obtain a treasure in the Blood Moon battlefield, the Crimson Crystal Wings. Whoever gives me the Crimson Crystal Wings will be able to gain my friendship. Of course, I will also give you an equivalent reward in exchange." The god Sun Frost uttered proudly, "The frozen star in the Blood Moon battlefield is a treasure I fancy. Give me the red crystal wings, and I will give you a treasure of even higher value. Whoever takes my frozen stars will be my mortal enemy." After the announcement, the three god sons left the banquet. They are all Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwigs. Their status is extremely noble. If it wasn't for the fact that the geniuses of the major races were needed, they wouldn't have been summoned. After the three god sons left the banquet, the atmosphere of the banquet became more enthusiastic. The elites from the major races looked for allies and made friends in the banquet. Although young Feng's embodiment of Goddy showed fearsome battle prowess, but he offended several Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwigs. However, since he has offended several Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwigs, the elites of the major races are unwilling to get too close to young Feng. After the banquet, young Feng returned to the Blasteel race's fleet. 5 days later, all the Blasteel race powerhouses who wanted to enter the Blood Moon battlefield came to the outer layer of the island. Light shone from the 3 Tier 5 hives, and mysterious chains formed from runes shot out from the 3 Tier 5 hives and landed on the warships of the major races. The warships of the major races shone brightly, and a tremendous amount of energy poured into the 3 Tier 5 hives. A divine eye that seemed to be able to pierce through a world and suppress the entire world flew out of a Tier 5 hive and looked at the Blood Moon battlefield. A resplendent beam blasted out, tore apart the Blood Moon battlefield, and opened up a terrifying path. From the Blood Moon battlefield, countless strange existences formed by the malice of other universes swarmed over like ants. The distorted existences formed from the weird universe malice can even erode and curse great holy step powerhouses. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have to consume a tremendous amount of power at all times to be able to contend against the weird universe malice. From a Tier 5 hive, a pair of terrifying wings that seemed to cover the entire sky suddenly appeared and flapped slightly. In an instant, the sky fell, the earth cracked, and the space distorted. The distorted malice of the universe was directly shattered into pieces. From a third Tier 5 hive, white cold air sprayed out, and everything in its wake froze and formed a passage made of ice walls. An indifferent voice came from a Tier 5 hive. This passage will last for 3 years. After you enter, you must return the way you came within 3 years. Along with flashes of light, everyone flew towards the Blood Moon battlefield like raindrops. Yang Feng, who has merged with a black demonic dragon set, flew into the Blood Moon battlefield within a few breaths of time like a fierce demonic dragon, and fled into the distance. The 30-plus Blasteel powerhouses suddenly moved, turned into resplendent rays of light, and chased after Yang Feng. In addition, there are still hundreds of Gamana Universe's elites stealthily heading in Yang Feng's direction. It has already been determined that Yang Feng has 3 holy grade treasures on him. If they kill him, it will be equivalent to harvesting a huge treasure trove. It seems that I've become their prey. Yang Feng glanced behind him. Not taking the Gamana Universe's elites seriously, he carefully observed the Blood Moon battlefield. There are 8 blood moons suspended in the sky of the Blood Moon battlefield, each of which represents the remnant universe malice of a universe that was annexed. In other words, there are only 8 universe malice of a universe that was annexed on the Blood Moon battlefield. With the passage of time, the 8 blood moons will fall one by one, representing that the annexed universe has completely integrated with the Gamana universe. In the starry sky, the 8 blood moons radiate bloody light, which is full of filth and curse power. The entire Blood Moon battlefield is full of filth and curse power. Once the Gamana Universe's Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are discovered, they will be cursed to death. Even the Gamana Universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses can't stay in the Blood Moon battlefield for a long time. Otherwise, they will be eroded by the filth and curse power, and become prisoners of the Blood Moon battlefield. This is really an uncomfortable place, full of malice and curse power. Elemental energy and life magic energy are thin and difficult to practice cultivation here. Is there really a treasure trove in this place? Yang Feng looked around and operated Fate Algorithm to perform divination. The Fate Algorithm's rune has just appeared, when a mysterious law backlash shattered the rune, and blood flowed out of Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Looking at the Blood Moon battlefield filled with bloody light and countless curses and filth, he mused, "No, this place is too weird. Divination and prophecy spells are not only ineffective, but will also suffer a backlash." Chapter 1060. On the land full of red sludge, a 1,000-meter-long hand covered in eyes suddenly extended from the ground. The countless eyes full of curses and malice shot towards Yang Feng. A body of malice and curses that doesn't even have a soul, be purified. With a thought from Yang Feng, the black demonic dragon seems to have turned into a black demonic dragon that can burn and purify everything, and it belched a black dragon breath barreling towards the giant hand. Fearsome black flames instantly devoured the giant hand, and all the curses and malice were purified and collapsed. The ground rumbled, and countless giant hands filled with curses and malice extended from the ground and extended towards the Gamana Universe's elites behind Yang Feng. Fearsome auras suddenly erupted. The Gamana Universe's elites had no choice but to expose themselves and cast various offensive secret methods to bombard the giant hand underground. There seemed to be no end to the giant hands filled with curses and malice, constantly extending out from the ground. Once they were destroyed, they would quickly regenerate. Unless a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse uses an Empyrean-grade purification secret treasure to purify this area, it will be impossible to eliminate the curses and malice in this area. Naturally, a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse wouldn't come to this place full of curses and malice and spend endless power to purify this area. In fact, even if the Blood Moon battlefield is left alone, it will fall apart over time, and the Blood Moon will fall and eventually merge with the Gamana universe. Help! Help me! A 100-meter-long stone snake that revealed its true form was grabbed by a dozen-plus giant hands that extended from the ground, and countless curses and malice eroded the giant stone snake and pulled it underground. The face of a red rhombus race powerhouse flickered, and he barked, "It's hopeless. Kill it. Otherwise, we'll have one more terrifying enemy." Countless giant hands gushed out of the ground and grabbed towards the Gamana Universe's elites, forcing the Gamana Universe's elites to destroy the giant hands. That huge stone snake was forcibly pulled into the ground by that incomparably strange hand, and strangely merged with the earth. Seeing this scene, the countenance of the Gamana Universe's elites who wanted to kill Yang Feng changed dramatically, and they suddenly fled in different directions. Rumble. With a loud bang, a 10,000-meter-long stone snake covered in strange eyeballs flew out of the ground. The fearsome stone snake blurred, crossed 100 kilometers, opened its maw, and devoured an infinity warlock of the Gamana universe. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Amazing. After being corroded by the curse here, that guy's strength increased by more than 100 times. If it was in the outside world, an infinity warlock would be crushed by a Holy Spirit warlock with their strength increased by more than 100 times. However, in the Blood Moon battlefield, such a monster was extremely terrifying. No one wanted to encounter such a terrifying enemy. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and then he suddenly burst out and fled into the distance. "Goddy, you're going to die here." A mechanical star suddenly flew out of a silver mecha, the silver fairy, turned into a silver net, and shot towards Yang Feng's black demonic dragon. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed. Dragon-catching net. The dragon-catching net is a secret treasure developed by the Blasteel race to capture powerful fierce beasts. Once locked on by the dragon-catching net, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse will find it hard to break free. If Yang Feng couldn't quickly break free from the dragon-catching net, then once he was locked on by the strange stone snakes, only death would await him. Let's get rid of him as fast as possible. More than 30 Blasteel mechas suddenly appeared and attacked Yang Feng with all their strength. "You're courting death." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the black demonic dragon suddenly shot out and slammed into the dragon-catching net. A red mecha, the scarlet Tyrannosaurus, emerged from inside the black demonic dragon. The crimson Tyrannosaurus suddenly moved. With a flash of crimson light, the wings of the crimson Tyrannosaurus sliced the cockpits of the two Blasteel tribe mechas in half, and the pilots inside were blasted into pieces. Driven by Yang Feng's Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle consciousness, the Scarlet Tyrannosaurus displayed heaven-defying battle prowess. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably on the battlefield, it attacked wildly and killed Blasteel geniuses one after another. "Stop. Goddy, my father is the finance minister of the Blasteel Empire, you can't kill me." "Stop, Goddy, my grandfather is Saint Deli." The complexion of the Blasteel geniuses changed dramatically, and they roared wildly. They are the children of Blasteel bigwigs, many of whom even have royal bloodline and are the descendants of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. In the Blasteel race, no one dares to disrespect them. But now Yang Feng is slaughtering them mercilessly, making them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Shit, how come he's so strong? Is he really one of the legendary darlings of our universe? Watching Yang Feng slay Blasteel geniuses one after another, Elise felt a chill in her heart. She suddenly erupted with the silver fairy, abandoned her allies, turned into a stream of light, and fled into the distance. "It's no use. You're all doomed to die here. No one can escape." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the scarlet Tyrannosaurus unfolded its wings. Countless runes flickered, and the power source of the scarlet Tyrannosaurus was pushed to the limit. As if set on fire, the scarlet Tyrannosaurus released a rain of scarlet light that slammed into the remaining dozen-plus Blasteel mechas and blasted their cockpits into pieces. The dozen-plus Blasteel Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were instackled. After this strike, the scarlet Tyrannosaurus suddenly cracked, trembled slightly, and turned into a pile of scrap steel. Even though Yang Feng has Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle sense, but if he wants to kill a dozen-plus Blasteel Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses in a short period of time, he has to pay a great price. The price is that the scarlet Tyrannosaurus is completely exhausted. With a flash of silver light, a silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon flew out from the discarded scarlet Tyrannosaurus. Silver light shone, and the destroyed cockpits of the blasteel geniuses flew into Yang Feng's hands and became his spoils of war. Go to hell, all of you. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon glanced at the dozen-plus elites of the Gamana universe who are entangled with the giant hand. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon radiated strange silver light that shone on the Gamana universe's elites. The Gamana universe's elites fell into chaos at once. Their movements stagnated for a moment, and then they were grabbed by the giant hand formed from curse and malice and pulled into the earth. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon fluttered, turned into a silver ray, and chased after the silver fairy ahead. What a fast speed! It's very difficult to catch up with her. The gap in performance is too big. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon chased for a while, but the distance between it and the silver fairy kept increasing. Although Yang Feng is far superior to Elise in terms of control of the silver fairy, but in terms of performance, the silver fairy is a generation higher than the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon. However, the distance isn't too far, it's still within range. The silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon trembled slightly, and 20 strange eyes suddenly appeared, turned into silver illusory light, tore through the sky, and swept towards the silver fairy. In an instant, the silver fairy was swept by the illusory light, trembled slightly, slowed down by more than half, and fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth split open, and a strange giant hand reached out from the earth, grabbing at the silver fairy. Shit! Elise's pretty face flickered. The silver fairy shone brightly, and countless ribbons of light flew out, slashed at the giant hands, and severed them. All curses and malice were purified. As soon as the silver fairy entered combat mode, its flying speed slowed down again, and the distance between it and the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon hidden in the sky continued to shrink. Damn you, Goddy, let's die together. Elise's beautiful eyes flashed fiercely, and she urged the silver fairy to the limit. In an instant, countless ribbons of light shot out from the silver fairy, blocked the sky, sealed the space, and barreled towards the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon. This is an attack that the silver fairy can unleash by burning all of its power, which can seriously injure even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. After the same strike, the silver fairy would also collapse. All of a sudden, the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon shone brightly, countless eyes emerged, and released layers of barriers blocking in front of it. When the ribbons of light slammed into the barriers, they crushed the barriers along with the silver illusion-breaking scorpion dragon. A green light descended from the sky, appearing in front of the silver fairy. With a grab, it pierced into the cockpit of the silver fairy, forcefully pulling Elise out of the cockpit. With a forceful tug, she was pulled out of the cockpit, flying towards the sky, disappearing in a few leaps. Chapter 1061. In the middle of the Blood Moon battlefield, inside a miniature mechanical palace. Sitting on a sofa, Yang Feng looked at the blasteel princess Elise, whose power has been sealed, and said flatly, "Elise, I know that you have the complete version of the blasteel text. Give it to me, and I will spare your life." Elise's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered proudly, "Did that slut Chrissy tell you this information?" "That's right, Gaddy, I have the complete version of the blasteel text, which has a total of 9 volumes. As long as you marry me and kill that slut Chrissy, I will give you the complete version of the blasteel text. I'll give you the complete version of the Swift Steel Treasure Book, and have my mother's clan help you advance to the imperishable rank with all their strength." Yang Feng replied flatly, "No need, I can take it myself." Transparent tentacles formed from the phantom ruler stabbed Elise. Elise's eyes turned misty, and she fell into an illusion. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the mist-like erosion ruler suddenly flew out, turned into a mysterious mist, and entered Elise from all directions. The misty lord of erosion eroded Elise, entered her soul, and imitated her soul fluctuations. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Elise's eyes turned misty, and she pointed with a finger. Light shone, and the blasteel text in her soul formed a knowledge crystal. Yang Feng looked at the knowledge crystal, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile, as expected of the erosion ruler, the most useful ruler among the rulers. The erosion ruler is the weakest among the ruler series of battle robots, and it can't even compare to a dazzling light unit. However, It is the most expensive among the ruler series of battle robots. The erosion ruler can erode and assimilate various powerhouses, battle machines, and biological weapons, and steal their core knowledge and technology. Experts like Elise, who had obtained the complete version of the Swift Steel Grimoire, would usually set up all sorts of restrictions within their souls. Once someone touched their soul would self-destruct, leaving them with nothing. However, the erosion ruler can erode the soul of the captured powerhouse and manipulate them to dig out all the knowledge they have. This was one of the heaven-defying aspects of the Corrode Sovereign. At the time, the Shizu relied on the Erosion Lord to corrupt the powerhouses of countless races and plundered their knowledge and technology to finally deduce and build a level 7 stronghold, which is a Warlock Emperor rank weapon. If not for the fact that the Blasteel race was filled with experts, the Blasteel race would not have been able to survive. Yang Feng had already taken action against Elise. In the eyes of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is just a relatively powerful ant. Yang Feng's mind stirred slightly, and the knowledge recorded in the Blitz Steel text poured into his sea of knowledge like a tide. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. This is the path of the Swift Steel Lord. Just this, Blast Steel treasured tome, alone is worth it for me to take the risk to infiltrate the Blaststeel race. Unfortunately, this Blaststeel manual is only a cultivation technique and not the culmination of the Blaststeel race's technology. The Varja treasured tome was the blood, sweat, and tears of the Varja Lord. It fully displayed his path. For other Holy Spirit warlocks, this Empyrean grade text may only serve as a reference. However, for a powerhouse like Yang Feng, who has the culmination of the Shizu civilization, it has opened another door to the peak. When Shizu technology reaches the final stage, in order to be immortal, they must abandon their fleshly body and integrate their soul with the Shizu base. In this way, Shizu powerhouses can change their bodies continuously and achieve the goal of immortality. But even so, although there can be many mechanical bodies, the soul of a Shizu powerhouse will still weaken over time. The ultimate demise of the Shizu is also related to the demise of the soul of their top powerhouses. In the world of warlocks, the Gamana universe's Eternals are immune to the erosion of time and are immortal. The only way for Eternals to die is if they are seriously injured or killed by Eternals of the same rank when the universes devour each other. The Blaststeel Lord is also walking the eternal path. His path has a great enlightening effect on Yang Feng. The Shizu are good at making all kinds of powerful weapons. The Blaststeel race is good at strengthening themselves with all kinds of machines. With the guidance of the Blaststeel text, Yang Feng understands how to use Shizu technology to strengthen himself. My next target is the relic site of the Shitona civilization. I hope that the relic site that once gave birth to Eternals can give me a pleasant surprise. Yang Feng opened his palm, and the bead from the Shitona civilization radiated bright light and pointed in a certain direction on the Blood Moon battlefield. Yang Feng merged with a newly captured blue Tyrannosaurus, turned into a blue ray, and flew in that direction. In the Blood Moon battlefield, there are countless curses and malice aggregates. As soon as these aggregates appeared, Yang Feng avoided them. In the Blood Moon battlefield, the most dangerous ones are the powerhouses eroded by curses and malice. As for the aggregates of curses and malice, although they are extremely terrifying for existences below the Infinity Warlock rank, but for pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, they are just a bit of trouble. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and a star emerged from the earth thousands of kilometers away and quietly sat in the Blood Moon battlefield. That's the relic site of a different universe civilization. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the star. The Blood Moon battlefield is a place full of malice towards the Gamana universe. Here, the malice of the universes annexed by the Gamana universe converges. After many universes were defeated and devoured, the relic sites hidden in those universes will be drawn to the Blood Moon battlefield. The relic sites of civilizations are the most precious treasures on the Blood Moon battlefield. Even the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns will be tempted by the relics of some civilization relic sites. A relic site has appeared. How lucky! When the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses within an area of tens of thousands of kilometers in radius saw the relic site of a different universe civilization emerge, their eyes revealed a look of excitement, and they turned into streams of light flying towards the relic site. As soon as Yang Feng flew to the celestial body where the relic site is located, he saw that the celestial body looks like the end of the world. The intelligent life forms on the celestial body are entangled by malice and curses and turned into monsters eroded by malice and curses. The monsters that had been corrupted by malice and curses fought and devoured each other, and the victor would become even more powerful. Yang Feng glanced at the monsters down below and secretly raised his guard. This is the fate of the loser. Found it. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he flew towards the center of the celestial body. In the center of the celestial body, there is a blue mountain rising into the sky. On the blue mountain, there is a 10-meter tall blue small tree. The blue small tree has no leaves, and there is a white flower growing at the top. The white flower looks plain, but it exudes an alluring fragrance. When Yang Feng flew to within 10,000 meters of the blue mountain, his body suddenly sank, and he fell to the ground. No airspace domain. As soon as Yang Feng landed on the ground, he urged the blue Tyrannosaurus to rush towards the blue mountain. A small stone on the ground suddenly erupted, turned into a 100-meter tall stone wolf exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, and bit at Yang Feng. The speed of the blue Tyrannosaurus suddenly soared, and it took a step forward. Its huge mechanical dragon claw stabbed into the core of the stone wolf and dug out the core. The face of the stone wolf changed dramatically, and it roared, "Stop! I am the attendant of the imperishable rank expert Sir Light Daniel. If you dare touch me, Sir Light Daniel will never let you off." The blue Tyrannosaurus directly sealed the core of the stone wolf and casually spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, enveloping the stone wolf and directly burning its body to ashes. After instackling the stone wolf, the blue Tyrannosaurus suddenly broke out and rushed towards the spiritual mountain at full speed. A fierce battle broke out around the spiritual mountain. In order to compete for the treasures on the spiritual mountain, the Gamana Universe's elites fought each other. The Gamana Universe's elites blocking in front of Yang Feng were mercilessly instackled, and then he climbed up by stepping on the corpses of the Gamana Universe's elites. Seeing how unbridled Yang Feng is, the Gamana Universe's elites felt their blood run cold, and they didn't dare to approach him. After Yang Feng set foot on the spiritual mountain summit, he saw 2 men and 1 woman arrive at the summit almost at the same time as him. One of them is the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse Light Daniel. Light Daniel looked around and said domineeringly, "I am Light Daniel. I have taken a fancy to the treasures on the spiritual mountain. The 3 of you, if you leave now, I will owe you a favor. Otherwise, those who compete with me for this treasure will all die." As a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, even though Light Daniel can only use Infinity Warlock rank power, his battle prowess is still far above that of some weak Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. He is naturally unscrupulous and fearless. The burly, handsome middle-aged man smiled coldly, his face twisted, and a domineering expression appeared on his face. He looked around and said overbearingly, "Light Daniel, your favor is worthless. I am Great Emperor Bomb. Get lost, all of you. Otherwise, die." Chapter 1062. Great Emperor Bomb. He is the master of the bomb race. He is known as the powerhouse most likely to advance to the perfect step in this era. Great Emperor Bomb is a pinnacle imperishable step powerhouse and has 2 imperishable step powerhouses as his subordinates. Why would such a bigwig come here in person? When the Gamana Universe's powerhouses who are approaching the top of the mountain heard the name Great Emperor Bomb, they inhaled a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. Even the insufferably arrogant Light Daniel inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes flickered with an enigmatic gleam. Great Emperor Bomb is a peerless Great Holy Step powerhouse, the guardian of a superior race, and an Overlord grade peerless genius. He is publicly recognized as a fearsome existence with the potential to attack the Warlock Emperor realm. Light Daniel is just an ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock. Although he possesses superior battle prowess compared to other Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, but he cannot contend against a peerless overlord like Great Emperor Bomb. Since you are here, Great Emperor Bomb, Then I will withdraw from the competition for the treasures on this spiritual mountain. Light Daniel's figure fluttered, and he flew away from the top of the mountain and retreated to the side. His eyes shimmered with unwillingness. Light Daniel was able to advance to the imperishable realm because he knows when to advance and when to retreat. When he encounters a powerhouse that he cannot defeat, he will wisely choose to give up. Otherwise, he would have died God knows how many times already. The beautiful woman in a silver robe, with a flower growing on her head, and a sexy figure said lightly, "Great Emperor Bomb, since you are here, then the treasures on this spiritual mountain are yours." With that, the beautiful woman with extraordinary strength took a step and left the top of the mountain. While no one was paying attention, the area was already shrouded in a faint mist. Even if someone noticed the faint mist, they didn't care. In this relic site, anything can happen. Great Emperor Bomb glanced at young Feng standing on the top of the mountain, killing intent streaked past his eyes, and he said coldly, "Get lost, do you want to die?" Young Feng said flatly, "I am also very interested in the treasures on this spiritual mountain. If you want this universe origin flower, then come get it with your own ability." Great Emperor Bomb, that's Jodi of the Blaster race. He actually dares to provoke Great Emperor Bomb, truly audacious to the extreme. Is he courting death? This isn't the Blast Steel race's territory. Even if Godi has a trump card, it's impossible for him to win against Emperor Bomb. This idiot. Sounds of schadenfreude came from below. No one was optimistic about young Feng's embodiment of Godi. This is a spatial seal. Seal this space completely. In other words, you want to capture all of us in one fell swoop and don't want to reveal your true identity. You are not from the Gamana universe. They were lurkers from other universes. Other universe lurkers who are proficient in mechanical technology should be our enemy, powerhouses of the Battle Demon sect. You don't have the slightest fear in the face of me. You should be the Battle Demon sect's sect master, young Feng. Great Emperor Bomu glanced at his surroundings. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. With a single glance, he saw through the countless space sovereigns appearing in the surrounding void, completely sealing the space in this area. What? The Battle Demon sect's young Feng. He's a powerhouse from another universe, the Battle Demon sect's sect master young Feng? Who is young Feng? Young Feng is our enemy, the leader of a powerful human warlock group from another universe. Not long ago, he just advanced to the imperishable step. How dare he invade the Gamana universe? The countenance of the Gamana universe's elites changed dramatically at once, and their eyes shimmered with endless killing intent. Suddenly, there was a flash of light from the thick fog, and a mechanical torrent formed from blade rulers suddenly flew towards the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock elites, and engaged them in a fierce battle. Caught off guard, more than 20 Gamana universe's elites were slain by the blade rulers. The remaining Gamana universe's elites unleashed powerful offensive secret methods and clashed with young Feng's blade ruler. Young Feng spoke, "Emperor Bomb, as expected of a great holy step powerhouse. Forgive my rudeness. You should be a pinnacle imperishable step powerhouse. To be able to see through my arrangements at a glance, that's amazing. The space ruler young Feng secretly released has already activated the stealth system. In this world full of malice and curses, even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will find it difficult to discover him. For Emperor Bomb to see through young Feng's arrangements at a glance, his strength can be rated as heaven-defying." Emperor Bomb uttered flatly, "I'm just a little curious as to why a trifling Starfield step ant dares to contend with me. After paying a little attention, I found out that it was you who did this. Young Feng, is it worth it to expose your identity for the sake of a mere universe origin flower? As long as even one of you escapes, your infiltration into the Blasteel race will be exposed. You will have no place in the Gamana universe, and all your plans will come to naught." Young Feng uttered with a smile, "As long as you all die here, then everything will be fine." There was a flash of killing intent in Emperor Bomb's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "You're really confident. However, you really shouldn't have come here with your true body. That's seeking your own death." Along with flashes of light, a transparent figure suddenly appeared behind young Feng and stabbed at him with a colorless and invisible dagger in hand. A black hole suddenly appeared and swept towards the transparent figure. The transparent figure burst out with resplendent light, and a pair of perfect hands stabbed into the black hole. As if tearing the sky apart, the hands opened the black hole inch by inch. In front of Yang Feng, Emperor Bomb's body disintegrated, turned into bubbles, and disappeared. Inside Yang Feng's black hole, the transparent figure appeared and changed into Emperor Bomb's appearance. Open! Emperor Bomb roared, countless runes appeared, and his body expanded 10,000 times and turned into a 30,000-meter tall giant in an instant. He wanted to break the black hole. Spatial portals appeared in the devour black hole and distorted the void. No matter how big Emperor Bomb becomes, he can't break free from the black hole. A terrifying devouring power enveloped Great Emperor Bomb's body, continuously devouring his energy. Emperor Bomb is a great holy step powerhouse. Even though his power is being devoured by Yang Feng, he doesn't weaken at all. With a flick of his finger, a bead suddenly appeared. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, Yang Feng's black hole was shattered by the bead's explosion. At the moment when the black hole was shattered, Yang Feng operated the essence of power, and a fist turned into a star barreling towards Emperor Bomb. The Bomu race, which Emperor Bomb belongs to, is a strange life form evolved from liquid. All powerhouses of the Bomu race are proficient in the law of water. Emperor Bomb is even more proficient in the essence of water. He instantly formed an endless sea and enveloped the star Yang Feng has transformed into. Countless bubbles churned, and the sea Emperor Bomb has transformed into engulfed the star Yang Feng has transformed into. Too weak. Compared to the Dawn Lord, you're too weak. A devouring black hole suddenly appeared within the star, crazily devouring everything. It devoured half of the sea that Emperor Bomb had transformed into in one go. Emperor Bomb's face fell, and he struggled frantically. A copious amount of sea water merged into a core. In the next moment, an incomparably resplendent star revolved around the spatial door, traversed the river of time, and slammed into Great Emperor Bomu with a devouring black hole. The attack blasted Great Emperor Bomu into pieces, and his remains were directly devoured by the devouring black hole. No. How can I be killed by a mere junior imperishable rank ant? I refuse to accept this. Eyes shot with blood, Emperor Bomb looked up and roared, and a pinnacle great holy step fluctuation of power suddenly erupted and shattered the black hole released by Yang Feng in an instant. The void cracked, and scarlet chains formed from the malice of the universe suddenly erupted and pierced into Emperor Bomu's body. Countless god chains of order erupted from Emperor Bomb and contended against the scarlet curse chains. Countless scarlet chains containing the malice of the universe stabbed out, piercing into Great Emperor Bomu's body, causing his body to shrivel up. No. Amidst an incomparably miserable shriek, Great Emperor Bomu was forcefully dragged into the crack in the void, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng's scalp turned numb. The universe malice on the Blood Moon battlefield is too dangerous. It can even easily suppress and curse great holy step powerhouses. Before advancing to a warlock emperor, you may die on the Blood Moon battlefield if you're not careful. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. What a pity. Emperor Bomb is a great holy step powerhouse. All of his treasures were sucked into the void crack and became a part of the Blood Moon battlefield. Otherwise, I would have made a fortune. Emperor Bomb is a great holy step powerhouse, which is equivalent to a moving treasure trove. If he was killed by Yang Feng, it would be equivalent to Yang Feng getting the treasure trove of a great holy step powerhouse. After forcing Emperor Bomb to his death, Yang Feng's gaze fell on Daniel, and it shimmered with frigid killing intent. Since Daniel is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, he is equivalent to a huge mobile treasure trove. Chapter 1063. When Yang Feng looked at Daniel, a chill ran down his spine, and he trembled. If it was outside the Blood Moon battlefield, Daniel, a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, could even escape from a great Holy Step powerhouse if he wanted to. But in the Blood Moon battlefield, once he used power beyond the Infinity Warlock rank, he would be eroded by the various curses on the Blood Moon battlefield. When Daniel saw Yang Feng kill Great Emperor Bomu, his heart chilled and filled with fear. Break. Suddenly, Daniel turned into a streak of light and appeared in front of the space barrier in an instant. He swung his great sword and fiercely slashed at the space barrier. The spatial boundary collapsed under Daniel's attack, but in the next moment, several dozen layers of spatial boundaries superimposed on the area, completely sealing the space. Standing in place, Yang Feng said indifferently, "Daniel, you are a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Take refuge with me and become my slave. I can spare your life. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground." The 10-blade sovereigns turned into 10 streaks of light that shot towards Daniel. Operating the essence of light, Daniel turned into a stream of light, shuttled freely among the 10-blade rulers, and said calmly, "Yang Feng, you want me to be your servant? That's impossible." In an instant, endless light suddenly bloomed and shot towards Yang Feng with the power to purify a world. Meaningless resistance. 3 Vajra rulers suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Yang Feng with a Vajra shield. When the purifying light slammed into the Vajra shield, it set off ripples, but it couldn't even break through the Vajra shield's defenses. Within the boundless radiance, Daniel's furious roar could be heard, "Tai Nijia, open this spatial barrier." The female powerhouse who took the initiative to retreat from the summit of the mountain released a mysterious rune on her right hand, and she slashed at the void carrying the essence of space. The spatial barrier formed by the space rulers was cut open in an instant, revealing a huge spatial rift. Legend has it that the Gardas are born with the power of space. They are the darlings of space. You are proficient in the essence of space. It seems that you are an imperishable rank powerhouse of the Gardas proficient in the essence of space. In the outside world, it would be easy to defeat you, but difficult to kill you. Unfortunately, you are destined to die here. Yang Feng pointed at the spatial rift, and the essence of space surged and flattened the spatial rift. Dozens of sharp blade sovereigns flickered and attacked Tai Nijia. Tai Nijia's right hand surged with the power of space, and space blades slashed at the blade sovereigns. The blade sovereigns were torn apart along with their cores, and the blade sovereigns were banished to a different space. "Daniel, since you don't want to surrender, then go to hell." Yang Feng took a step forward. Like a god descending to the secular world, he trod on a torrent of time and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black hole that can devour everything suddenly appeared and swept the surroundings. The purifying light that Daniel has turned into was sucked into the devour black hole and formed a human-like figure. "Yang Feng, let's perish together." Daniel's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he roared, and Holy Spirit Warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly erupted, broke the devour black hole, and turned into a giant hand barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled indifferently. A last-ditch struggle, 10 Vajra rulers suddenly flew out and blocked in front of Yang Feng with their Vajra shields. The 10 Vajra shields superimposed on each other, released brilliant light, and formed a giant shield that blocked in front of the giant hand formed by Daniel. Light Daniel ferociously slammed into the shields and shattered them. At the same time, the shields of the Vajra sovereigns were also shattered. At the moment when the 5th Vajra ruler was shattered, the void split open, and countless curses formed into scarlet curse chains suddenly erupted and stabbed into Daniel. Daniel's strength was far from Emperor Bomb's. In practically an instant, his entire body was corroded by the crimson curse chains, becoming shriveled up. He was directly dragged into the crack in the void, disappearing without a trace. Yang Feng frowned slightly. It's really not easy to subdue a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Apart from some heaven and earth variant species and lucky fellows, most Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have advanced step by step. Each of them is a genius among geniuses of the same era. In particular, rogue Holy Spirit Warlock rank cultivators, who have gone through countless difficulties to reach this step, are proud and arrogant. Naturally, they won't be so easy to subdue. Yang Feng looked to the left and said flatly, "Tai Nijia, don't you want to fight? If you unlock your seal and use imperishable step power, you may have a chance to kill me. Yang Feng, let me go. I can pretend that nothing happened today. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the Gamana universe and your universe." The space there distorted slightly, and Tai Nijia's figure appeared. The Gamana universe and the world of warlocks devouring each other is a scene of despair for the two universes' low-rank powerhouses. The races of the two universes are destined to fight each other until one side exterminates most of the races. However, In the war of devouring between the two universes, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have a choice. They can choose to hide in the universe and not participate in the Great War. If a rogue cultivator like Tainijia, who doesn't belong to the 18 sacred races, hides in some remote places in the depths of the universe, she can also survive and struggle at death's door. In many remote corners of the Gamana universe, vestigial races of other universes survive in this way. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Impossible. Tainijia, I don't want to expose my identity. Therefore, if you don't surrender, only death will await you." Besieged by the Ruler Series battle robots, the Gamana universe's elites were killed one by one. The Gamana universe's elites may not be a match for the Ruler Series battle robots one-on-one. Besieged by the Ruler Series battle robots, they were blown up one by one without the power to resist. Tainijia waved her right hand, and spatial blades slashed at the void, and cracks appeared in the space in front of the dozen-plus Infinity Warlock elites. Yang Feng rubbed the fingers of a hand and flattened the spatial rifts. A dozen-plus blade rulers suddenly appeared, their engines roared, and they attacked Tainijia. Tainijia sighed slightly, and then spatial portals appeared around her in an attempt to hide in an alternate space. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the spatial portals distorted and collapsed, revealing Tainijia's figure. The dozen-plus blade rulers appeared beside Tainijia and slashed at her from all directions. Tainijia responded promptly, "I surrender. I can serve you for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, please return me my freedom. If you agree, I will be your servant and serve you." More than a dozen blade dominators suddenly stopped, and the blades in their hands stopped in front of Tainijia's vitals. Yang Feng uttered, "Okay. However, before I develop a secret treasure to control Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, please bear with it and let me seal you. Secret treasures that can control Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are very rare, and every one of them is extremely precious. The Transcendent text recorded that the Transcendent Empyrean imprint can control all kinds of Holy Spirit Warlock rank transcendence. However, Yang Feng doesn't want to practice this secret method. At that time, he will only benefit the powerhouse who has mastered the real Transcendent Empyrean imprint." Tainijia responded coldly, "Okay." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes formed chains that pierced into Tainijia and sealed her completely. Yang Feng threw her into an alternate space. Except for life magic energy and elemental energy, which can't compare to the real world, everything else in the alternate space is no different from the real world. With the sun, moon, and stars, a blue sea, and a beautiful beach, it is enough for people to live freely for a lifetime. As soon as Tainijia was suppressed, the rest of the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were killed without any resistance. After Yang Feng got rid of all the competitors, he reached out and plucked the Universe Origin flower. As soon as the Universe Origin flower was plucked, endless malice and curses poured in from all directions, broke through the Spirit Mountain's boundary, and engulfed the area. As soon as the spirit tree that nurtured the Universe Origin flower was eroded by the curses, countless red curses coiled around it, and tree vines shot towards Yang Feng like poisonous dragons. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and layers of space suddenly appeared in front of him. The tree vines of the spirit tree pierced into the layers of space and got lost in space. Yang Feng took this opportunity to turn into a stream of light and flew towards the outside of the celestial body. As soon as he flew out of the celestial body, Yang Feng saw countless crimson rune chains full of malice and curses surge out of the celestial body. The celestial body churned, as if it is nurturing some evil existence, and sank into the blood moon battlefield. Yang Feng glanced at the celestial body and said unhurriedly, "This is an amalgamation of the devoured universe's malice. I wonder what kind of evil existence it will give birth to. Unfortunately, no matter how much it struggles, it is doomed to be destroyed. After the universe's malice devours the souls, flesh, and power of countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe, it will give birth to a monster whose duty is to destroy the Gamana universe. That monster will definitely be a quasi-Empyrean rank existence." Chapter 1064. However, no matter how powerful that monster is, once it comes out, only destruction will be waiting for it. In the Gamana universe, the three eternal sovereigns suppress everything. Even if that monster is born, it will at most be a Warlock Emperor rank monster. So long as the 3 Eternal Sovereigns take action, they can kill that monster. Of course, the lingering universe malice and curses in the Blood Moon battlefield won't stop, because they are only lingering malice and curses of the universe origin. Without thinking, they can only act based on instinct. With a flick of Yang Feng's wrist, the Shido Civilization's bead suddenly appeared and pointed in a direction. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards that direction. After flying for 3 days in a row, there are all kinds of curses and malice everywhere. In addition, there are many Gamana Universe's elites eroded by the curses and malice. The strength of the Gamana Universe's elites eroded by the curses and malice has changed dramatically, and many of them exude Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power. When Yang Feng saw the Gamana Universe's elites eroded by the curses and malice, he retreated, unwilling to get entangled with them. The Blood Moon battlefield is full of malice and curses. It is extremely dangerous, and there are almost no resources that can be used here. At the same time, there are eternal cracks everywhere on the battlefield, which are spatial wounds left by Eternal Sovereign rank powerhouses. Once an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse touches a eternal crack, they will turn into ashes in an instant. On the Blood Moon battlefield, there are many broken weapons from previous universe wars, which have been eroded and turned into all kinds of ferocious and weird phenomena. After Yang Feng suppressed some weapons, he found that they only have curses and malice, and have no value at all. The material structure of the weapons has changed, making them unsuitable for use. In the Blood Moon battlefield, the most precious treasures are the relic sites of the various civilizations and the universe origin flowers that are born by absorbing the power of the relic sites. The universe origin flower Yang Feng obtained is a wisp of origin force from a universe's remnant. If Yang Feng absorbs the power of the universe origin flower, his soul will transform again and take a solid step toward superior level 9. If he has 10 universe origin flowers, Yang Feng's soul aptitude will undergo a complete transformation and advance to superior level 9, reaching the minimum threshold for advancing to an eternal sovereign. The Cosmos Origin Flower was a priceless treasure no matter which universe it was in. Even eternal sovereigns needed it. Because of this, even though the Blood Moon battlefield is barren and dangerous, it still attracted countless elites of the Gamana universe to come here. I am looking for such precious treasures. Brat, stop right there and hand over all your treasures. A voice suddenly sounded, and a 100-meter tall, burly rock giant holding a huge wolf tooth club appeared in front of Yang Feng. Strange ripples surged behind Yang Feng, and a dagger stabbed at Yang Feng's back like a poisonous dragon. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Within the Blood Moon battlefield, there is another kind of mobile treasury, that is, the elites who enter the Blood Moon battlefield. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that the person you met is me. A fearsome black hole suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng and swallowed the assassin proficient in the art of assassination behind him. The black hole flashed with black light, and ashes spilled out of it. The expression of the rock giant, who was as tall and sturdy as a small mountain, changed drastically. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. A swarm of 10-meter-tall rock giants shot out from the mouth of the rock giant and attacked Yang Feng. The figure of the huge rock giant fluttered, and he suddenly retreated briskly and fled into the distance. Since you're here, don't leave. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a spatial portal opened in front of the rock giant and swallowed the rock giant in one breath. A spatial portal suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng, and the rock giant appeared in front of him. A black hole enveloped the rock giant. With a slight tremble, the rock giant turned into ashes, leaving only a storage treasure behind. The Devour black hole shone with black light, and fearsome Devour force enveloped the rock giants and sucked them into the Devour black hole. With a slight shake, the rock giants turned into dust. These two guys still have some good stuff on them. It seems that they succeeded several times. What's this? Yang Feng scanned the storage treasures of the two bandits with his soul force, and his eyes lit up at once, and a broken bead appeared in his hand. As soon as the broken bead appeared, the Shido Civilization's bead in Yang Feng's hand radiated resplendent light and swallowed the broken bead. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the Shido Civilization's bead, making it even more mysterious and unfathomable, making it impossible to discern its origin. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled and space twisted. Strands of blue light rose from the distance. An incomparably vast amount of icy air rose from the earth, condensing into an azure pillar of ice that pierced the clouds. As soon as the azure ice pillar appeared, an area hundreds of kilometers in radius was enveloped in a layer of blood-colored frost, and all malice and curses were frozen by the mysterious ice force. This is a frozen star. According to legend, it is an existence formed from the remnant origin of a universe that was ended by the eternal frost. The eternal frost stole the universe origin force of that universe, which was how he broke through and promoted to an eternal sovereign. If I give this frozen star to a Shui, she will definitely be able to promote to a Holy Spirit warlock. When Yang Feng saw the azure ice pillar piercing into the sky, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. The frozen star contains a trace of universe origin force. The universe origin force contained in the frozen star is 100 times more than that of Yang Feng's universe origin flower. Of course, only powerhouses who have mastered the essence of ice and reached the quasi-holy step can absorb and refine the frozen star. Although Yang Feng hasn't seen Shui for a long time, but he believes that with Shui's heaven-defying aptitude coupled with her trump cards, she should have a quasi-holy step cultivation base by now. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the frozen star. Stop, this is the domain of my frost god race. Anyone who sets foot here will die. A blonde and blue-eyed frost god powerhouse dressed in snow-white armor with a snow-white gem on his forehead suddenly appeared, pointed at Yang Feng with a greatsword in his hand, and barked. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and he uttered coldly, "Anyone who blocks my way will die." Spatial fluctuations flickered, and 10 blade rulers suddenly flew out of Yang Feng and flew towards the frost god powerhouse. Enemy attack. The face of the Frost God Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse changed dramatically, and he issued sharp howls. Along with flashes of light, tens of thousands of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses rushed over from all directions. The Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse waved his sword, and countless snowflakes fluttered and drifted towards the blade rulers with invisible killing intent. When the snowflakes hit the blade rulers, they immediately turned into a layer of ice and froze the blade rulers. A saber light flashed, and countless sharp blades shot out from the blade ruler's body. With a slight twist, the ice was shattered. 3 blade sovereigns appeared in front of the frost god's powerhouse and slashed at him. The complexion of the frost god powerhouse flickered, and countless snowflakes flew and formed a barrier of ice and snow to protect him. Along with flashes of sword rays, the barrier of ice and snow was slashed to pieces by the 3 blade rulers. 2 sharp blade dominators took the opportunity to fly in, brandishing their blades, they beheaded the frost god expert. Yang Feng released countless ruler series battle robots, which formed a fearsome steel torrent that crushed and killed all the frost god powerhouses blocking its way. Mechanical golems. The battle demon sect's Yang Feng. The battle demon sect's Yang Feng is here. Damn it, the battle demon sect's Yang Feng sneaked into our universe. When the frost god powerhouses saw the mechanical torrent, and then saw Yang Feng surrounded by the mechanical torrent, their countenance changed dramatically, and they barked. Everyone, let's join hands and kill this battle demon sect's sect master Yang Feng. We will use all our resources to help whoever kills him advance to an imperishable step powerhouse. The cold and proud voice of the frost god's son came from the frozen star. Kill him. If we kill him, we'll be able to promote to imperishable step powerhouses. Yang Feng, that's a universe child of another universe. If we kill him, who knows how much universe favor we'll get. The eyes of the powerhouses who came from afar, but were intimidated by the might of the frost god race, flashed with excitement, and they turned into streams of light and rushed this way. A dense barrage of attacks barreled towards Yang Feng. 100 Vajra rulers blocked in front of Yang Feng with Vajra shields and blocked all the attacks. Yang Feng's true body didn't take action, but the huge mechanical torrent crushed the frost god powerhouses blocking in front of him and opened up a path for him. Like an invincible god, Yang Feng strolled on the battlefield. Under the protection of his most loyal subordinates, he easily arrived in front of the frozen star. Chapter 1065. A resplendent blue ray of ice shot out from the frozen star, drew a pillar of ice in the void, and extended towards Yang Feng. 20 Vajra rulers blocked in front of the pillar of ice with their Vajra shields in hand, resonated, and formed a huge shield in front of them. When the blue ray of ice hit the Vajra shields, it strangely passed through the huge shields and froze the 20 Vajra rulers one by one. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared, devoured the void, and devoured the blue ray of ice. Crack! Amidst a series of crisp sounds, the devouring black hole was forcefully frozen by the blue freezing light. Two incomparably powerful forces intertwined and condensed together, finally twisting and collapsing. To be able to block my all-out blow. Yang Feng, you're pretty strong. In front of the frozen star, the Holy Son of Frost stands loftily, his blonde hair fluttering in the wind, and ribbons of blue light fluttering all over him. The ribbons of blue light are ribbons formed from countless blue runes, looking like a handsome, proud, and aloof god of ice. Yang Feng looked at the godlike Holy Son of Frost with a scorching shade in his eyes. The Holy Son of Frost is a powerhouse the Frost gods went all out to nurture in this era. He is a peerless genius of the Gamana universe's younger generation. In the Gamana universe, there are only a dozen plus powerhouses of the younger generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Holy Son of Frost. Those dozen plus powerhouses are heaven and earth variants favored by the universe. They are existences similar to fiend emperors of the world of warlocks. With arrogance in his eyes, the Holy Son of Frost glanced at Yang Feng and said flatly, "Yang Feng, be my servant and serve me. That is your honor. Otherwise, from today onwards, your skull will become a specimen in my collection room." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Holy Son of Frost, you don't have that kind of strength. It's not too late for you to run away now. If you stay here, I'm afraid that you will be made into a specimen." The Son of God of Frost is a peerless genius of the Frost gods, one of the Gamana universe's three major divine races. He is a freak among freaks who have gone through countless fights, obtained countless fortuitous encounters, and finally stood out from the land ruled by the Frost gods. As strong as Yang Feng is, he doesn't have much confidence in killing the fleeing divine Son of Frost. "Very good, you have successfully angered me. Despicable thing, turn into an ice sculpture." The face of the Frost Son sank, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a cold trident suddenly appeared and pointed at Yang Feng. Frost danced around the Son of Frost, and countless runes appeared. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped by 10,000 degrees. A snowy world filled with snowmen, snow wolves, snow bears, snow dragons, and snow spirits suddenly appeared, as if it wanted to replace the real world. Countless snow race extraordinary life forms attacked Yang Feng and the Ruler series battle robots around him. In that strange world of snow, the Paragon series of robots suffered from the corrosive power of ice. The processing speed of their main control core dropped, and their performance plummeted. They were covered in layers of ice, as though they were carrying a mountain of ice on their backs. They couldn't move an inch. Although the snow race extraordinary life forms in the world of snow look very cute, but they are extremely fierce and powerful. Fighting the Ruler series battle robots, they aren't at a disadvantage. Forcibly freezing and blasting apart the Ruler series battle robots. In the strange world of snow, the whole world rejected Yang Feng, and the endless force of ice poured into Yang Feng's body from incredible angles. In an instant, Yang Feng was frozen and turned into a weird ice sculpture. A dignified expression on his face, the Son of Frost silently recited an incantation and pointed at Yang Feng, and a mysterious rune slowly appeared on the ice sculpture. Eternal Grand Freeze was the peerless spell that the Son of God of Frost was casting. Once the 9 runes of eternal frost appear on the ice sculpture, even a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse will be sealed and fall into an eternal slumber in the prison of ice. Boom! The first rune has just appeared, when a resplendent star erupted from the ice sculpture and smashed it with a blow. When Yang Feng walked out of the ice sculpture, he was covered in a layer of frost, and his face was slightly pale from the cold. Wisps of ice chi circulated inside him, trying to form runes. With a dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng stared at the distant Son of Frost with a scorching shade in his eyes. "Amazing, so this is the Son of Frost. He's really amazing. I'm afraid that his strength isn't inferior to that of the Dawn Lord of the same rank. He's definitely an enemy that can't be underestimated. To have 3 such enemies, the Gamana universe is really scary. There was a flash of surprise in the eyes of the Son of Frost, and all his arrogance faded and was replaced with scorching fighting spirit. This young Feng is really strong. To be able to break free from my eternal frost, he's indeed a human powerhouse. In the world of warlocks, he's the human powerhouse most likely to promote to the perfect grade for you. The Son of Frost is a peerless genius among the trillions of geniuses of the frost gods. He has also experienced countless trials and fights. Although he is arrogant, but he has the capital to be arrogant. However, when he encounters an enemy of the same rank, he will never underestimate the other party. Young Feng, surrender. Since you entered my world of ice and snow, you were destined to lose here. I once had 5 formidable enemies, each of whom had the potential to advance to the perfect grade. However, after they entered my world of ice and snow, they became my specimens and collectibles. You are very strong, similar to my 5 formidable enemies in the past. However, entering my world of ice means that you have lost. Failure is your predestined fate. If you don't want to become my specimen, then submit to me. I will bestow you with glory and power. Even if the world of warlocks is destroyed, you can still be pardoned and become an aristocrat of our universe. The Son of Frost uttered flatly. You want to shake my mind? It's no use, Son of Frost. Watch how I break your world of ice. Young Feng smiled proudly. Spatial fluctuations emerged from him, and a swarm of Devour rulers suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as the Devour rulers appeared, they frantically devoured the power of the world of ice like locusts. The Devour rulers devoured a steady stream of power of ice and snow and turned it into their power. Young Feng pressed a magic cube in his hand, and the magic cube shone brightly, and the black ruler armor suddenly appeared. With the black halberd in hand, Young Feng treaded on a river of time, accelerated time by 3 times, and flew towards the Son of Frost. A dense swarm of snow freaks attacked Young Feng. Snow filled the sky, and cold air permeated the surroundings. Spatial ripples flickered, and one blade ruler after another suddenly flew out of Young Feng and fought with the snow race freaks. With a flash of ridicule in his eyes, the Son of Frost silently recited an incantation and pointed at Young Feng with the ice trident in his hand. Countless dazzling blue runes appeared, and the power of the entire world of ice and snow was extracted and condensed above the ice trident. In the next moment, the ice trident strangely stabbed towards the empty void behind it, and in an instant, it stabbed a black halberd. When the boundless ice force collided with the halberd containing the essence of power, the 2 forces cancelled each other out and annihilated each other. The Son of Frost was blasted hundreds of kilometers away. Young Feng's body was enveloped in a layer of frost, and the bone-chilling cold air formed countless runes that, as if they have a life of their own, drilled into Young Feng's body. A Devour black hole suddenly appeared, rolled towards Young Feng, and devoured the runes formed from ice force. Stepping on a river of time, Young Feng took a step forward, crossed a spatial portal, appeared in front of the Son of Frost, and stabbed with his halberd. Without hesitation, the Son of Frost brandished his halberd and attacked Young Feng. Boom! Boom! The world shook violently, as if the world is being torn apart and collapsing. The battle between the 2 powerhouses is far stronger than that of ordinary Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Even a battle between Warlock monarchs isn't this terrifying. Whether it is the Son of Frost or Young Feng, they seem to have exerted their Infinity Warlock rank power to the limit. Every time they exchanged blows, more and more wounds would appear on their bodies. Boom! Most of the energy in the world of ice and snow was devoured by Young Feng's devourers, and the world collapsed. The relationship between the world of ice and the Son of Frost is very close. At the moment when the world of ice and snow collapsed, the Son of Frost stagnated for a moment, his face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. Lose for me. Young Feng's halberd tore through the void and stabbed the Frost God's Son of God. A star suddenly exploded and sent the Frost God's Son of God flying, and a copious amount of blood spilled on the ground. When the blood fell on the ground, it was devoured and eroded by the malice and curses covering the battlefield, and turned into a collection of curses. Young Feng, you've angered me. Let me show you my true power. With a flash of anger in his eyes, the Son of Frost spread the fingers of a hand, and 36 blue beads suddenly flew out, exuding wisps of immortal Empyrean might. Chapter 1066. Mysterious runes appeared all over the Son of God's body and fused with the 36 beads. The 36 beads radiated blue light and flickered, and countless blue runes shone and formed a blue armor. An indifferent look in his eyes, the Frost Son pointed at Yang Feng. Activating the essence of water, pure water celestial bodies suddenly appeared and, according to a mysterious law, sealed Yang Feng's space to dodge and crushed towards him. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the ruler armor radiated light and extracted the power of the holy grade crystal cores frantically, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared. The devouring black hole was dark and deep, as if it could devour everything. Even time and space could not escape the fate of being devoured by it, and it directly crushed towards the pure water stars. The pure water celestial bodies were completely devoured by the devour black hole. In an instant, strange mist rose from the devour black hole, and then it was eroded and collapsed in the next moment. The celestial bodies turned into deathly still water that can turn a world into deathly stillness and swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face flickered. Shit, the true path of the Frost Son is the essence of water. In a universe, any powerhouse above the Warlock Emperor rank has a different path. In the Gamana universe, the Eternal Frost has already occupied the essence of ice. Unless the Eternal Frost is killed, no one can promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with the essence of ice. The Frost God's son is a genius among geniuses of the Frost Gods. In addition to cultivating a secret method created by the Eternal Frost, he has also opened up a path that allows him to control the essence of water. With the essence of water, he wants to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The essence of water is the most formidable power of the Frost Son. Ice and water fusion. World of ice, world of corrosion. A cold ray surged in the eyes of the Frost Son, and he operated the eternal imperishable body, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. The essence of ice and the essence of water fused with each other, and the deathly still water, which could erode everything, contained traces of terrifying freezing chi. The fusion of the two essences can easily freeze a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse to death. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the eternal imperishable body, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, a river of time suddenly emerged, a huge star suspended in the air, a spatial portal containing endless mysteries, and a black hole nurturing inside the portal crushed towards the deathly still water. The deathly still demon water froze the river of time, corroded the spatial door, and drowned the huge star. Finally, it was locked in a stalemate with the devouring black hole. Rumble. Rumble. The two extremely powerful phenomenons clashed against each other, causing the void to crack apart. Countless malice and curses burst out from the void. The chains formed by the malice and curses flew around, but they couldn't find their target. Whether it is Yang Feng or the divine Son of Frost, they both control their power to the limit of Infinity Warlock rank. Although they are fighting with Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle consciousness, but in terms of power, they are still at the limit of Infinity Warlock rank. Moreover, they have concealed their soul fluctuations with secret methods, so that they only emit Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations. Boom. After the 136th exchange, Yang Feng's right arm was directly blasted away, and as if maggots in the bones, terrifying cold chi eroded his body from all directions. The right leg of the divine Son of Frost was blasted to pieces, and countless runes formed small devouring black holes that devoured his flesh and blood. Both of their auras immediately weakened. Both of them were injured, and neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. Yang Feng opened his mouth and coughed, a lump of ice came out of his lungs and at once turned into a snow arrow, stabbing towards his head. With a flick of his finger, Yang Feng shattered the chunk of ice and stared at the divine Son of Frost with a dignified look in his eyes. Amazing, as expected of one of the Gamana universe's peerless geniusi. You may even be stronger than the Dawn Lord. The divine Son of Frost is proficient in the essence of ice and the essence of water. At the same time, he has even mastered the peerless secret method eternal imperishable body. In addition, who knows how many powerful offensive spells he has mastered. Even if Yang Feng goes all out, he can only fight him to a draw in the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Empyrean-grade secret treasures cannot be used in the Blood Moon battlefield. If it was outside the Blood Moon battlefield, Yang Feng could use the two Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the Bead of Time and the Green Sun Halberd, to seriously injure or even kill the Divine Son of Frost. The Divine Son of Frost uttered full of confidence and pride, "The Dawn Lord? The 8th Warlock Emperor of your human warlocks? The one known as the weakest human warlock emperor? It is a matter of course that I am stronger than him. I am the protagonist of this era. I am the mighty existence who can reach the pinnacle of this era and advance to the eternal warlock realm. How can a mere Dawn Lord, the weakest human warlock emperor, be mentioned in the same breath as me?" Yang Feng uttered frigidly with a cold look in his eyes. "Unfortunately, there is only one protagonist in each era. Therefore, the Divine Son of Frost, you can only die." The 1,000 dazzling rulers hiding nearby resonated, and their primary artillery shone brightly and turned into a brilliant torrent of light barreling towards the Divine Son of Frost. "Despicable. Fight me fairly if you have the ability." The complexion of the Divine Son of Frost changed dramatically, and he silently recited an incantation. Suddenly, mysterious runes appeared, and the deathly water formed a barrier around him. When the dazzling rulers struck the barrier formed by the deathly water with all their might, the barrier shattered in an instant. Stepping on a river of time, Yang Feng's true body accelerated fivefold, appeared in front of the Divine Son of Frost, and pierced his halberd through his defenses and into his body. The Divine Son of Frost suddenly exploded and turned into deathly water containing the essence of ice and water that swept towards Yang Feng. A devour black hole suddenly appeared, blocked in front of Yang Feng, and devoured the silent magic water completely. "Yang Feng, I will remember what happened today. Next time, I will definitely take your life." With a flash of blue light, the Divine Son of Frost turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance in an instant. As the sole Divine Son of the Frost Gods, the Divine Son of the Frost Gods not only possesses amazing battle prowess, but also very keen intuition. Once he realized that he couldn't defeat Yang Feng, he chose to flee. The Divine Son of Frost has a promising future and has the potential to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Such a peerless genius naturally isn't willing to fight with Yang Feng on the Blood Moon battlefield. Rays of light flashed as the experts of the Frost God clan used their secret techniques to escape from this place. The Gamana Universe's elites, who were defeated by Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion, fled in all directions. "So this is the Frozen Star." Yang Feng turned to look at the huge ice pillar and saw that in the center of the 1,000-kilometer tall ice pillar, there is a fist-sized star engraved with countless mysterious runes suspended. The star engraved with countless mysterious runes was the Frozen Star, a condensation of the origin of ice in the universe. It was a treasure that even an Eternal would covet. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a swarm of devourers pounced on the ice pillar. Under the frenzied devouring of the devourers, the ice pillar disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, operated the law of ice, and pointed with a finger, and runes formed from the law of ice entered the ice pillar. As a Holy Spirit Warlock, Yang Feng is proficient in countless laws and has no shortcomings. This is a basic characteristic of human Holy Spirit Warlocks. For Holy Spirit Warlocks, they only need to spend a year or two to easily master a law. However, it takes a lot of time and energy to upgrade a law to the level of essence. When the Frozen Star absorbed the law of ice, the runes formed from the law of ice released light, absorbed the huge ice pillar, and turned it into a blue ray that flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng casually sealed the Frozen Star into a top-notch spatial treasure. Ruler Series battle robots flew over and handed over the spoils of war to Yang Feng. There are no valuable spoils. Yang Feng glanced at the spoils of war, and regret flashed in his eyes. Most of the treasures on the Gamana Universe's Infinity Warlocks are treasures that are of great use to Infinity Warlocks. However, for a Holy Spirit Warlock like Yang Feng, they are not of much use. Yang Feng took a deep look in the direction of the news, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Divine Sun Bona, the Winged Goddess, and the Frost Sun, these three are indeed peerless geniuses of the Gamana Universe. They are really tyrannical. In order to surpass them by far, I must continue to make progress. Divine Sun Bona, the winged goddess, and the frost sun are all peerless geniuses of the Gamana universe. Originally, any one of them could sweep through an era and become the protagonist of an era. With the two universes devouring each other, not only have heaven-defying powerhouses like the Fiend Emperor and Yang Feng appeared in the world of warlocks. The Gamana universe, which is half a universe energy level higher than that of the world of warlocks, has also given birth to heaven-defying powerhouses like Divine Sun Bona, the winged goddess, and the frost sun. In addition, after Yang Feng became Grand Prince Lan Yao, he also learned from the Blasteel race's secret information that many ancient powerhouses who have fallen asleep in the Gamana universe have begun to awaken and want to take advantage of the universe devouring to advance to eternal sovereigns. Chapter 1067. A thick fog covered an area of more than 100,000 kilometers in radius, making it impossible to spy on what is happening here. A large amount of dust sputtered from the edge of the thick fog and swept in all directions. After a speck of dust flew for tens of thousands of kilometers, it twisted and turned into a red rhombus race elite of the Gamana universe. There should be no problem now. Yang Feng, who is shrouded in rune blades formed from the fate algorithm, cut off the threads of fate entangling him. It is virtually impossible for anyone to find Yang Feng through spells. With a flick of his wrist, the Shido civilization's bead suddenly appeared, shone brightly, and guided him to a corner of the Blood Moon battlefield. A few days later, a crimson sea formed from curses and malice appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the center of the crimson sea formed from curses and malice, there is a celestial body exuding an ancient and mysterious aura suspended in the air. A huge mechanical fortress 100,000 kilometers long with no end in sight is suspended above the ancient celestial body, as if it is a companion celestial body of the ancient celestial body. The huge mechanical fortress is embedded with the heads of various tyrannical extraordinary life forms, among which there are even 9 heads exuding quasi-empyrean rank fluctuations of power. In the center of the mechanical fortress was a 100,000-meter tall giant that seemed to be able to support both heaven and earth. The giant's eyes are lifeless, but there are countless mysterious and powerful runes on its body, and an immortal empyrean might soar into the sky, as if it wants to break the Blood Moon battlefield. Yang Feng looked at the huge mechanical fortress with enigmatic light in his eyes. This is the Shido civilization's ultimate weapon, Godbone's Fortress, a weapon that once severely injured an Eternal. In its heyday, it even had the corpse of an Eternal embedded in it. Unfortunately, the proud Shido civilization was destroyed in the end. According to the data, the universe energy level of the Gamana universe and the universe where the Shido civilization is located isn't much different. The Shido civilization also has an eternal guardian. But at the time, the supreme geniuses of the Gamana universe were all focused on improving themselves. After conquering many civilizations, the Shido civilization, believing itself to be extremely powerful, became arrogant, corrupted, killed each other, and suppressed geniuses. In the end, the two universes of the same energy level devoured each other, and the Shido civilization suffered a crushing defeat. The Shadona civilization used the Divine Bones Fortress, the ultimate weapon they are proud of, to inflict heavy damage to the Divine Eyes Eternal, but it was still destroyed by the Gamana universe's powerhouses. After the final battle, the Divine Remains Fortress tore through the void and disappeared. Even the 3 Eternal Ones could not find a trace of it. Yang Feng flew to a distance of 10,000 meters from the God Remains Fortress. On the periphery of the Godbones Fortress, a flower with the face of a beautiful woman opened her eyes and stared coldly at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in her beautiful eyes. As expected of a peerless treasure that once heavily injured an Eternal. Yang Feng immediately stopped and didn't continue to approach the Divine Bones Fortress. The flower with the face of a beautiful woman exudes immortal might. It is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank extraordinary plant. If the extraordinary plant uses its power to suppress Yang Feng at this time, he will not be able to resist it. Yang Feng retreated step by step, and strange ripples revolved around him. In a breath of time, he disappeared and quietly hid in place. That's the Divine Bones Fortress. A pleasantly surprised voice came from afar, and a powerhouse of the Gamana universe flew over from afar and turned into a stream of light flying towards the Divine Bones Fortress. In an instant, The Gamana universe's powerhouse entered within 10,000 meters of the Divine Bones fortress. His body emitted black smoke inch by inch, his flesh and bones collapsed inch by inch, and finally turned into black smoke that entered the Divine Bones fortress. The light in one eye of a freak with 9 eyes extinguished slightly, and a smile of ridicule appeared on its face. After a few breaths of time, another Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank was attracted, flew into the Divine Bones fortress, turned into black smoke, and was devoured by the Divine Bones fortress. Yang Feng stood in place and watched quietly as the Gamana universe's elites flew towards the Divine Bones fortress like moths flying into a flame, and were devoured by the Divine Bones fortress. Let's give it a try. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then willed. The erosion rulers turned into dense fog and flew towards the Divine Bones fortress. As soon as the 10 erosion rulers entered the range of the Divine Bones fortress, inside the fortress, a strange head that looks like a dragon and a snake opened its maw and inhaled. A black hole suddenly appeared, enveloped the 20+ erosion rulers, and sucked them into its maw. With a slight twist, the 20+ erosion rulers were crushed and swallowed. Yang Feng sighed slightly. Sure enough, it won't work. The erosion rulers can only deal with existences that I have suppressed. I'm afraid that the Divine Bones fortress has its own will. Some top treasures generally have artifact spirits, which are similar to artificial intelligence. Even without a master controlling them, they can still exert terrifying power. In its heyday, the Divine Bones fortress was an eternal grade secret treasure of war. Even though it was severely damaged by the Divine Eye's Eternal, it still possessed fearsome power and wasn't easy to erode. Yang Feng mused, there may be other opportunities on the Blood Moon battlefield. However, the most suitable for me is the technology of the Shitona civilization. I can give up other opportunities, but I can't give up the technology of the Shitona civilization. Black light flashed, and a being enshrouded in layers of black chi flew over from afar. The being shrouded in black gas landed near the God Remains fortress and said in a loud voice, the last descendant of the Shido civilization, Navpalena, has come in the hope of entering the last holy land of the Shido civilization to receive an inheritance. Great Divine Bones fortress, I ask you to open a path and let me go to the last holy land of the Shitona civilization. Among the heads of the 9 pseudo-emperor level experts in the Divine Remains fortress, a mirror-like extraordinary life form head flashed, and a green beam of light shot toward the expert surrounded by the black aura. Illuminated by the green ray, the black gas enveloping the powerhouse collapsed and revealed a gorgeous woman with long black hair, a sexy figure, and an extraordinary temperament. Strands of blood mist condensed into strange runes that appeared on the beautiful woman's body. It was a very strange sight. The mirror-like extraordinary life form head sneered and said, a descendant of the Shitona civilization? A trifling hybrid wants to compete for the last inheritance of the Shitona civilization, how presumptuous. Leave, and I won't kill you. Navpalena knelt on the ground and implored to the Divine Bones fortress. Sir Divine Bones fortress, in the outside world, the descendants of the Shitona civilization are persecuted by the beasts of the Gamana universe. Every day, people are killed or reduced to playthings, struggling in the dark hell. My people did everything they could to send me here. Please be merciful, leave this place, and become the patron saint of our people. I beg you. The life and death of the descendants of the Shitona civilization have nothing to do with me. The only person I am loyal to is my former master, Sir Eternal Bones. After Lord Eternal Skeleton's death, I've become a free man and will not be bound by anyone. The reason why I stayed here was to fulfill Sir Eternal Bones' last wish, to leave a spark for the Gamana universe to be buried. Navpalena, I am only willing to follow the strong. Even if all the descendants of the Shitona civilization die in front of me, you won't get my protection. Only if you can pass the trial and prove that you are qualified to be my master. Otherwise, no matter how much you beg, it will be useless. The Divine Remains fortress looked down at Nabona coldly and said in a callous tone. Navpalena's beautiful eyes shimmered with determination, and she said loudly, Sir Divine Bones fortress, I am willing to participate in the trial. Please let me participate in the trial and become your master. Divine Remains fortress coldly cut off Napalena's last shred of hope. No. You are not qualified. First, your soul aptitude is only superior level 7, which does not meet the minimum requirement of inferior level 9. Second, you have practiced cultivation for 8,000 years, yet you only possess starfield step power. Your cultivation aptitude is too poor. You don't even meet the qualifications to participate in the trial. I don't want to follow a good-for-nothing. Then, may I ask if I am qualified to participate in your trial? Accompanied by a bell-like voice, the pitilessly beautiful winged goddess walked out of the void with a sweet smile on her face, arriving in front of the Divine Remains fortress. Navpalena is a stunning beauty with almost no shortcomings. But compared with the winged goddess, she is reduced to a green leaf that serves as a foil to a red flower. The Divine Bones fortress said coldly, "You are a member of the Gamana universe's winged gods. According to my agreement with Sir Eternal Bones, the inheritance of the Shatona civilization cannot be handed over to the people of the Gamana universe." The winged goddess said indifferently, "What I want to ask is, am I qualified to participate in the trial to become your master?" The Divine Bones fortress replied, "Your soul aptitude is intermediate level 9, and you advanced to the imperishable rank in 3,000 years. Your cultivation aptitude is not much inferior to that of my former master, the Eternal Bones. You are qualified to participate in the trial to become my master." Chapter 1068. Then do I have the qualifications to participate in the trial to become your master? Ripples shone in the void, and a handsome man with fluttering purple hair, exuding a domineering aura, walked out of the void and arrived in front of God Remains fortress. The Divine Remains fortress said, "His soul aptitude is at the 9th level, and he became an imperishable realm expert in 5,000 years. You are also qualified to participate in the trial to become my master." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Flying Wings goddess. She said coldly, "Demon King Ziyaro, do you want to compete with me for the Divine Remains fortress?" Napalina sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at the purple-haired man. Her body trembled and fear flashed through her eyes. Demon Emperor Ziyaro, the one who killed an imperishable rank expert when she was only a half-step into the imperishable realm. Demon Emperor Ziyaro is a variant of Heaven and Earth born from the Gamana universe's dark side force. He is one of the most powerful variants of Heaven and Earth in the Gamana universe. He was also a monster-level expert on the same level as the winged goddess. Demon King Ziyaro's eyes fell on the Flying Wing goddess as he smiled, "Flying Wing goddess, I can give you all the other treasures. However, the Divine Remains fortress was different. When it's intact, it's a genuine eternal treasure. An eternal treasure was even rarer than an emperor-grade secret treasure. Many civilizations did not even have a treasure of this level. The most advanced technology of the Shi clan back then was only an emperor-grade secret treasure, which was a whole level lower than an eternal treasure. Divine Remains fortress, I should be more qualified to be your master than the two of them, because I am not from the Gamana universe." Ripples flickered, and young Foam walked out of the void, revealed his true appearance, and stared at the Godbones fortress with a scorching look in his eyes. The pupils of the winged goddess constricted slightly, and she uttered solemnly, "Young Foam, you are the Battle Demon sect's Young Foam." The eyes of the Demon Emperor Ziyaro shimmered coldly, and killing intent surged, and he uttered frigidly, "The Battle Demon sect's Young Foam who defeated the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord? You really have the guts to sneak into our universe and fight for the opportunity that belongs to us." A copious amount of purple light shone and formed a purple lightning demonic dragon, which barreled towards Young Foam with fearsome killing intent. A devouring sun suddenly appeared and swallowed the purple lightning devil dragon. The purple lightning demonic dragon struggled inside the devour sun, yet it couldn't break free from the devour black hole. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the purple lightning demonic dragon was completely devoured, and all of its power was absorbed by Young Foam. Demon Emperor Ziyaro said coldly, but he didn't continue his attack. "You do have some skills." The Divine Remains fortress had locked onto Demon Emperor Ziyaro. Once she made any strange movements, what awaited her would be a thunderous strike from the Divine Remains fortress. "That's right, you are not from the Gamana universe. Compared to the two of them, he is more qualified to be my master. However, my master must be the strongest existence, invincible among his peers. The three of you can come in and accept the trial." Only the strongest person can become my new master. The 4 eyes of the severed head of an extraordinary life form with 36 eyes flickered slightly and shrouded Yang Feng's group of 4. Yang Feng's group of 4 was drawn into the divine remains fortress by the flickering light. In a vast and empty world, a young man in white appeared in front of Yang Feng. A voice sounded in the vast and empty world. This is the Shido civilization's heaven-devouring great emperor, proficient in the essence of devour. Defeat him, and you will pass the first test. Die, ant. The projection of the heaven-devouring great emperor glanced coldly at Yang Feng and spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge black hole containing endless mysteries suddenly appeared and crushed towards Yang Feng. Interesting, let me see what you've got. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge black hole appeared and intertwined with the heaven-devouring great emperor's black hole. The 2 black holes entangled and devoured each other. The black hole controlled by Yang Feng collapsed inch by inch, eroded by the heaven-devouring great emperor's black hole. So that's how it is. I have grasped the 4 essences of time, space, power, and devour. I'm too distracted. In terms of the essence of devour, I'm inferior to the heaven-devouring great emperor. Along with the collapse of the black hole, Yang Feng gained a trace of enlightenment. With his great holy step computing power, he deduced his essence of devour. Many of the top powerhouses only mastered 1 or 2 types of profound meanings because they needed to spend a lot of time and energy to improve their mastery of profound meanings to the extreme. Among gods, many low-level gods have multiple divine authorities and grasp different divine authorities, achieving a dramatic increase in their fighting strength and becoming invincible in the same rank. However, top gods will strip away their non-core divine authorities and leave behind the core divine authority and divine authority. This way, it will be easier for them to climb to the top. Yang Feng has grasped 4 essences. If he wants to, he can grasp more essences. However, in that case, it will be difficult for him to master the 4 essences. If the essences of time, space, power, and devour are cultivated to the extreme, they will be supreme essences. Yang Feng, who comprehended the 4 essences at the same time, naturally fell short of the heaven-devouring great emperor who focused on comprehending the essence of devour. Boom! As the 2 black holes intertwined, Yang Feng's black hole finally collapsed. At the moment when the black hole collapsed, a river of time suddenly emerged, and the flow of time around Yang Feng increased 5-fold. Another black hole emerged and clashed with the heaven-devouring great emperor's black hole. With his great holy step computing power, Yang Feng can learn countless mysteries of the essence of devour from the heaven-devouring great emperor's attacks at all times. This is equivalent to having a teacher proficient in the essence of devour. In the wall of reflection, Yang Feng had surpassed him. The fierce battle with the heaven-devouring great emperor allowed him to see a way forward in the essence of devour. A few days later, the 2 black holes were locked in a stalemate in the void, with neither side able to overwhelm the other. Thank you for letting me take a step further. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, a river of time emerged around him, and his speed suddenly increased 5-fold, and he walked towards the heaven-devouring great emperor. In an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and his hands turned into stars barreling towards the other party. The heaven-devouring great emperor is equally ferocious. Faintly discernible black holes appear all over him, and he unleashed the essence of devour to the limit. The black holes devoured Yang Feng's power. After the 2 sides fought fiercely for 8,000 moves, Yang Feng punched the heaven-devouring great emperor in the heart and smashed the other party to pieces. Being proficient in 4 essences and the eternal imperishable body, Yang Feng was originally a notch stronger than the heaven-devouring great emperor in the same realm. Now that his essence of devour has advanced further, he has the strength to crush the heaven-devouring great emperor. At the moment when the heaven-devouring great emperor collapsed, a copious amount of light was absorbed by Yang Feng. The knowledge containing the heaven-devouring great emperor's understanding of the essence of devour was also absorbed by Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with resplendent light, and he revealed a smile. The harvest this time is really huge. Just absorbing the heaven-devouring great emperor's knowledge of the essence of devour made this trip worthwhile. After Yang Feng advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock, There are fewer and fewer treasures in the world of warlocks that can enhance his combat power and cultivation base. This is the case for top powerhouses. It is very difficult for them to advance further. For Yang Feng to be able to absorb the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's knowledge of the essence of Devour is indeed a huge opportunity. Napolina, who is hiding in the sky, watched Yang Feng kill the heaven-devouring Great Emperor with incredulity in her beautiful eyes. That person actually killed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. In this way, isn't he stronger than the heaven-devouring Great Emperor when he was young? How could there be such a person? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was one of the most powerful warlock emperor rank powerhouses of the Shido civilization. He dominated an era and was invincible. Even when the Eternal Bones was young, he was just a subject of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. During a great tribulation, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was seriously injured and died. The Eternal Bones took this opportunity to rise. By chance, he became an eternal sovereign, and finally surpassed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. The Eternal Bones admitted that when he was in the Warlock Emperor realm, he was not the opponent of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. But now Yang Feng killed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Even if it was just a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, it is already heaven-defying. It must be noted that when the sky-devouring Great Emperor rose to power in the Shadona civilization, he defeated all the experts of the same level and killed all the peerless geniuses of the same generation. Even the Eternal Skeleton was defeated by the sky-devouring Great Emperor when he was young and was subdued by the sky-devouring Great Emperor, becoming his subject. With flashes of light, Yang Feng was teleported to an empty space. In the space, there are two people standing quietly. They are the Flying Wing Goddess and the demon monarch Zi Yao. The demon monarch Zi Yao glanced at Yang Feng and said with a cold smile, "Yang Feng is really a piece of trash. He made us wait for 2 days. Too slow." Yang Feng's heart shook. They came out 2 days in advance. Sure enough, they're extraordinary. No wonder they're peerless geniuses of this universe. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was a peerless overlord. Even when fighting him at the same rank, Yang Feng had to use 4 essences at the same time to kill him after the essence of Devour advanced to the next level. The Flying Wing Goddess uttered coldly, "Let the next trial begin. If you want to be my master, then you have to be the strongest. In the next trial, the 3 of you will fight to the death, and the last one will be my master. First, the demon monarch Zi Yao and Yang Feng will fight." Along with flashes of light, an arena constructed from the bones of countless powerhouses suddenly appeared and pulled the demon monarch Zi Yao and Yang Feng inside. Chapter 1069. Demon monarch Zi Yao sneered, "Yang Feng, you are the most outstanding genius of this era among human warlocks. You're destined to become my stepping stone, the food for my evolution. You talk too much nonsense." Yang Feng pressed the ruler magic cube in his hand, and the cube flashed, and a black ruler armor covered his whole body at once. A river of time suddenly appeared around Yang Feng. Stepping on the river of time, Yang Feng stabbed with the halberd in his hand, tore through the sky, and, as if piercing through time and space, stabbed towards demon monarch Zi Yao. A purple bead flew out of demon monarch Zi Yao's chest, and countless runes appeared and turned into a purple armor that covered him. "Die, ant." The eyes of the demon emperor Zi Yao flickered fiercely. Then he flickered with lightning and turned into a purple bolt of lightning soaring into the sky, and countless bolts of lightning formed a terrifying world barreling towards Yang Feng. Boom! Boom! In the skeleton Colosseum, the terrifying sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. In just a breath of time, the two sides have exchanged more than 10,000 blows, and the fluctuations of power nearly tore the void apart. The bone arena radiated resplendent light, and countless runes appeared to resist the exchange of blows between the two powerhouses. Standing in an open space and watching the fight between Yang Feng and the demon monarch Zi Yao, Napolina's heart filled with shock. This is a Starfield step battle? Even StarCraft overlords might not be a match for them. These guys are really freaks. Napolina is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse. But facing freaks like Yang Feng and demon monarch Zi Yao, she will be unstackled. Boom! A star shattered, and a fearsome force sent demon monarch Zi Yao flying hundreds of kilometers away in an instant. After sending demon monarch Zi Yao flying with a strike, Yang Feng said flatly, "Demon Monarch Zi Yao, is that all you've got? This can't even be considered a warm-up. I only used 50% of my strength to fight you. Don't be too proud, Ant." With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Zi Yao released dazzling purple lightning from his body, and countless lightning runes flew out and formed a lightning horn on his head and a pair of lightning wings on his back. "Die, ants!" The eyes of the Demon Emperor Zi Yao flickered fiercely, and he turned into a purple lightning star containing the power of destruction, purifying, and eroding everything and barreling towards Yang Feng. Devil King Zi Yao had pushed the Purple Thunder Demon Upanishad to the limit. Above the Purple Thunder Demon Upanishad, it was unparalleled in the world. Although the Purple Lightning Star is propelled by the Demon Emperor Zi Yao with his Supreme Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, but even some restrained quasi-holy step powerhouses will be seriously injured or even turned into ashes when hit by the Purple Star. Interesting. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he operated the eternal imperishable body. A river of time, a spatial portal, and a star hovering between real and illusory, shrouded in a black hole barreled towards the purple lightning star in the sky. Boom! The purple thunder star was only in a stalemate for a moment before it instantly shattered into pieces and exploded. The incomparably terrifying thunder light was directly swallowed by the devouring black hole. That incomparably dreadful black hole swallowed Zi Yao in an instant. Countless mysterious runes gushed out from the devouring black hole. Seizing the opportunity when Devil Emperor Zi Yao was distracted, they entered his body and sealed him for a moment. At this moment, a tremendous amount of life force gushed out of the Demon Emperor Zi Yao and was absorbed by the black hole. Curses, let's die together. The countenance of the Demon Emperor Zi Yao suddenly changed dramatically. Realizing his situation, his eyes shimmered with a resolute shade, and the seals inside him opened one by one, and Holy Spirit Warlock rank might slowly recovered. The black hole trembled slightly, and is about to collapse. Although Yang Feng has absorbed the knowledge of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and advanced further in the essence of Devour. But an Infinity Warlock rank black hole cannot suppress a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. In my arena, there must be a fair fight. The frigid voice of God Remains Fortress came from the arena, and a pitch-black rune emerged from the earth and pierced into the Demon Emperor Zi Yao. The Demon Emperor's immortal might was interrupted, and his strength dropped to the supreme Infinity Warlock realm. The Demon Emperor Zi Yao let out a heart-wrenching roar filled with unwillingness. "No. I refuse to accept this. I am a darling of the Gamana universe, a son of the dark side. How can I die in this place? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this." After a breath of time, the Demon Emperor Zi Yao was sucked dry by the black hole and turned into a corpse. After all, the Demon Emperor Zi Yao is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Even though he has been sucked dry, but there is still a steady stream of power pouring into Yang Feng. Runes flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the evolved essence of Devour extracted the essence of the Demon Emperor Zi Yao's purple demonic lightning and formed a purple crystal of the essence of the purple demonic lightning. After 10 days and 10 nights, Demon King Zi Yao was completely refined and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. That is because Yang Feng can only use Supreme Infinity Warlock rank power to devour the power and essence of the Demon Emperor Zi Yao. If he could use Holy Spirit Warlock rank power, it wouldn't have taken so long. Yang Feng scanned the purple crystal in his hand, and a thought occurred to him. Should I absorb this essence of the purple demonic lightning? In the hands of the Demon Emperor Zi Yao, the essence of the purple demonic lightning is extremely powerful. If Yang Feng hadn't undergone a great transformation not long ago, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat the Demon Emperor Zi Yao. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and then he cut off this thought. Forget it. After I advance to a Warlock Emperor, I'll study other essences. What I should do now is to push the essences I grasp to the limit. The 4 essences Yang Feng grasped were broad and profound, and their profundities were useless. Since he hasn't pushed the 4 essences to the limit, mastering more essences isn't conducive to the advancement of his essences. Next, Yang Feng versus the Winged Goddess. With a flash of light, the Winged Goddess enveloped the Winged Goddess. With a flash of light, the Winged Goddess appeared in front of Yang Feng. The Winged Goddess smiled sweetly. "Yang Feng, Your universe doesn't even have an eternal sovereign. You are destined to become resources for the evolution of our universe. As long as you pledge allegiance to the winged goddess, we can give you endless glory, splendor, and wealth. Among the Gamana universe's 18 sacred races, there are 8 sacred races that have surrendered to us. If you submit to the winged goddess and serve us, it won't be impossible for the Gamana universe to have another sacred race in the future. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "It's a very tempting proposal. Unfortunately, my goal is to become an eternal, to become immortal. No matter how magnanimous the 3 sacred races are, they won't allow someone from another universe to advance to an eternal sovereign. In the Gamana universe, the 3 eternal sovereigns are native races of the Gamana universe. Although the 3 eternal sovereigns allow other surrendered powerhouses to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm, but they won't allow them to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. That's because once someone advances to an eternal sovereign, it means that variables will arise. If that happens, the Gamana universe will even become a universe where the other universe's powerhouses are revered. The 3 eternal sovereigns will never allow such a situation to occur. What a regrettable choice. You made the wrong choice, so you can only die here." The winged goddess sighed slightly, and regret shimmered in her beautiful eyes. With a flick of her wrist, a green card appeared in her hand. "Eternal Force." A shocked voice came from the Godbones fortress, and a huge skeletal hand extended from the skeleton arena and grabbed the winged goddess. Immortal Empyrean might erupted in an instant and tried to crush the winged goddess. The cyan card flashed faintly, and a pair of cyan wings suddenly appeared, forcibly blocking the skeletal hand. A bone blade descended from the sky and slashed at the skeletal hand, severing it in one move. Countless runes flickered, and the skeletal hand disappeared at once. "It's a pity that I used it a bit too early." 100,000 miles away, the soaring wings goddess stood in an ocean of malice and curses. She let out a soft sigh as a hint of pity flashed across her eyes. Above the Blood Moon battlefield, a pair of green wings suddenly appeared, and it seemed as if they were going to collapse the entire space. "Wings of Eternity, greetings, great wings of eternity." When the powerhouses outside the Blood Moon battlefield saw the pair of green wings, their countenance changed dramatically, and they prostrated themselves on the ground and said respectfully. Even the powerhouses of the other 2 races, except for the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped the green wings in the sky. The 3 eternal sovereigns are the protectors of all races in the Gamana universe. Anyone who sees them must worship them. Only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are qualified to stand and talk to them. As soon as the pair of green wings appeared, they waved, and green light shone, and the Blood Moon battlefield, which can easily slay great holy step powerhouses, was torn apart by the green light. A huge green hand descended from the sky, grabbing in the direction of the Divine Remains fortress. On the Blood Moon battlefield, the void split open, and chains formed from malice and curses shot out and swept towards the giant green hand. As soon as the chains formed from countless curses and malice touched the cyan hand, they were shattered by a powerful force. They couldn't even touch the body of the cyan hand. Chapter 1070. So strong. These are eternal sovereigns. Curses and malice cannot harm them in the slightest. Inside the Godbones fortress, Yang Feng peeped at the sky-blotting, world-suppressing green giant hand through a spell, and his heart was filled with shock. The curses and malice in the Blood Moon battlefield are extremely terrifying, and can easily curse a great holy step powerhouse to death. Great Emperor Bomu was a pinnacle great holy step powerhouse, the guardian of a race. In the Blood Moon battlefield, they were like ants, directly cursed to death by the curses and malice. That cyan hand didn't use any spells, yet the curses and malice on the Blood Moon battlefield were directly shattered. It was simply shocking. In the Gamana universe, the 3 eternal sovereigns are invincible. Except for a few danger zones that have existed since the birth of the universe, there is no place that can harm them. The giant above the Godbones fortress opened his eyes, and countless runes appeared in his eyes. The void tore apart, and countless curses and malevolence streamed out of the void, gushing into the giant's hand in the Divine Remains fortress. A 100,000-meter-long spear containing endless malice and curses suddenly appeared. The heads of extraordinary life forms above the Godbones fortress shone brightly, opened their eyes, and fearsome immortal Empyrean might awakened inside the Godbones fortress. The giant of the Divine Remains fortress took a step out of the fortress, held the battle spear formed from the malice of the Blood Moon battlefield, and stabbed the giant cyan hand. Boom! A huge hole was blasted open in heaven and earth, and all the Gamana universe's infinity warlocks within an area 10,000 kilometers in radius were killed. The giant of the Godbones fortress was blasted away and fell on the Godbones fortress. The already dilapidated Godbones fortress issued brittle sounds, and countless cracks extended on the Godbones fortress. The gigantic green hand in the sky also crumbled inch by inch, shattering into pieces. Countless cracks shone, and the Fortress of Divine Remains sucked in the huge floating continent beneath it, entering the cracks and disappearing. After 3 breaths of time, a pair of green wings tore through the sky, split open the Blood Moon battlefield, and appeared in this area. A large cyan hand extended again, grabbed at the void, and pierced into the rift that the God Remains fortress escaped into. A slightly regretful voice came from the green wings. "What a pity." The winged goddess bowed towards the sky and said apologetically, "Great wings of eternity, it was my mistake that the Godbones fortress escape. I'm really sorry. You don't have to blame yourself. If the Godbones fortress was so easy to get my hands on, I would have already gotten my hands on it. Just do your best. Go look for your own opportunities. Peerless geniuses such as the Frost God Sun, the Winged Goddess Sun, and the Boner Goddess Sun have treasures to protect them. Peerless geniuses like the Frost God, the Winged Goddess, and the Boner God all had treasures to protect themselves. The most precious treasures were the protective treasures bestowed upon them by the Eternals. Although Demon King Z Yarrow was the darling of the universe born from the dark side of the universe, his life-saving treasures might not be as good as the Flying Wings Goddess. Of course, Eternals weren't like those geniuses who could summon them at any time. They would only make a move when they encountered special treasures like the Divine Remains fortress that the Eternals would be interested in. The green wings flapped slightly and tore through the sky, flying out of the Blood Moon battlefield and disappearing. The Blood Moon battlefield was filled with curses and malice. Although the curses and malice couldn't hurt the Wings of Eternity at all, they also rendered the Wings of Eternity's various detection spells ineffective. Even the powerful Wings of Eternity couldn't find the Divine Remains fortress in the Blood Moon battlefield. When the pair of green wings disappeared, the powerhouses outside the Blood Moon battlefield heaved a sigh of relief and got up from the ground. In the Blood Moon battlefield, in another sea of blood formed from countless malice and curses, the void tore apart, and the Divine Remains fortress suddenly appeared. With a flash of light, the relic of the Shido civilization suddenly floated above the sea of blood. Yang Feng, your strength and aptitude are excellent. You have the qualifications to be my master. Let me ask you, when you have the ability in the future, will you exterminate all life forms in the Gamana universe and avenge the Shido civilization? Within the Divine Remains fortress, in a huge palace, a voice rang out. In an instant, waves of incomparably tyrannical will filled the palace. Kill them all. Exterminate all life forms in the Gamana universe. Agree to this request and we will become your power. Agree to this request and we will become your power. Agree to this request and the entire Blood Moon battlefield will become your power. Revenge. Revenge. Kill them all. Exterminate them. Swear it. Swear it. Countless tyrannical thoughts reverberated in the palace, and one after another, the silhouettes of powerhouses appeared, twisted, and flickered, exuding endless malice and curses towards the Gamana universe. Yang Feng looked at the countless silhouettes, mysterious runes emerged in his eyes, and the Level 6 optical computer network quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Yang Feng uttered calmly, I won't swear it. If the Gamana universe's life forms block my path forward and become my enemy, then I won't hesitate to destroy them. If they are willing to submit to me and become my enemy, then they will be my friends and can get my help. If they are willing to submit to me and become my helper, then they will be my friends and can get my help. I am the master. I won't be bound by you. You will die. Without our help, you will die. If you want to get our power, you have to pay the price. Swear it. Swear it. With our help, you can get the power of a perfect step powerhouse. With our help, you can directly promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. You can even step into the quasi-eternal realm. Voices of resentment and curses rang in the area, tempting Yang Feng. Projections of powerful civilization relic sites and treasures of heaven and earth appeared in front of Yang Feng. As long as Yang Feng agrees to swear it, the civilization relic sites and treasures of heaven and earth devoured by the Gamana universe will appear in front of him. Yang Feng uttered calmly, "With your help, I may be able to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. However, to set foot into the eternal realm is just a pipe dream. Retreat, all of you. My heart will not waver." With Yang Feng's cultivation base, he can no longer swear an oath at will. Once he violates an oath, he will suffer a huge backlash. If he is careless, he will be stuck in a certain realm, unable to advance any further. For powerhouses who have the ambition to set foot into the eternal realm, they will never violate their heart. Moreover, once Yang Feng swears an oath, the malice and curses will enter his body and turn him into a monster with terrifying strength bent on taking revenge on the Gamana universe. He doesn't want to become a monster controlled by other beings. No matter how strong he is, it doesn't matter. You will fail. You will come and beg us. You are doomed to fail, just like us. Curses filled with resentment came from all directions, and the strange shadows immediately disappeared from where they stood. A voice said, "Yang Feng, since you are unwilling to avenge us, then you have two choices. In that case, you have two choices. One is to become my half-master. In the future, when you promote to a Warlock Emperor, you will truly become my new master. The other choice is to get all the technological crystals of the Shatora civilization." Yang Feng chose decisively, "I want to get all the technological crystals of the Shatora civilization." The Divine Remains Fortress was an extremely powerful treasure. If it can be completely repaired, it will be no less powerful than any eternal treasure. However, for Yang Feng, the technological crystals of the Shatora civilization are the treasures he wants to get the most. Only by combining the Shizu technology with the Shatora civilization's technology and the Blasteel race's technology can he deduce an eternal path. Although an eternal treasure is extremely precious, but compared to a path leading to eternal marks, it is not worth mentioning. If Yang Feng is strong enough in the future, he can also create an eternal treasure. Very well, Yang Feng, you have made the right choice. From today onwards, you're half my new master. As for the technological crystals of the Shatora civilization, I will give them to you now. A gold ray shot out from a gold godbone and entered Yang Feng's storage treasure. The Shatora civilization's bead flew out of Yang Feng's hand and floated in the void. Countless mysterious runes emerged from the Shatora civilization's bead and pierced into the void in accordance with nether laws. In the Gamana universe, one pearl after another shone brightly and disappeared strangely. Within a few breaths of time, light shone in the void, and 36 nearly identical beads appeared. The 36 beads turned into countless runes, fused with each other, and finally formed a gold crystal that turned into a stream of light and entered Yang Feng's hand. As soon as Yang Feng grasped the gold crystal, the technological knowledge about the Shatora civilization entered his mind, and then was quickly recorded into the database by the Level 6 optical computer network inside him. The Great Holy Step computing power formed by the Level 6 optical computer network quickly set up projects and analyzed and deduced the new paths formed after the fusion of the Shatora civilization and the Shizu civilization. Chapter 1071. Along with flashes of light, the Godbones fortress turned into a small imprint that entered Yang Feng's left hand and turned into an imprint. As soon as the imprint appeared, Yang Feng sensed a mysterious connection between himself and the Godbones fortress. As long as he wants to, he can use part of the Godbones fortress's power. However, Yang Feng can clearly perceive that there is still a barrier between him and the Godbones fortress, which makes him far less proficient than he is with the Green Sun halberd. Yang Feng uttered, "Godbones fortress, help me arrange an opportunity for my avatar to promote to a Warlock monarch." The Godbones fortress replied, "Okay." On the battlefield of the Blood Moon, the Divine Remains Fortress was also a giant who was experienced and knowledgeable. It is not difficult to arrange for an Infinity Warlock to promote to a Warlock monarch. Yang Feng's avatar carefully walked on the Blood Moon battlefield. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he picked up a palm-sized metal plate. The metal piece radiated mysterious light and drew Yang Feng's gaudy avatar into a mysterious space. In that mysterious space, there were more than 10 springs. Most of them had already dried up, and only one of them was still emitting traces of immortal energy. Spring of immortality, I'm really lucky, Yang Feng shouted in a pleasantly surprised tone, and then plunged into the spring of immortality. A steady stream of precious power poured out of the spring of immortality and transformed Yang Feng's avatar. Godbone's fortress, is there another spring of immortality? I don't think it's too little. Spying on this side from a nether space, Yang Feng saw that his gaddy avatar could use the spring of immortality to advance in rank, and his eyes couldn't help but turn bloodshot and shimmer with a scorching shade. Generally speaking, a Holy Spirit Warlock only has one spring of immortality, and some weak Holy Spirit Warlocks who have just advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank don't even have one. For Yang Feng's true body, the spring of immortality is a rare treasure. Now that Yang Feng's avatar has consumed a mouthful of it, Yang Feng's true body feels some heartache. The Godbone's fortress responded, the spring of immortality is not some cabbage. To be able to find you a mouthful of it is already good enough. There are indeed many good things on the Blood Moon battlefield. As long as you take an oath and let the resentment and malice enter you, you can obtain the entire Blood Moon battlefield's legacy. Yang Feng shook his head and said, forget it. I don't want to be the carrier of those resentment and malice. Once Yang Feng took an oath on the Blood Moon battlefield, he would attract endless resentment and malice and gather it on his body. Even if he advanced to the Warlock Emperor rank, he would just be a monster dominated by madness and malice, and would no longer be himself. Only those madmen who crazily pursued power at all costs would agree to the demands of the malice and resentment in the Blood Moon battlefield. The effect of the Spring of Immortality is amazing. 10 days later, Yang Feng's gaddy avatar advanced to a junior Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Originally, Yang's Warlock base is Warlock rank, Warlock Feng's avatar's Warlock rank, Warlock. Since he doesn't have high expectations for this avatar, he didn't hesitate to promote it to the Warlock Monarch rank. Yang Feng has long since prepared treasures to seal his soul fluctuations and cultivation base. As soon as he advanced to the Warlock Monarch rank, he immediately used those treasures to seal his cultivation base and soul fluctuations, so that he wasn't killed by the curse of the Blood Moon battlefield. It's too dangerous here. Since I got the opportunity, I'd better go back. Yang Feng's Warlock base muttered to himself, merged with a black crow mecha, turned into a black stream of light, and flew towards the entrance of the Blood Moon battlefield. Half a month later, outside the Blood Moon battlefield, a black light flashed, and a black crow mecha flew out of the battlefield. The black crow mecha flew into the Blasteel warship and revealed its figure. It is Yang Feng. Warlock, he's back. That's Warlock base's Warlock base. He came back alive, how lucky. All eyes were focused on Gaddy, filled with astonishment. Gazes containing wisps of immortal might fell on Yang Feng, and they were slightly surprised. Starry Sea Realm. He actually promoted to the Starry Sea Realm. What opportunity did Warlock base get in the Blood Moon battlefield? Although the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are intimidated by the Blasteel race's might, but they all have malicious thoughts in their minds. For an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse with ordinary aptitude to advance to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse after entering the Blood Moon battlefield, he definitely got a heaven-defying opportunity. Starry Sea Realm. That lowly adventurer actually advanced to the Starry Sea Realm. Curses. That lowly adventurer actually advanced to a Starry Sea Realm powerhouse. How could this happen? That lowly adventurer, this time, he's dead for sure. He's just an ordinary adventurer, yet he got such a great opportunity. This is his original sin. He's dead. The Blasteel race's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses looked maliciously at Yang Feng and sneered in their hearts, waiting to watch a good show. If Yang Feng was a royal family member or a greater aristocrat of the Blasteel race, then no one would covet the fortuitous encounter he got in the Blood Moon battlefield. As such, no one would covet the fortuitous encounter he got in the Blood Moon battlefield. However, Yang Feng is an adventurer. Such a great fortuitous encounter might even tempt Blasteel Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. 4 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Killing a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse is a piece of cake. You must be very curious about what fortuitous encounter I got in the Blood Moon battlefield. There's no need to guess, I'll tell you now. Yang Feng smiled faintly and pressed the Black Raven, and the Black Raven radiated light and formed a projection in the void. The projection shows everything that happened when Yang Feng entered the Blood Moon battlefield as Warlock base. The speed of the projection has been accelerated to 100,000 times. Ordinary people can't see it clearly, but for powerhouses above the Infinity Warlock rank, they can easily see everything in the projection. Spring of Immortality. He found the Spring of Immortality. Damn it, he used it. He used the entire Spring of Immortality to advance. This damned idiot. He used the entire Spring of Immortality to advance. When the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses saw that Yang Feng's Gaddy used the Spring of Immortality to advance to the Warlock Monarch realm, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they stared at Yang Feng, wishing to tear him apart. The Spring of Immortality is a treasure that even Yang Feng's true body covets. The resources needed to refine a Spring of Immortality can cultivate 10 ordinary Warlock Monarchs. For Yang Feng to refine such a treasure and use it to advance to the Warlock Monarch realm is simply insane. However, when the Holy Spirit Warlocks saw Yang Feng's calm expression, they had to admit that this is the best choice for Yang Feng. An Infinity Warlock cannot guard a treasure like the Spring of Immortality. For Yang Feng, using the Spring of Immortality to improve his cultivation base and strength is the best choice. When the Holy Spirit Warlocks saw that Yang Feng chose to return after refining the Spring of Immortality, disappointment flashed in their eyes. This is an image crystal. I made a total of 100 copies. You can have a look at it at will. Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and thousands of image crystals flew out of the Blasteel warship and scattered around. I'll put this original image crystal here. Anyone who is interested can come and have a look. Yang Feng dug out a crystal from the Black Crow, placed it on a transparent projection device, and then turned around and walked inside the warship. One after another, powerhouses quickly came to the projection device to have a look. It's real. Damn it. He actually obtained the Spring of Immortality. That guy is really lucky. After the powerhouses used various methods to check the authenticity of the image crystal, they sighed slightly, and envy shimmered in their eyes. After the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses confirmed the authenticity of the image crystal, disappointment flashed in their eyes, and no one paid any more attention to Yang Feng. However, the Blasteel elites are full of envy for Yang Feng. Even in the Blasteel race, a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse is a bigwig. A Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse can establish a royal family by themselves. Originally, Yang Feng's title of Grand Prince Lan Yarrow was just an empty title given by the Blasteel Lord. But after Yang Feng advanced to a Warlock Monarch, he became a genuine Grand Prince of an empire. After Yang Feng returned, he hid inside the Blasteel warship and entered closed-door cultivation. As time passed, more and more people came out of the Blood Moon battlefield. When the passage to the Blood Moon battlefield was completely closed, only hundreds of elites of different races survived. The number of elites who entered the Blood Moon battlefield reached tens of thousands, yet only a few hundred survived. From this, it can be seen how cruel the Blood Moon battlefield is. Among the hundreds of elites who survived, most of them were empty-handed and didn't get anything. However, a dozen-plus people obtained precious treasures that even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses coveted. The elites with powerful backgrounds offered the treasures to their forces. The remaining few rogue cultivators without a strong background were surrounded by the Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks, who paid a huge price to exchange for those peerless treasures from the rogue cultivators. Chapter 1072. None of the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses who came out of the Blood Moon battlefield could leave. They were all gathered together. Detection spells and various detection radiances fell on the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and tested their true identities. Since Yang Feng's true body is hiding in the Blood Moon battlefield, the detection spells naturally have no effect. After dozens of repeated tests, the fleets left the Blood Moon battlefield. In the Blood Moon battlefield, Standing inside the Godbones fortress, Yang Feng's true body looked into the distance through the Godbones fortress, frowned slightly, and said slowly, "Godbones fortress, do you think the Wing Eternal has left?" The Godbones fortress answered, "He has disappeared from my perception, but this doesn't mean that he has left. In the universe where they reside, Eternals have all kinds of incredible abilities. Even at my peak, I still needed a master to control me to be able to perceive the aura of the Wing Eternal. Only in a place like the Blood Moon battlefield, which is full of malice towards the three Eternals, can they be forced to expose their aura and resist the curse. Otherwise, even if they come to me, I may not be able to perceive their existence." Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. So terrifying? The Godbones fortress, which can easily quell a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, is an eternal treasure with its origin damaged. Yet even an eternal sovereign can't perceive such a peerless treasure. Eternal sovereigns are simply heaven-defying. The Godbones fortress uttered, "Eternal sovereigns are far beyond your imagination. Every eternal sovereign possesses all kinds of extraordinary powers and is proficient in countless essences. Any crisis will have a warning of fate. Unless another eternal sovereign uses their power to conceal the traces of fate, even the strongest human Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses won't be able to harm an eternal sovereign. Even if they use assassination methods, they won't be able to harm an eternal sovereign in the slightest." Yang Feng smiled helplessly. "I didn't expect that I would provoke a terrifying existence like the Wing Eternal in a damnable place like the Blood Moon battlefield. The Blood Moon battlefield is full of malice and curses towards the Gamana universe's three Eternals. Although the three Eternals possess heaven-defying strength and are not afraid of the malice and curses, but they aren't willing to stay in such a place. The appearance of the Wing Eternal was beyond Yang Feng's expectations, forcing him to hide in the Blood Moon battlefield, not daring to go out. Staying here is not a solution. Let's risk it." Yang Feng hesitated for a while, then clenched his teeth, appeared on a flat ground, and released a top-grade warp gate. Every powerful civilization had its own core technology. The Blast Steel race possessed the technology to create powerful bodies and to integrate humans and machines into one. There was no way the Shi clan could compete with the Blast Steel race when it came to the evolution of humans and machines. The Warp Gate, one of the core technologies of the Shizu, is a super black technology far superior to that of the Blast Steel race. Even the three Protoss races of the Gamana universe don't have such a powerful and convenient technology. The top-grade warp gate flashed faintly and activated. A huge skeletal hand appeared on the Godbones fortress and absorbed the surrounding curses and malice. The interference of the top-grade warp gate was blocked, and spatial fluctuations rippled through the air. Yang Feng took the Godbones fortress and stepped into the top-grade warp gate. "You finally came out, little mouse." At this moment, an indifferent voice came from heaven and earth, and a huge green hand pierced into the void. From the twisted wormhole passage formed by the two top-grade warp gates, a giant green hand suddenly extended from the warp gates and shot towards Yang Feng with world-destroying might. Yang Feng looked at the cyan hand, his eyes flashed with a glint of shock, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can someone tear a wormhole? This doesn't make sense." The wormhole formed by the two top-grade warp gates is very well hidden. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can't see through it, nor can they interfere with it. The ability of the Wing Eternal to cut off the wormhole with a single strike has exceeded the deduction of Shizu technology and Yang Feng's imagination by far. This let him witness the terror and heaven-defying power of eternal sovereigns. "Give me power." Violent fluctuations came from the Godbones fortress, and a quasi-emperor rank black tortoise suddenly flew out. Its huge tortoise shell radiated dazzling light and blocked the huge green hand. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, the world ring inside him shone, and he frantically extracted world force and poured a tremendous amount of world force into the Godbones fortress. Boom! The huge green hand struck with all its strength and immediately smashed the black tortoise shell. Countless cracks appeared on the Godbones fortress. Inside the wormhole, countless rifts appeared. The Godbones fortress swept Yang Feng into a crack. "You want to escape?" With a flash of cyan light, the giant cyan hand turned into a pair of cyan wings projection. After 3 breaths of time, the cyan wings projection materialized. A terrifying force diffused from the green wings and forcibly maintained the wormhole that was on the verge of collapse. Sensing the aura of another universe coming from the cracks, the Wing Eternal uttered unhurriedly, "This is a universe rift. A rift leading to another universe. He's really lucky. A universe child. It's really troublesome to get rid of this guy." With a flash of light, the wings of eternity disappeared from where they stood. In the void of the world of Warlock's astral boundary, a crack suddenly appeared, and Yang Feng flew out of the crack. Then, his body exploded, and a copious amount of blood scattered. Along with flashes of light, the blood that splashed out entered Yang Feng's body. Even with the protection of the Godbone's fortress, Yang Feng was still seriously injured by the full-strength strike of the Wing Eternal, and his soul shook violently. If he wasn't already a Holy Spirit Warlock, then even with the Godbone's fortress, he would have been enstackled by the Wing Eternal from a great distance away. Master is injured. Automatically switching the guard program to look for celestial bodies with life. The ruler magic cube in Yang Feng's right hand extended and turned into a giant black egg that wrapped Yang Feng. At the same time, a large amount of high-energy nutrient repair liquid was injected into the egg and repaired Yang Feng's body. The giant black egg turned into a meteorite and flew quietly in the astral boundary. In the astral boundary, meteorites are the most common. A celestial body with powerful life magic energy detected. It is suitable for Master to recuperate. After flying for who knows how long, the meteorite landed on a nearby life celestial body. This is plane suppression. As soon as he landed on the celestial body, a fearsome force enveloped Yang Feng and woke him up from his slumber. With a flash of devour light, Yang Feng devoured the super nutrient solution. Suddenly, Yang Feng's face flickered. Damn it, this is a law injury containing the law of karma. After Yang Feng devoured a large amount of super nutrient solution, although his fleshly body recovered, but the injury to his soul showed no signs of healing. On the contrary, it became more serious. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. When he looked at himself, he saw countless runes formed from green feathers entwining around his soul, which are eroding his soul. Fortunately, after the baptism of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's knowledge, these runes can be the tempering for my evolution again. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and the power inside him evolved into a miniature devour black hole that appeared around his soul and devoured the green feathers on his soul. It will take 10,000 years to completely devour and eliminate the injury. The Wing Eternal is really a fearsome enemy. With his great holy step computing ability, he instantly calculated the time it will take for Yang Feng to heal his injuries, which made his heart shake. The universe's favor has almost disappeared completely. It seems that in order to escape from the Wing Eternal with my life, I have consumed all the universe's favor. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and found that his universe's favor has been consumed again. Yang Feng quickly evaluated, and his eyes radiated scorching light. The plane's suppression on me is very strong. It should be a grade 3 plane. A grade 3 plane can suppress a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse to the Warlock Monarch realm. Only second-class planes and above could accommodate countless experts, and they wouldn't be restricted by the powerful planes. In theory, a grade 3 plane may evolve into a grade 2 plane over a long period of time. However, there are very few grade 3 planes that can truly advance to a grade 2 plane. For a powerful force, a grade 3 plane is the most precious treasure. To enter an unfamiliar plane, I have to analyze the plane's laws. It will only take me 10 days to finish analyzing the plane's laws. During these 10 days, I can only use the power of my fleshly body. However, even if I completely analyze the plane's laws, with my current situation, I can't use other extraordinary powers. Yang Feng looked at the cyan feathers in his soul and creased his eyebrows slightly. At this time, all his life force has been mobilized and turned into a devour black hole to devour the power of the Wing Eternal. Only in this way can he slowly heal his injuries. He has no spare energy to do anything else. He can only use the power of his fleshly body. Yang Feng suddenly turned his head, looked towards a road, and saw a huge convoy coming this way. Chapter 1073. The carriages of the huge caravan were a dozen times larger than ordinary carriages, looking like small moving houses. The horses that were pulling them were extraordinary creatures with black scales all over their bodies and a single horn on their heads. They were 90% similar to horses. Yang Feng glanced at the caravan and mused, Starry Sky Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. The owner of this caravan should have some background. Although Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses could only be regarded as cannon fodder in a universe war. However, in many planes, they were already extremely tyrannical extraordinary life forms. Who are you? This is the caravan of the Tizai family. Tell me where you came from, or die. A man riding an extraordinary demonic lion, exuding a fearsome aura, and a mysterious brand engraved on his forehead appeared in front of Yang Feng with a spear in hand and barked. Yang Feng glanced at the man, and his eyes shimmered with curiosity. This is an innate brand. And it's an innate brand I've never seen before. Some powerful races were the darlings of the universe. After their birth, innate brands would appear in their bodies, bones, and blood. This allowed them to manipulate all kinds of extraordinary forces. Some of the various runes discovered by human warlocks were inherited from the Archgod era, while even more runes were new ones discovered through continuous experimentation and research. After Yang Feng became a chairman of the Human Supreme Council, countless runes of the Tsangji plane appeared in his database. In the world of warlocks, there were very few runes that he couldn't recognize. This world looks more interesting than I imagined. Maybe it will give me some surprises. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. My name is Yang Feng, an ordinary traveler traveling the world. The man said coldly, You're lying. An ordinary traveler wouldn't stay in this forest covered in blood. Originally, Yang Feng had barely suppressed his injuries. But not long ago, his injuries flared up, and a copious amount of blood spewed out, making him look like a person made of blood. Yang Feng replied calmly, I encountered bandits in this forest. I killed them, but I was also seriously injured. The man's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Very unhappy with Yang Feng's calm appearance, he raised the spear in his hand and wanted to stab at Yang Feng. A crisp voice came from within the caravan. Stop, Dugu. Dugu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retracted all of his viciousness. He said respectfully, Yes, young master. A stunningly beautiful woman with long purple hair, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and an enchanting aura exuded from all over her body. There was a mysterious mark between her brows. She was a pitilessly beautiful woman who could cause the downfall of a nation. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly and he exclaimed in admiration, What a beauty! Her appearance and temperament are not inferior to the succubus empress, only her charm is slightly inferior. Yang Feng was an old freak with a true age of several thousand years, and had seen who knows how many beautiful women. However, not many could compare to the succubus empress in terms of appearance and temperament. The purple-haired beauty smiled warmly, I'm Ifria, pleased to meet you. Our convoy will be heading to the holy capital Dantaverna city. May I ask if you are willing to travel with us? Yang Feng responded, All right. Please come with me. Ifria led Yang Feng to a luxurious carriage in the center of the convoy. In the convoy, gazes of envy fell on Yang Feng. Ifria was the sole heir of the Tizai family. Not only was her status extremely noble, but she was also a peerless beauty with terrifying charm. Since Yang Feng got her favor, it was natural for people to be envious. Dugu clenched his fists, and his eyes shimmered gloomily. The interior of the luxurious carriage was like a small room with all the daily necessities. Yang Feng sat on a soft sofa and asked, Ifria, why did you invite me here? It's a big taboo to invite strangers of unknown origin into the convoy in the wilderness. Ifria smiled sweetly, saying, Of course I won't invite people to join my convoy casually. However, I am a prophet, and I have some foresight abilities. I know that I will meet a benefactor here who can help me avoid a disaster, and that person is you. That's why I invited you to join our convoy. Prophet. Yang Feng looked at the mysterious imprint on Ifria's forehead, and his eyes lit up. The mysterious imprint on Ifria's forehead exuded fluctuations of fate. If Yang Feng hadn't mastered the peerless spell fate algorithm, he wouldn't have been able to sense the power of fate. Prophets are extraordinary beings that can peek into the changes of fate in the future. That's an amazing ability. Yang Feng smiled, praised casually, and asked, "Can you foresee what dangers will happen?" Ifria sighed faintly, saying, "I can't. I can only foresee that if I hadn't met you, I would have died in a dangerous situation not long after. Moreover, it would have been suicide. Otherwise, life would have been worse than death." Yang Feng said with a smile, "I want to read." Ifria smiled sweetly, saying, "Please wait a moment." Ifria immediately got up, went to a bookshelf, took a few books, and placed them in front of Yang Feng. Roland Continent Chronicles, Basics of Extraordinary Powers, Mysticism, World Origin. Yang Feng scanned the books with a glance, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. He picked one at random and began to read. This plane was called the Roland Continent, and it was dominated by the two intelligent races, humans and demons. The humans of this plane would awaken extraordinary powers as soon as they were born. Then, they would cultivate special secret techniques that would allow the extraordinary powers in their bodies to continuously evolve. Extraordinary beings of this plane were divided into 10 ranks. Ifria was a rank 6 extraordinary being, and her cultivation base was comparable to that of a moonlight warlock. However, Ifria was a prophet. She was proficient in divination, but her fighting strength wasn't great. Some rank 4 and rank 5 extraordinary beings might be able to kill her. Under the leadership of the 3 hero monarchs, the humans contended against the 5 demon monarchs. Although the humans were at a slight disadvantage, but they were still barely able to resist the demons. The holy capital Dantaverna city was a city guarded by the hero monarch Blaze Monarch. Ifria was invited to the holy capital Dantaverna city by her good friend Princess Blaze Monarch as a guest. Yang Feng, who was reading, suddenly put down the book in his hand and said faintly, "Enemies are coming." Ifria raised her eyebrows and ordered sternly, "Activate the defensive barrier." The incomparably huge convoy immediately stopped moving forward, formed a formation, and activated a defensive barrier. A blue barrier suddenly emerged to protect the convoy. Blue arrows barreled from all directions like shooting stars, slammed into the blue barrier, and exploded, setting off ripples. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. All the experts in the convoy were ready for battle. Tyrannical auras erupted in a flash, and there were even 2 Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power. One of the Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power came from Dugu, who was one of the 2 commanders of the convoy. TSK, as expected of the Tiseri family's prophet, to be able to find our traces, that's amazing. Amidst the gloomy, owl-like laughter, a pale-faced, skeleton-like man appeared from an empty space. Behind the skeleton-like man, 30+ people dressed in black robes with 3 blood-colored skulls embroidered on them walked out. The Scarlet Skull Order. It's actually people from the Scarlet Skull Order. When everyone in the convoy saw the 30+ people dressed in black robes, their faces changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The Scarlet Skull Order is an extremely evil organization. As long as they have money, they will do anything. They will even work for the demons and assassinate human heroes. The leader of the Scarlet Skull Order, the Scarlet Prince, is a rank 9 extraordinary being. More than 10 rank 9 extraordinary beings have died at his hands. The Scarlet Skull Order's methods are extremely cruel. If you don't obey them, everyone will be tortured for 10 days and 10 nights before dying. They are the most cold-blooded butchers and assassins. Inside the carriage, Ephonia explained to Yang Feng with a pale face. The skeletal appearance man smiled coldly at everyone present and said, "I am He Xiao of the Scarlet Skull Order. Sir Scarlet Prince has taken a fancy to Miss Ephonia. Hand her over, and I'll give you a way to live. Otherwise, everyone will be tortured and die in pain." Glorious Sun Warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from He Xiao, and the 30+ black-robed masked men behind him also erupted with Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power. The faces of the Tiseri family warriors changed greatly from the terrifying aura of power. Even with the protection of a barrier, they weren't confident that they could withstand the offensive of the Scarlet Skull Order's powerhouses. Boga, one of the 2 commanders of the Tiseri family, barked, "Don't be discouraged. We have entered the range of Danda City. As long as we hold on for a while, Sir Mo Ang will come to save us." He Xiao showed a gloomy smile. "Unfortunately, you don't have time to wait for Mo Ang to appear. At that moment, a fearsome spear stabbed out from behind Boga and pierced his abdomen. "It's you, why?" Boga looked at Dugu with an incredulous expression, his body and mind shrouded in sharp pain. He didn't expect that Dugu, whom he had always taken care of, would attack him. Chapter 1074. Dugu's face twisted, and he revealed a malevolent smile. "The Scarlet Prince promised me that once I capture Ephnia, I'll enjoy her first time. Besides, after he's tired of playing with her, he'll give her to me. She's mine. In the Tease family, she will never belong to me." On the Scarlet Skull Guild side, Black Owl revealed a mocking smile and said in a low voice, "Foolish commoner, that is the prey that the Scarlet Prince has his eyes on. How can he let you be the first to enjoy it?" He Xiao was shrouded in strange ripples. As soon as his voice came out, it was shattered by the ripples and disappeared, unable to reach Dugu's ears. "Really, I've seen such a hateful scene. Sure enough, scum are everywhere in the world." A cold voice came from a carriage, and young Feng alighted from the carriage. "You bastard! Go to hell!" Dugu's eyes flashed fiercely, and he flung the spear in his hand and sent Boga flying. The rune on his forehead flickered, and, as if turning into a ferocious demonic dragon, mercilessly stabbed at young Feng. This imprint still has some research value. Yang Feng pointed with a finger and shattered the ferocious demonic dragon, and then pressed on Dugu's forehead. Dugu's head exploded in an instant, and a mysterious rune flew into Yang Feng's hand. Vigilance flashed in He Xiao's eyes, and he threatened fiercely, "Who are you?" "We're from the Scarlet Skull Order. If you leave this place at once, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll be the sworn enemy of the Scarlet Skull Order. You're blocking my way, ants. All of you, go to hell." 30+ after images suddenly appeared in front of the Scarlet Skull Order's experts and pointed on their foreheads. The heads of the 30+ experts exploded, and their corpses fell to the ground. So strong. So strong. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? When the experts of the Tease family saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. The Scarlet Skull Guild would send out an elite squad that could destroy a city with millions of people. Such an elite force was casually squashed by Yang Feng like ants. It was simply appalling. Avnia came to Yang Feng's side, her beautiful eyes shimmered with expectation, and she pleaded, "Sir Yang Feng, please save Boga." Yang Feng glanced at Boga and flicked his finger, and an omnipotent humanoid robot suddenly flew out and landed in front of Boga. That all-purpose humanoid robot had countless functions. It could fight, heal, investigate, and calculate. Of course, due to its complete set of functions, the omnipotent humanoid robots are mediocre in all aspects. They can't reach the pinnacle in any aspect, and their fighting strength is only at the Bright World Warlock rank. Once that omnipotent humanoid robot flew to Boga's side, it shot out a beam of light constructed from nanomachines at Boga's body. The wounds on Boga's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few breaths, Boga, who had been hovering on the brink of death, came back to life. As soon as he recovered, Boga went to Yang Feng and saluted gratefully. "Thank you, sir." Yang Feng nodded and returned to the luxurious chariot. "How interesting. I've never seen these runes before. They are full of mysteries. Unfortunately, their level is too low." Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the runes he seized from the Black Owl and Dugu flew in his hand and radiated resplendent light. With the power of fate algorithm, Yang Feng can vaguely perceive that the runes contain mysterious power. If he can comprehend them, it will be of great benefit to him. This is the world of warlocks. As long as it isn't interfered with by a powerhouse, fate algorithm is virtually unstoppable. This is a peerless spell that Yang Feng can rely on. With his great holy step computing ability, Yang Feng analyzed and cracked the runes one by one, and then put them into the database for deduction. After Avnia witnessed Yang Feng's strength, she became even more respectful of him. Without hesitation, she offered him all kinds of secret methods, which greatly accelerated his deduction speed. Here comes another nasty bug. In the chariot, Yang Feng suddenly looked up and uttered indifferently. Avnia understood and opened the roof of the chariot. Yang Feng extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. 300 kilometers away, on a tall mountain, there stands a skinny man who looks like a human skeleton. There is a mysterious rune on his forehead exuding an evil and queer aura, and bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power pervade his body. The man who looks like a human skeleton said coldly to a skull, "The Black Owl is really a good-for-nothing. He can't even handle such a small matter. Red Skull, this is the task that Sir gave you. If you want me to help you, then give me a cube of divine bone water." A ferocious and cruel voice came from the skull, "A cube of divine bone water. Damn Black Skull, if it weren't for the fact that you're the closest person, I wouldn't have accepted your extortion." "All right. However, except for the prophet that Sir Prince has taken a fancy to, everyone else must die. I want their souls to suffer in agony after they are tortured." The Black Skull revealed a bone-chilling smile. "Deal. You'll get their tortured souls." At this moment, a giant hand formed from streams of air descended from the sky, grabbed the Black Skull, and pulled him away. The sky shook, and a meteor flew over from afar. The Black Skull descended from the roof of the chariot and landed in front of Yang Feng. Avnia's beautiful face flickered, and she exclaimed, "The Black Skull of the Scarlet Skull orders 10 great skulls, second only to the Blood Prince." Dizzy, the Black Skull stared at Yang Feng with a look of shock on his face and exclaimed, "Who are you?" "I am." Yang Feng pointed a finger at the Black Skull's forehead. The Black Skull turned into ashes in an instant, and only a black rune emerged and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Shock flashed in Avnia's beautiful eyes. "So strong. This is the benefactor I met. I am destined to." The Black Skull is one of the Scarlet Skull Order's 10 great powerhouses, second only to the Blood Prince. Who knows how many powerhouses have fallen at his hands? For such a fearsome powerhouse to be squashed like an ant by Yang Feng, this is simply appalling. For such an expert to be slapped to death by Yang Feng as if he was an ant, it was simply appalling. If Avnia hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that someone can insta-kill a powerhouse like the Black Skull. The void twisted, and 100 men in black robes riding the extraordinary life-form void horses emerged from the void and blocked in front of the Tease family's convoy. "I am Yelladana, a steward under the command of the Azure Star's master. Lady Aphonia, if you please come with me. My master wants to see you." A handsome middle-aged man dressed in blue armor, carrying a greatsword on his back, and exuding bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power said arrogantly while riding a void horse. When the Tease family's powerhouses saw the Azure Star's powerhouses, their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and their bodies filled with fear. There was a flash of fear in Avnia's beautiful eyes, and she explained to Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting from her, "The Azure Star is a huge organization that covers the entire continent. The origin of the Azure Star's master is very mysterious. According to legend, he is a powerhouse who can contend against the 3 hero lords." Avnia said, "However, the Azure Star is also a dark organization. They carry out taboo experiments, human trafficking, organized gambling, sex trafficking, and other dark activities. Sir Yang Feng, I don't want to go with them, please help me." Yang Feng glanced at Avnia, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. He activated the lie detection ability to confirm that she is not lying. Unless Avnia possesses a mysterious secret treasure or secret method that can deceive even Yang Feng, she won't be able to resist Yang Feng's spell. Since that's the case, then let them all die. A calm voice sounded, and a series of after-images appeared in front of the Azure Star powerhouses and pointed at the heads of the powerhouses. In an instant, the heads of the Azure Star's powerhouses exploded, turned into dust, and disappeared. Mysterious runes flew into Yang Feng's hand. "So strong. This Sir is even stronger than Sir Patriarch." The Azure Star's powerhouses were annihilated just like that. When the warriors of the Tease family saw Yang Feng insta-kill the Azure Star's powerhouses, they were struck dumb, as if they were watching a myth. The force sent by the Azure Star can destroy 10 Tease families. For such a formidable force to be instackled by Yang Feng, this is simply shocking. Many powerhouses of the Tease family are full of admiration for Yang Feng. On the road leading to the holy capital Dantavina city, the convoy encountered more than a dozen sieges in a row. As soon as the enemies appeared, they were instackled by Yang Feng. After the major forces lost countless elites, none of them sent experts to ambush Yang Feng and his party. Instead, they sent countless spies to investigate from afar. Avnia, you're finally here. Sorry, I didn't expect that so many people would come to ambush you. The Inferno Princess, who had long, crimson hair and wore fiery red armor, had a sexy figure and beautiful looks. She led a team of 100 guards over to Ephonia. Chapter 1075. Ephonia said with a smile, Eva, this is Sir Yang Feng. It was thanks to Sir Yang Feng that I was able to come here safely. Eva bowed to Yang Feng in a neither servile nor overbearing manner and said, You are Sir Yang Feng. Thank you very much for saving Ephonia. Along the way, all the assassins Ephonia encountered were crushed by Yang Feng. The news has spread throughout the human race. Everyone speculated that a new Tier 9 powerhouse has risen. Eva's father is the Flame Monarch, a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. But he won't look down on an Infinity Warlock rank Tier 9 powerhouse. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, It's nothing. Even if a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse only has the power of their fleshly body left, they can still crush powerhouses below the Infinity Warlock rank effortlessly. This is the reason why Yang Feng is trying his best to advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock. During the Great Tribulation, Holy Spirit Warlocks can control their own fate a little. If they hide in the most remote corner of the universe and spend their lives in obscurity, they are likely to avoid the Great Tribulation. There are many strange races in the Gamana universe that are survivors of other universes. Of course, it is almost impossible for such survivors to integrate into the mainstream world, and they will only decline day by day. Eva is the Flame Princess. She is a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse herself. The guards beside her have 10 Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses. An enigmatic look in her beautiful eyes, Eva took Ephnia's little hand and said, Ephnia, come to my carriage. We haven't seen each other for a long time since we graduated from the Ring of Fire. I have a lot to say to you. Ephnia hesitated for a while, then looked at Yang Feng and uttered, Okay. Under Eva's escort, no one dared to harass them along the way, and they arrived at the holy capital Dantavina city without a hitch. Ephnia asked hesitantly, Sir Yang Feng, if you don't have anything to do, can you stay with me? Yang Feng thought for a while and said with a smile, Okay. She was a peerless beauty and a rare prophet. The mark between her brows carried traces of the aura of destiny. Whether it was Ephnia herself or the mysterious power she possessed, Yang Feng was very interested in both. However, Avnia was always respectful towards Yang Feng, unless it was a last resort. He was also not willing to use other means to forcefully obtain her. Ephnia said with a smile, Eva, help me and Sir Yang Feng arrange the same residence. Yang Feng Daran likes reading, please help me collect all kinds of books. Eva furrowed her beautiful brows and forced a smile. All right, Ephnia. Yang Feng saw everything and revealed a trace of a smile. Interesting. La. In a sea of blood that was enveloped by boundless blood and emitted a twisted, savage, and brutal aura, a blood-colored egg that emitted a holy aura floated in the air. Tens of thousands of human and demon experts were dragged to the sea of blood by members of the Scarlet Skull Order, beheaded, and squeezed their blood into the sea of blood. A man wearing a white skull mask and covered in skin and bones, looking like a humanoid skeleton, walked to the sea of blood and quietly looked at the blood-colored egg. Crack! A crisp sound rang, and the blood-colored egg cracked open. From the blood-colored egg, a handsome man with long, blood-colored hair and a peerless charm walked out. The man wearing the white skull mask said respectfully, Congratulations on advancing again, my lord. Unfortunately, I'm still one step away from advancing to the Tier 10. The Tier 10, it's really too difficult to step into the Tier 10. The Scarlet Prince sighed faintly and said faintly, White Skull, you came here a total of 13 times these days. What important information do you have to report? The White Skull replied respectfully, My lord, the Black Skull was killed. He went to intercept Ephnia, but was killed by an expert named Yang Feng. The Azure Star Order, the Black Ring, the Doomsday Serpent, the assassins sent by the Black Ring were all killed by him. He has now escorted Ephnia to the holy capital Dantavina city. The Scarlet Prince frowned slightly and asked curiously, Yang Feng? I've never heard of this name. Where did he come from? Almost all powerhouses grew from weak to strong, with a clear growth trajectory. Yang Feng, however, popped out like a rock, which was extremely strange. The Scarlet Prince smiled coldly. However, that fellow is so stupid that he offended everyone at once. This time, he's dead. Before he dies, I'll go take a look and see what kind of person this idiot is. The Scarlet Prince's body twisted, and he suddenly disappeared. In a mysterious blue star, countless azure rays of light shone. Each ray of light flashed with malice, curses, and distortions. A cold and overbearing voice came from the mysterious blue star. Yang Feng, you dare to kill someone from the Azure Star Order, how audacious. Dan Xing, bring back his severed head and bring Ephnia to me alive in an instant. Yes, my lord. In the blue star, countless blue rays flickered and formed a mysterious powerhouse without eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, and engraved with countless blue runes. The major forces surged in the dark and sent experts to the holy capital Dantavina city. As soon as Yang Feng entered the holy capital Dantavina city, he immersed himself in the study of various secret methods. In a secret room, mysterious runes emerged and entered Yang Feng's body, and he radiated mysterious light. This world's cultivation system is really ingenious. It mainly strengthens the fleshly body. Compared to the Tsangji Plains body-tempering warlocks, it's a step higher. Unfortunately, the secret methods I have aren't top-secret methods of this world, so they don't have much of an effect on me. Yang Feng looked at the mysterious runes that emerged on his body and clearly sensed that his fleshly body has become a bit stronger. In the vast universe, there are countless mystical races and mysterious secret methods. Human warlocks have never stopped pioneering. They occupied countless planes and obtained the secret methods of the plane's powerhouses to create one powerful secret method after another. Although the plane the Roland continent is on cannot give birth to Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses due to plane restrictions. However, the runes of this plane are mystical runes that Yang Feng has never seen before. They have a miraculous effect on strengthening the fleshly body. Many warlocks concentrate on studying essences and the laws of the universe in the later stages and don't attach much importance to the fleshly body. After all, when it comes to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, most powerhouses use essences to pry open the laws of the universe and display terrifying power that can destroy stars and crush planes. However, Yang Feng is very interested in the runes that strengthen the fleshly body. The auxiliary cultivation system formed by the Level 6 optical computer network of the Shizu can give him independent Great Holy Step computing power to carry out various deductions. As long as there is an opportunity to become stronger, he won't let it slip by. According to the technological deductions of the Blasteel race, Shizu, and Shido civilization, I can transform every cell in my body into a cultivation unit and practice cultivation automatically. In this way, even if I'm sleeping, it's equivalent to practicing cultivation. If you want to endure high-intensity training, your cells must be strengthened to an unimaginable degree. If I can get my hands on this world's top cultivation secret methods, I may be able to overcome this difficulty. Since this world is divided into demons and humans, then I can start with the demons first. Finally, I can start with the humans. Yang Feng quietly weighed the pros and cons. In the Roland continent, if there is a powerhouse that can contend with Yang Feng, then Yang Feng will sit down and negotiate with the other party. If there is no powerhouse that can contend with Yang Feng, then he intends to swallow the entire plane and make it his territory. This is the thinking of a powerhouse. Terrifying auras rose outside the holy capital Dantavina city and shrouded the whole city. Enemy attack. Enemies. As soon as it sensed the powerful auras, the entire Dantavina city activated its emergency defense system. Similarly, powerful auras rose from the city. This is the Dantavina city guarded by the Flame Monarch. Who are you people? Princess Lai Yang, who was clad in fiery red armor and seemed to be enveloped in a layer of flames, looked like a valiant war goddess of flames. She held a large sword in her hand as she walked through the air. She arrived at the top of Dantavina city's city wall and shouted sternly. Along with flashes of scarlet light, a 30,000-meter-long warship made of countless scarlet skeletons exuding resentment, ghostly chi, and death chi suddenly flew out. When she saw the warship, The Flame Princess's pretty face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, "The Blood Skull orders Blood Skull worship." The Blood Prince came in person. Although the Blood Prince was a powerhouse of the ninth step, but he was also a top figure among ninth step powerhouses. He even mounted a sneak attack and seriously injured the giant strength monarch of the three hero lords. Even the Flame Monarch would attach great importance to such a powerhouse. "Little girl, I'm not the only one who came this time. Let your father, the Flame Monarch, come out." In the center of the Blood Skull worship, there is a bewitchingly handsome man sitting on a luxurious litter. He is the leader of the Blood Skull Order, the Blood Prince. "That's right, let your father, the Flame Monarch, come out." A loud voice sounded, and an azure, distorted star suddenly emerged from the void, and supreme infinity warlock rank aura diffused from the star and swept in all directions. Chapter 1076. The Princess of Flame's pretty face changed, and she exclaimed, "The azure star's number 1 heavenly general Danxing." The faces of the warriors following behind the Princess of Flame flickered. The azure star's number 1 heavenly general Danxing is the number 1 warrior of the azure star, a freak among freaks. When he was young, he had fought against the King of Flame and even defeated the King of Flame. If the Flame Monarch hadn't had a fortuitous encounter and broken through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and advanced to a tier 10 powerhouse, he might have been suppressed by Danxing for the rest of his life. "Why have you all come to my Pilvina city?" An extremely calm voice rang out from Dantarvina city. A stream of flames appeared in the air, condensing into a muscular man with long hair that seemed to be burning with flames. He was handsome, like a god of fire. As soon as the man appeared, a terrifying pressure that could burn mountains, boil seas, and burn stars swept outside the Dantarvina city. A ghastly demonic mountain, a 100,000-meter-long flying demonic whale, a crimson battleship, a black battleship, a disc-like battleship, a black mountain, a 6-colored flower with a diameter of 10,000 meter long, and a demonic bird with a wingspan of 10,000 meter long all appeared in the air. Supreme Infinity Warlock rank breaths rose from the warships and contended with the sky-blotting flame might of the Flame Monarch. The Blood Prince uttered with a smile, "Flame Monarch, we came here together with no malice. We just want 2 people. One is Yang Feng. He killed the core figures of our forces, so he must die. The other is the Mademoiselle Ephonia, whom I greatly admire and desire to marry. Flame Monarch, please fulfill my wish." The Flame Monarch's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered solemnly, "This is the holy capital Dantarvina city. Anyone who enters the holy capital Dantarvina city will be under my protection as long as they don't violate the laws I set up. Otherwise, I will regard your behavior as a provocation and dispose of you." The Flame Monarch is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse who dominates the Roland continent. Even ordinary people would receive his protection after entering the holy capital, Dantarvina city, and would not be casually handed over. Otherwise, his prestige as the Hero King would be swept away, and his reputation would plummet. The outstanding talents of this continent would not choose to rely on him. First Sky General Danxing's eyes flashed with a cold glint. "Flame King, you better think this through. Are you sure you want to go against all of us for a person of unknown origin? If you don't hand over Yang Feng, then we'll immediately go to your other territories and destroy them, leaving no one alive." The Flame King's expression changed slightly and he frowned. None of the 10 great powers could compare to the Flame King's power. However, if the 10 great powers joined hands, their strength would definitely be above that of the Flame King's forces. Even if the Flame King was a 10th level powerhouse, one of the 3 hero kings of the human race, it was impossible for him to defeat the Flame King. If the 10 great powers joined forces, they could completely seal the Flame King within the holy capital, Dantarvina city, making it impossible for him to leave. The owner of the Azure Star was also a Type 10 powerhouse. As long as he took action to restrain the Flame King would not be able to escape. As long as he restrained the Flame Monarch, the other powerhouses could go all out and destroy all the forces the Flame Monarch had. Among the 3 human hero kings, the Flame Monarch rose to power the latest, having only risen to power 200 years ago. His strength and power were the weakest. Apart from him, he didn't even have a Type 9 powerhouse. This was why he was forced by the 10 great powers. If it was the other two hero kings with deep foundations, the 10 great powers wouldn't dare to force him like this. The look in Princess Flame's beautiful eyes changed several times, and then she finally swallowed her pleading words, her heart full of bitterness. Standing beside Princess Flame, Ephnia glanced at her, and bitterness and despair shimmered in her eyes. She sighed and said, "Andarieva, I'll go by myself. This way, you won't be implicated." Princess Flame wanted to say something, but she clenched her hands, and blood dripped from them. She said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Now, only if Yang Feng and Ephnia take the initiative to leave the holy capital Dantavina city can the Flame Monarch's dignity be preserved. Eyes shot with blood, the Inferno Monarch surged with flames all over his body, looking like a world-burning fire that could erupt at any time. Fearsome Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power swept out. In the sky, 2 Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power suddenly spread and suppressed the Flame Monarch's fluctuations of power. When the powerhouses in the holy capital Dantavina city sensed the 2 Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power in the sky, their countenance changed dramatically. If the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses plus the powerhouses of the 10 great powers join forces, then as long as they are willing to pay the price, they have a chance to erase the holy capital Dantavina city. Yang Feng took a step forward, embraced Ephnia in his arms, and said overbearingly, "Ephnia, I like you very much. Be my woman. I'll wipe out those ants for you." Ephnia is beautiful and charming. She has a gentle temperament and a mysterious fate brand. Yang Feng liked her at first sight. Now that there is an opportunity, he naturally won't let it go. Ephnia's pretty face flushed, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "I'm willing to be your woman, Sir Yang Feng." The Flame Princess's pretty face turned pale, her delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes shimmered dimly. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Let's go. Let's go and wipe out those ants." Standing in the void, as if he didn't see Yang Feng and Ephnia, the Flame Monarch let Yang Feng take Ephnia's little hand and step out of the city gate. "You are Yang Feng? How dare you lay your hands on the woman I've taken a fancy to? Then go to hell." The Blood Prince's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, countless runes appeared all over his body, and he pressed with his hand, and a 10,000-meter-wide bloody palm carrying a strong smell of blood slammed towards Yang Feng. The bloody palm is filled with a copious amount of filthy blood, which is a highly toxic poison. Even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, they will be corroded by the poison and suffer unbearable pain. Yang Feng faced upwards and made a grabbing motion. A terrifying hand suddenly appeared and easily shattered the blood-colored handprint. Then, it grabbed the Scarlet Prince and crushed him with a casual squeeze. A bloody rune flew out of the Blood Prince's head and fell into Yang Feng's hand. "He's dead." The Blood Prince died just like that. He's a Tier 10 powerhouse. Tier 10. He's a Tier 10 powerhouse. Everyone present was dumbfounded when they saw this, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Even among Tier 9 powerhouses, the Blood Prince is a pinnacle existence. He once seriously injured a Tier 10 powerhouse by assassination. Because of the Blood Prince, the Bloodskull Guild had shaken the world and was a terrifying power that made people tremble in fear. Yet the overlord of such a force was squashed to death by Yang Feng. This is simply unbelievable. The countenance of the Flame Princess changed dramatically, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Is he even stronger than father? The Flame Princess originally had a vague psychological advantage over Yang Feng, her love rival. After all, she is the daughter of the Flame Monarch, one of the 3 human hero lords. Now it seems that Yang Feng is even more terrifying than her father, the Flame Monarch, which is a huge blow to her. The blue star in the void flashed and directly shot up into the sky, trying to escape from this place. "You want to leave? Since you're here, then leave all of you here." Yang Feng extended his hand, and a huge hand grabbed the blue celestial body and squeezed it. The blue celestial body was crushed, and the #1 Heavenly General Dan Xing inside was crushed before he could even say a word. Rays of light flickered, and the 8 warships fled in all directions without looking back. They have never seen such peerless villains. Even the 3 strongest human hero lords don't have such heaven-defying means. These things still have some use. It would be a pity to destroy them. Yang Feng muttered to himself and extended his hand. A terrifyingly huge hand suddenly condensed in the sky. The hand covered the sky and grabbed at the 8 warships, grabbing them from the sky and pressing them to the ground. Yang Feng crooked a finger, and the 8 warships exploded one by one, and 1 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the major forces flew to in front of Yang Feng like ants. How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? Who is this person? How can he be so terrifying? The Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the 8 major forces looked at Yang Feng with shock on their faces, incredulity in their eyes. Even the 3 hero kings of the human race could not suppress them so easily. Yang Feng's cultivation base is simply heaven-defying. There are 2 more, come down as well. Yang Feng looked at the sky, countless runes flashed in his eyes, and he extended his hand, and a giant hand shot towards the 2 powerhouses hiding in the void 100 kilometers away. Human powerhouse, you look down on people too much. A roar came from afar, demonic light shone, and a demonic ape shook its body and turned into a 10,000-meter tall demonic monkey. The devil monkey brandished a 100,000-meter long black club and ruthlessly smashed it against the huge hand that blotted out the sky. Boom! The giant hand that blotted out the sky collapsed, and the devil monkey fell from the sky like a fly, slamming into the ground and blasting a huge hole in the ground. Chapter 1077. Go to hell. With a flash of demonic light, the demonic ape flew out of the earth. Not injured in the slightest, it exudes a fierce aura. With a step, it crossed hundreds of kilometers and brandished the 100,000-meter long magic stick, which contains the essence of power, and slammed towards Yang Feng. Unfortunately, most of my power has been sealed. Otherwise, that slap just now would have quelled it. However, this demonic ape has some skill, for it wasn't seriously injured. Amazing. Treading on air, Yang Feng, like an invincible transcendent, slapped the huge magic stick. The huge magic wand, which contained the profound meaning of power, crumbled in an instant, turning into countless fragments and disappearing. Yang Feng extended his hand, and queer forces turned into rune chains that stabbed into the sky. The fearsome demonic ape shrank inch by inch and turned into a palm-sized doll that fell into Yang Feng's hand. The phantom ruler suddenly appeared, and countless runes turned into tentacles that stabbed into the demonic ape and suppressed it. That's one of the 5 demon monarchs, the violent demonic ape monarch. How could one of the most fearsome demon monarchs be suppressed so easily? Who is that person? How could he be so terrifying? That's the violent demonic ape monarch, a tier 10 powerhouse. How come he couldn't even block a single move? When the experts in the holy capital's Dantavina city saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded and broke out into discussion. The violent demonic ape monarch is a peerless powerhouse on par with the Blaze monarch, yet such a powerhouse was easily suppressed by Yang Feng. This kind of battle prowess is simply heaven-defying. Dumbfounded, the Blaze monarch looked at Yang Feng incredulously. So strong. Who is this Yang Feng? How can he be so heaven-defying? Originally, the Blaze monarch only regarded Yang Feng as a relatively powerful tier 9 powerhouse. But the strength Yang Feng displayed now is enough to crush him. In the distance, boundless demonic chi surged, and a great rock with a wingspan of 10,000 meters, enveloped in a thick layer of demonic chi, flapped its wings and turned into a beam of demonic light, flying into the distance. With a flap of its wings, it traveled thousands of kilometers. Yang Feng said lightly, "Since you're here, don't leave." The phantom ruler opened a phantom eye and looked at the demonic rock in the distance. Countless runes emerged, and phantom force passed through the void and silently entered the demonic rock. The rock flapped its wings again and flew to in front of Yang Feng, a vacant look in its eyes. Transparent tentacles extended from the phantom ruler's body and pierced into the demonic rock's body, suppressing it. Demonic Rock King. He was the fastest demon king in the world. That was the demon king who claimed to be the fastest in the world. No one could catch up to him. How could this be? Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's our human race's fortune to have hidden such a terrifying expert. When the human race experts in Dantavina city saw this, traces of excitement appeared in their eyes. After the shock in the Blaze monarch's eyes faded, A trace of worry welled up inside him. Looking at young Feng, Avnia's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope. So strong, this is the man I'm destined to be. He's really strong. Avnia is a prophet. She has long foreseen that she will encounter great danger and her future lover on the way to Dantavina city. The person who will save her is her destined lover. It is because of this that Avnia looked at young Feng in a new light and invited him into her luxurious carriage to spend time with him. Let's go. A rainbow appeared at the feet of young Feng and Avnia. The supreme infinity warlock rank existences of the major forces he captured were hung below the rainbow like gourds. The rainbow shook slightly and extended into the distance. The Blaze Monarch said loudly, "Young Feng, I am the Blaze Monarch. Please come to Dantavina city." The rainbow, however, went straight into the sky and disappeared. There was no response. When the Blaze Monarch saw this, he frowned deeply, and deep worry welled up inside him. Azure Star's headquarters. A rainbow flew over from afar and landed outside Azure Star's headquarters. Young Feng ordered flatly, "Demonic ape, break the Azure Star for me." "Yes, my lord." The violent demonic ape monarch, who has been completely eroded by the phantom ruler, saluted young Feng respectfully, and then turned into a peerless demonic ape with an indomitable spirit. With a huge magic stick in hand, he slammed it towards the Azure Star. That terrifying rod shadow suppressed everything, even the stars could be destroyed with a single strike. Rays of azure starlight shone and formed a blue barrier around the Azure Star. Boom! When the huge magic stick slammed into the Azure Star, countless specks of light and starlight interweaved and cancelled each other out, setting off fearsome ripples on the blue shield. Violent demonic ape monarch, Azure Star has no enmity with you. Why did you come to attack Azure Star? Do you demons want to have an irreconcilable enmity with Azure Star? A world-shaking roar came from inside the Azure Star. Azure Monarch, you old dog, you dare to send someone to assassinate my master young Feng. You deserve to die. Go to hell. The violent demonic ape king let out a furious roar as it waved its incomparably huge magic wand and struck the Azure Star again and again, causing ripples to appear on the Azure Star. The Azure Monarch's bewildered voice came from inside the Azure Star. "Young Feng? Is it the young Feng who sheltered Evonia? Isn't he a human? How did he become your master?" The Sky Demonic Rock Monarch volunteered to fight. "How can an ant like you understand my master's greatness? Master, please let me go and destroy the Azure Star." Young Feng uttered flatly, "Stand by and watch. Don't let him escape." If it was elsewhere, young Feng would be able to destroy the Azure Star with a slap with his Holy Spirit Warlock rank power, and the Azure Monarch would be able to squash him to death. However, most of young Feng's power is fighting against the power of the Wing of Eternity inside him, and his strength has declined greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to use the Phantom Ruler to capture the Sky Demonic Rock Monarch. The Sky Demonic Rock Monarch replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." Inside the Azure Star, the Azure Monarch looked up at the sky and felt a chill in his heart. Where did that guy come from? To be able to subdue two demon monarchs? That's heaven-defying. Whether it is the violent demonic ape monarch or the Sky Demonic Rock Monarch, they are unruly and peerless powerhouses. Such peerless powerhouses won't submit to others. But now they have submitted to young Feng, which gave the Azure Monarch a chill in his heart. With his hands behind his back, young Feng looked at the Azure Star like a god and said flatly, "Azure Monarch, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and work for me, or you'll die." The Azure Monarch spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Young Feng, for my Azure Star to have an inheritance of more than 100,000 years in this world, what great storms and waves has it not seen? Once, 5 Tier 10 powerhouses besieged my Azure Star, but they were all killed by my Azure Star. Let's write off the past. What do you think? Then go to hell." Spatial fluctuations gushed out from young Feng, and a swarm of dazzling light units flew out and formed a terrifying mechanical legion. The area outside the Azure Star was quickly filled with countless dazzling light units. The 3,000 dazzling rulers resonated in an instant, and the dazzling light units increased their fighting strength and extended their primary artillery. With a flash of light, the dazzling light unit legion's main cannon turned into a terrifying torrent that blasted towards the Azure Star. The Azure Star burst out with dazzling starlight, and a star boundary suddenly appeared, as if there are countless blue stars shining inside. When the beam from the dazzling light unit's primary artillery slammed into the blue boundary, it pierced through the boundary, and then slammed into the celestial body of the star. No. Along with an earth-shaking scream, the azure star was pierced through, and more than half of it was destroyed. Young Feng, let's perish together. The azure monarch flew out from the azure star, his face twisted like a devil. With a wave of his hand, a skeleton exuding immortal might suddenly appeared, blurred into motion, turned into countless mysterious runes, and entered the Holy Spirit Warlock rank skeleton. Wisps of terrifying saintly might emanated from the Azure King's body. The Azure Monarch looked at Young Feng with a twisted expression and uttered frigidly, "Young Feng, this is my Azure Star's strongest trump card, the Holy Corp. This is the corpse of a holy who surpassed the limits of the Tier 10 and broke the world barrier. You forced me to use the Holy Corpse. In any case, you're dead today. No one can save you." Young Feng uttered with a faint smile, "It seems that my luck is pretty good. To be able to harvest a holy corpse. Okay, come out, don't waste the power of the holy corpse." The Phantom Ruler suddenly appeared and glanced at the Azure Monarch with the Phantom Eye. Phantom force enveloped the Azure Monarch, and the Azure Monarch separated from the holy corpse inch by inch. Transparent tentacles suddenly appeared and pierced into the Azure King's body, directly corroding and sealing him. The Azure Star was destroyed just like that. How is this possible? When the experts who were hanging behind the rainbow saw this, their hearts were filled with shock. They were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Chapter 1078. The Azure Star is an evil force of the human race, and its strength is terrifying. 5 Tier 10 powerhouses once besieged the Azure Star, yet they were still killed by the Azure Star using its underlying strength. The Azure Star, one of the few major forces of the Roland continent, was wiped out by Young Feng like an ant. This is simply shocking. Young Feng scanned the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the 8 major forces with his gaze and said coldly, "I need some servants and minions to serve me. Do you choose to submit to me, or do you choose to die?" A handsome Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse with short green hair knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Bone Chicken is willing to serve you, sir. Black Blade is willing to serve you, sir." Without hesitation, the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the 8 major forces knelt down and surrendered. Even a terrifying force like the Azure Star was wiped out by Young Feng. Forces that don't even have a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse are not Young Feng's opponent. Swallow them, and then go back to integrate your forces and act as my eyes and ears. Young Feng flicked his finger, and 8 metal spheres flew to in front of the 8 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. At a glance, the powerhouses of the 8 major forces can tell that the 8 metal spheres are Young Feng's means of controlling them. As ambitious and ruthless characters, they understand that they are meat on the chopping block, so they swallowed the 8 metal spheres decisively. Young Feng waved his hand and said, "Let's go." "Yes, Master." 8 rays of light flashed, and the 8 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses turned into 8 streams of light and disappeared. Young Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a beautiful and luxurious palace appeared in the void. He took Evonia's little hand and entered the palace. "Azure Monarch, hand over all the cultivation secret methods you have mastered." Sitting on a luxurious bed with Evonia in his arm, Young Feng looked at the Azure Monarch and uttered flatly. In Young Feng's eyes, the Azure Monarch, who has been eroded by the Phantom Ruler, is just a prop. If it wasn't for the fact that the Azure Monarch still has some use, he would have been killed by Young Feng. "Yes, Master." The Azure Monarch put on a helmet and let the helmet read the information of various secret methods in his head. Young Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he revealed a smile. "Star imperishable body. This secret technique was not bad. If the star seal inside is integrated with my secret technique, it can strengthen my physical strength by 10%. After reaching the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, it is very difficult to make progress. Moreover, the fleshly body of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses is the immortal body, which is full of mysteries and mysteries. It is even more difficult to evolve it. Most Holy Spirit Warlocks will try their best to improve their cultivation base. After their cultivation base is strengthened, Their fleshly body will also be nourished by powerful life force and become stronger. The secret methods cultivated by the Roland Plains powerhouses are very mysterious, which are beneficial to the strengthening of the fleshly body of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. This is why it attracted Yang Feng's attention. Yang Feng glanced at the violent ape demon monarch and the sky demon rock monarch and said lightly, "Hand over all your secret methods." "Yes, Master." The two powerhouses also put on their helmets and handed over the secret techniques they had memorized. After Yang Feng saw the secret methods of the two powerhouses, his eyes lit up and revealed a scorching shade. "Wonderful, really wonderful. The secret methods of this plane have a miraculous effect on strengthening the fleshly body. If I can practice all the secret methods I have mastered, my fleshly body will be strengthened by at least 20%. If I can master all the secret methods of this plane, my fleshly body may be strengthened by more than 50%. Ever since Yang Feng cultivated the eternal imperishable body and formed the time devour body, his fleshly body has been far stronger than that of powerhouses of the same rank. If his fleshly body is strengthened by more than 50%, it will be simply shocking. Yang Feng asked lightly, "Azure Monarch, why do you want to fight over Ephnia?" There was a flash of curiosity in Ephnia's beautiful eyes. Although she has the title of prophet, but she doesn't have the ability to use prophecy. As a result, her prophecies are completely random. The Tier 9 and Tier 10 powerhouses have actually fought over Ephnia, and even besieged one of the three human hero lords, the Blaze Monarch. Even Iphonia was confused, not knowing what had gone wrong. "Master, the Roland Continent's gate of heaven fate that only opens once every 50,000 years is about to open. Only the blood of someone with guardian bloodline can open the gate of heaven fate and enter it. In the gate of heaven fate, there are countless mysterious secret texts. Legend has it that there are even holy-grade secret texts that can break through this world's boundary. Ifria possesses the bloodline of a protector. She is one of the three pure-blooded protector bloodlines in this world," the Azure King said respectfully. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. Holy-grade secret text? Although the secret methods of the Roland Continent can't compare to the Tsangji Plains Empyrean-grade secret texts. However, many secret methods have a miraculous effect on strengthening the fleshly body. If the violent ape monarch's fleshly body hadn't been blessed by runes and become extremely strong, at the time, Yang Feng would have smashed him into minced meat with a slap. The holy-grade secret texts of the Gate of Heaven Fate naturally have a great attraction for Yang Feng, surpassing even that of many Empyrean-grade secret texts. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, "How many days until the Gate of Heaven Fate opens?" The Azure Monarch replied respectfully, "In 5 days, the Gate of Heaven Fate will officially open." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then uttered lightly, "In 5 days? Time is a bit tight. Forget it, let's let them be happy for a while." If the Gate of Heaven Fate opened in a year or two, Yang Feng plans to suppress the entire Roland Continent and kill all enemies who refuse to obey him. However, since the Gate of Heaven Fate will open in 5 days, Yang Feng gave up the plan to flatten the demons and humans for now. The Holy Capital, the Divine Force City, in a back garden, a handsome man in white sitting on a soft recliner looked at a dozen-plus girls dancing in front of him with a smile. A bright world warlock rank powerhouse in black stepped into the back garden, came to the handsome man, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty Giant Monarch, this subordinate has an important matter to report." The Giant Monarch frowned slightly and said in an unkind tone, "Wood, you came to disturb me at this time. There should be something important, speak." Wood said in a trembling voice, "A day ago, outside the holy capital Dantaverna city, a powerhouse who calls himself Yang Feng killed the Bloody Skull Order's Bloody Prince and the Azure Star's #1 Heavenly General Dan Xing in one fell swoop, and quelled the powerhouses of the Black Circle, the Doomsday Serpent, the Terror Flood Dragon, the Black Mountain, the Demonic Wind Sea, the Sky Origin Bone, the Black Edge, and the Red Sea. The violent Demonic Ape Monarch and the Demonic Rock Monarch of the Demons were also quelled and captured." The Giant Monarch was taken aback at first, and then his eyes were suddenly enveloped by endless shock. All the carelessness faded away, and his eyes filled with graveness. He stared at Wood and said solemnly, "How is this possible? Are you sure the information is correct?" Wood's voice was a bit hoarse, and he said with a bitter smile, "Your Majesty, I have confirmed the information 10 times. It is absolutely true." The giant monarch asked, "Is he a human or a demon?" Yang Feng, "Is he a human or a demon?" Wood replied, "Human." A dignified look in his eyes, the giant monarch uttered unhurriedly, "Fortunately, it hasn't reached the worst stage. However, the situation isn't optimistic." A piece of jade flickered in front of the giant monarch, and he pressed it. Red light suddenly appeared in front of the giant monarch and formed a tall and burly middle-aged man exuding a domineering aura. The giant monarch asked solemnly, "Black Dragon Monarch, why are you looking for me?" The Black Dragon Monarch was the leader of the 3 human hero monarchs and the most powerful human hero monarch. The Black Dragon Monarch asked with a dignified expression, "Have you heard about Yang Feng?" The giant monarch replied unhurriedly, "I have. If the legend is true, then I'm not his opponent." The Black Dragon Monarch uttered, "I think we should join forces." The giant monarch was silent for a while, and then nodded, saying, "Okay. We'll take the Blaze Monarch with us." The Black Dragon Monarch spoke, "The Blaze Monarch has agreed to form an alliance with us." Each of the 3 hero monarchs was a lofty and insufferably arrogant powerhouse. But under the terrifying pressure from Yang Feng, they finally chose to join forces. The news of the battle outside the holy capital Dantavina city quickly spread throughout the Roland continent. The top powerhouses of the Roland continent all know that a powerhouse named Yang Feng appeared out of nowhere, defeated 10 major forces by himself, and quelled 2 demon monarchs. In the depths of the demon race's holy land, the demonic mountain range, in a valley shrouded in endless demonic chi, a copious amount of demonic chi has formed a sea of demonic chi. In the center of the sea of demonic chi, there is a black demonic egg inscribed with countless mysterious runes suspended in the air. Bursts of heartbeats erupted from the demonic egg and set off waves in the sea of demonic chi. 3 warlock monarch rank demons shrouded in demonic chi walked out of the sea of demonic chi. The 3 demon monarchs are the 3 recognized demon monarchs in the outside world: the Black Corpse Demon Monarch, the Deadwood Demon Monarch, and the Black Moon Demon Monarch. The Black Corpse Demon Monarch looks like a skinny corpse. Devil King Ku Mu was a tall and sturdy figure, but his head was withered and dry. He was an extremely strange existence. The Black Moon Demon Monarch is a handsome man with a mysterious rune engraved on his forehead. Treading on a sea of demonic chi, the 3 demon monarchs arrived in front of the demonic egg. In a hoarse voice, the Black Corpse Demon Monarch said with difficulty, "Great Black Sky Demon Monarch, a powerhouse named Yang Feng was born in the human race, and he quelled the violent Ape Demon Monarch and the Sky Demon Rock Monarch in one fell swoop. Please come out into the world and kill him." The Great Black Sky Demon Monarch is the most powerful existence in the demon race. Even if the 5 demon monarchs join forces, they may not be the opponent of the Great Black Sky Demon Monarch. He is one of the underlying forces of the demon race. Chapter 1079. A cold and ruthless voice came from the demonic egg, "If the violent ape demonic monarch and the demonic rock monarch are dead, then so be it. What does it have to do with me?" Each fiend race powerhouse's strength was extremely terrifying, but they often fought each other endlessly, with civil war happening repeatedly. This is why they are in a deadlock with the humans. In terms of strength alone, the overall strength of the demons exceeds that of the humans by more than a notch. The other 3 demon monarchs frowned slightly. The Black Moon Monarch uttered with a smile, "Great Black Sky Monarch, the gate of heaven fate is about to appear. We already have the bloodline of a pureblood guardian in our hands. As long as you agree to join forces with us to kill Yang Feng, let's explore the gate of heaven fate together. Since Yang Feng is protecting Evonia, it must be for the gate of heaven fate. When the time comes, let's join forces and kill him. How about it?" The black demonic egg trembled slightly, and countless black threads flew out, and a demon monarch with a pair of bull horns on the head, countless runes engraved all over his body, a malevolent face, and demonic chi churning around him and distorting the void slowly emerged. This demon monarch is the #1 demon powerhouse, the Great Black Sky Monarch. He is recognized as the #1 demon powerhouse. If it weren't for the various trump cards of the human powerhouses, the demons would have already been unified by the Great Black Sky Monarch. When the three demon monarchs saw the great black sky monarch, their eyes shimmered with apprehension, and they stood closer to each other. The great black sky monarch glanced at the three demon monarchs and said with a ferocious smile, "Okay, when we get to the gate of heaven fate, I'll eat him." 5 days later, in the Roland Plain, in a vast desert. At this time, tall mountains and strange stars appeared in the desert that used to be devoid of people, completely changing the terrain of the desert. It was as if there was an invisible thread dividing the desert into two. One side was filled with human race experts, while the other side was filled with devil race experts. The two sides stared at each other coldly, and fearsome killing intent permeated between them. The humans and demons are the two overlords of the Roland continent. For the sake of hegemony, they have been fighting each other for more than 10,000 years. There is an irreconcilable blood feud between the two sides. However, under the restraint of the various powerhouses, the human clan and the devil clan barely managed to maintain a peaceful situation. After all, no one wanted to miss the peerless opportunity to open the gate of heavenly fortune. A ray of light flashed, and a burly man with a gourd on his back flew over from afar. "Crimson Flame Traveler, you're here." A voice came from a mountain that was filled with a sacred aura. The man with the gourd on his back stepped on the air and flew to the top of the mountain, standing beside the two experts. The Crimson Flame Traveler spoke, "Lady Ivy, Lord of the Great Mountain, you've arrived so quickly," a 2-meter-tall bald giant said. "Since the Flame King has summoned me, I naturally wouldn't dare to not come." "Aren't you here too?" Scarlet Flame Walker forced a smile and said, "I really didn't want to come. However, the Flame King summoned me, so I had to come." The beautiful Ivy lady with long, jade-green hair asked curiously, "Why?" "Scarlet Flame Traveler, don't you want to enter the gate of heavenly fortune?" The Scarlet Flame Traveler heaved a long sigh, saying, "Haven't you heard that not long ago, Yang Feng suppressed the Azure Star's 10 major forces and the 2 demon monarchs? With him around, how can other people meddle in the gate of heavenly fortune?" Yang Feng. The countenances of Lady Ivy and the Mountain Lord changed dramatically when they heard that. There were countless eyewitnesses to the battle in the holy capital Pilvina City. Yang Feng's fame has spread throughout the Roland continent. Those ordinary people, who haven't reached the level of an ordinary person, naturally don't know of Yang Feng's fame. But an Infinity Warlock rank expert like Lady Ivy naturally knows how terrifying Yang Feng is. Lady Ivy hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Yang Feng is a human powerhouse, after all. He may let us in." The Scarlet Flame Traveler smiled bitterly, "I hope so." The Scarlet Flame Traveler looked into the distance. The Flame Monarch, the Giant Strength Monarch, the Black Dragon Monarch, they're here. A burning star tore through the sky and descended from the sky. At the top of the star stands a person, who is the Flame Monarch. 18 1,000-meter-tall beautiful Infinity Warlock rank female giants are carrying a luxurious litter inlaid with countless treasures of heaven and earth. Aboard the litter, a dozen-plus stunning women are scrambling to court one person. That person is the Giant Force Monarch. 9 supreme Infinity Warlock rank Flood Dragons pulled a bronze chariot across the sky. On the bronze chariot, there is a person sitting, who is the Black Dragon Monarch. When the human 3 hero monarchs appeared, fearsome breaths swept in all directions, and the complexion of the demon powerhouses on the other side changed dramatically. The Flame Monarch is eternal and immortal. The Giant Strength Monarch is eternal and immortal. When the 3 hero kings of the human race appeared out of nowhere, earth-shattering cheers immediately sounded from below. Among the humans, there are still old monsters comparable to warlock monarchs like the Azure Star Monarch. However, these old monsters hide in the dark and manipulate everything. The 3 hero monarchs are peerless monarchs who led the humans to fight against the demons. If it weren't for the 3 hero monarchs leading and protecting the humans like pillars, the humans would have been wiped out by the demons long ago. Standing loftily in the void, the 3 hero monarchs looked at the demon powerhouses with cold eyes. Wherever their gazes fell, the demon powerhouses lowered their heads, not daring to look them in the eye. The void suddenly twisted slightly, and a huge hole appeared. Endless demonic chi gushed out of the black hole and formed a sea of demonic chi in the void. Wherever the sea of demonic chi passed, everything was transformed into demonic earth. Above the sea of demonic chi, There are 4 people standing loftily. They are the 4 demon monarchs. The Great Black Moon Monarch is eternal and immortal. The Great Black Corpse Monarch is eternal and immortal. Earth-shattering cheers erupted in the devilish camp as well. 4 streams of demonic chi that seemed to be able to suppress the world gushed out from the sea of demonic chi and completely suppressed the breaths of the human 3 hero monarchs. The Great Black Heaven's demonic king is here as well. When the 3 hero monarchs saw the Great Black Heaven's demonic king in the sea of demonic chi, their faces changed greatly. Among the humans and demons, the Great Black Heaven's demonic king is definitely one of the best. Only by relying on some trump cards can the 3 hero monarchs make the Great Black Heaven's demonic king somewhat apprehensive. If they don't use their trump cards, the 3 hero monarchs may not be the Great Black Heaven's demonic king's match even if they join forces. The Great Black Heaven's demonic king glanced at the Black Dragon Monarch and said with a cold smile, "Black Dragon Monarch, you still haven't made any progress. You're too distracted by mundane matters. 5,000 years ago, you pressed down on me and I couldn't breathe. 3,000 years ago, you could only stand on equal footing with me. 1,000 years ago, you weren't my match. Now, I'm afraid you can't even withstand 100 moves from me." The faces of the 3 hero monarchs changed slightly. The Black Dragon Monarch is a veteran powerhouse among the 3 hero monarchs, as well as the strongest powerhouse among them. Currently, he isn't a match for the Great Black Heaven's demonic king within 100 moves. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the Great Black Heaven's demonic king is. The Black Dragon Monarch uttered calmly, "Great Black Heaven's demonic king, I'm indeed not your opponent. However, there are many powerhouses among us humans. Not long ago, Yang Feng appeared out of nowhere and easily suppressed the Violent Ape Monarch and the Skyrock Monarch. I think he should be much stronger than you." The Great Black Heaven's demonic king licked his lips with his barbed tongue and said with a ferocious smile, "Yang Feng? When he comes, I'll eat him. Since he's so powerful, his flesh must be delicious. A good-for-nothing like you wants to attack me?" A calm voice sounded like thunder in the void. Many demon powerhouses with low cultivation bases felt a stifling sensation in their chests, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. In the sky, sacred light shone, and 9 pure white Pegasi pulling a golden chariot galloped over from the horizon. In front of the golden chariot, there is a pair of beautiful twins with bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power acting as the chariot's chariot. The 2 people sitting on the golden chariot are Yang Feng and Avnia. The Violent Ape Demon King and the Heavenly Rock Demon King were like servants, standing respectfully behind the golden chariot, following it closely. "Yang Feng. He's here. That's Yang Feng. He's the Yang Feng who easily suppressed the Violent Ape Monarch and the Skyrock Monarch. That's the Violent Ape Monarch and the Skyrock Monarch. They were subdued by Yang Feng. How is that possible? With how proud and powerful the 2 demon monarchs were, how could they be subdued by Yang Feng? That's impossible." Gazes full of shock focused on Yang Feng, as well as the Violent Ape Monarch and the Skyrock Monarch. "No. It can't be. His Majesty the Demon Lord, how could he become a human servant? How could this be?" When the demon powerhouses saw that the Violent Ape Monarch and the Skyrock Monarch beside Yang Feng were treated like servants, their faces filled with grief and indignation, and their minds shook. In particular, the demons directly subordinate to the Violent Ape Monarch and the Skyrock Monarch looked like servants, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Their king is such a proud existence, yet now he has been reduced to a human servant. This is simply unbelievable. "You are Yang Feng? The skull of the last person who dared to speak to me like this has become one of my wine glasses. If you don't want to die, then kneel down and become my servant. Otherwise, I will gnaw on your flesh and tear off your skull to make it into a wine cup, becoming part of my collection." The Great Black Heavenly Demon Monarch smiled ferociously and flipped the fingers of a hand, and 3 wine glasses made of skulls suddenly appeared, each of which exudes Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power. Chapter 1080. Sitting on the gold chariot, Yang Feng, like an invincible transcendent, looked around and uttered coldly, "The elites of the entire Roland Plain are gathered here. Very well, I now declare that from today on, the entire Roland Plain is under my control. Anyone who resists will die." "What? He wants to unify the entire Roland plane. Is he crazy? Does he want to be an enemy of us humans and demons at the same time? Yang Feng, is he crazy? Even if he subdued the violent ape demon king and the skyrock demon king, he still won't be the opponent of the entire Roland plane. The human and demon powerhouses went into an uproar. The human and demon powerhouses looked at Yang Feng as if he was a madman. If someone wants to subdue the human and demon races and unify the entire Roland plane, then they have to enter at least one race, expand their network, form a huge force of their own, subdue a race step by step, and then defeat another race with the power of one race, and unify the Roland plane. Yang Feng, who has no foundation in the Roland plane to speak of, wants the human and demon races to submit to him. In the eyes of many powerhouses, he is simply a madman. Apart from the few monarchs of the human and demon races, every powerful force has its own underlying strength. The Great Black Sky Demon Monarch is recognized as the #1 powerhouse of the Roland plane, yet he still hasn't unified the human and demon races. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to unify a plane. The pupils of the Black Dragon Monarch and the other 2 human hero monarchs constricted slightly, and they remained silent. The Blaze Monarch looked at Yang Feng in the sky and smiled helplessly. Sure enough, he wants to unify the Roland plane. At the time, after the battle in the holy capital Pilvina City, the Blaze Monarch felt a vague sense of danger. Yang Feng's strength is too heaven-defying, far beyond that of ordinary warlock monarchs. The Violent Ape Demon King and the Skyrock Demon King are peerless powerhouses on par with the Blaze Monarch. Yet, such powerhouses were casually quelled by Yang Feng. With such heaven-defying strength, it would be strange if Yang Feng didn't want to unify the Roland plane. The Roland plane is a Grade 3 plane, second only to the 36 primary material planes, and has abundant resources. If the resources of the Roland plane are gathered together, even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will be tempted. The reason why the 8 Warlock dynasties were able to suppress the world and produce Holy Spirit Warlocks in every era is because they colonized countless planes and plundered countless resources. Otherwise, with the underlying strength of a plane, the Tsangji plane would not be able to support the birth of so many Holy Spirit Warlocks. Arrogant, Yang Feng, this is the first time I've seen such an arrogant human. Since that's the case, go to hell. A ferocious look flashed in the eyes of the major Mahakala Demon King. He suddenly exploded, and countless curse seals appeared. Terrifying dark esoteric burst forth, and a Mahakala world that covered the heavens and the earth slowly unfolded, covering the sky and sun. The Mahakala world constructed from the essence of darkness has incredible power. Once someone enters it, they will be deprived of their 5 senses and extinguished. Even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are no exception. In the Roland plane, any Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse facing this move of the Great Black Sky Evil Monarch will flee desperately, or use their trump cards to fight to the death. That's the Mahakala Demon King's Mahakala world. It can suppress Tier 10 powerhouses. At the time, the major Mahakala Demon King relied on this spell to defeat all the experts in the world. He killed the #1 human powerhouse, the Blackrock Monarch. Even if the 3 Tier 10 powerhouses join forces, they won't be the opponent of the Mahakala world. Excited voices rang out from the devil race. Even among the humans, there are many powerhouses who want to see Yang Feng killed by the Mahakala world. You have some skill. However, that's all you have. Take your own life. Sitting on the gold chariot, Yang Feng, who looks like a god ruling the world, is calm and tranquil, as if he just said a sentence. That bizarre and distorted phantom dominator suddenly appeared. It opened a phantom eye and locked onto the major Mahakala Demon King. A strange, colorless, and invisible illusory light shone on the great black heavenly demonic monarch. The insufferably arrogant major Mahakala Demon King's eyes turned misty, and countless runes appeared in his eyes. He joined his hands together, and the Mahakala world disappeared at once. Under the watchful eyes, the major Mahakala Demon King raised his hand and slapped his head. Fearsome demonic light shone, and he shattered his fleshly body and extinguished his soul. He killed himself. The major Mahakala Demon King actually killed himself. How is this possible? Whether it is humans or demons, their teeth chattered, and their eyes filled with fear and incredulity. The major Mahakala Demon King is recognized as the #1 powerhouse of the Roland Plane. Humans and demons only have some underlying strength obtained from immemorial relic sites that can threaten his life. Yet such a peerless powerhouse killed himself with just a few words from Yang Feng. This is simply despairing and frightening. The Black Moon Demon King was stunned, his eyes shimmered with fear, his body trembled, and cold sweat emerged on his back. So scary. This is Yang Feng. Too scary. The strength of the major Mahakala Demon King is heaven-defying. Even when the 5 demon monarchs joined forces and coupled with their underlying strength, they were barely able to suppress him. For such a heaven-defying powerhouse to die silently like this, Yang Feng's means shocked the Black Moon Demon King, who has always been unbridled, and his heart filled with fear. You guys, surrender or die. Sitting in the gold chariot, Yang Feng, who looks like a god who dominates the life and death of all living beings, glanced at the 3 demon monarchs and said coldly. The 3 demon monarchs are apex existences of the Roland Plane. When they were glanced at by Yang Feng, cold sweat flowed down their backs, and fear filled their bodies. We demons will never yield. Yang Feng, let's perish together. The eyes of the Black Corpse Demon King shimmered fiercely, countless mysterious runes appeared all over him, and wisps of immortal might diffused from him. The skin of the Black Corpse Demon King, who originally looked like a skeleton, was full of vitality. Black hair grew on his shoulders, and he turned from a skeleton into a pitilessly handsome man exuding immortal might. The Black Corpse Demon King is a holy rank corpse that has developed wisdom and advanced to a Tier 10 powerhouse. Once he goes all out and burns the remnant holy blood inside him, he can erupt with terrifying might that can seriously injure or even kill the major Mahakala Demon King. However, once the Black Corpse Demon King transforms into this form, he can only fight for less than a minute at most before he is burned by the holy blood and turned into a pile of ashes. Go to hell, Yang Feng. The Black Corpse Devil Monarch bellowed, opened his mouth, and a corpse devil ray that could defile, corrode, and destroy everything shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with an indifferent smile, a holy rank corpse that has developed wisdom and advanced to a Tier 10 powerhouse. Is this your trump card? An ant is just an ant after all. Take your own life as well. The spectral ruler behind Yang Feng shone, and phantom eyes suddenly appeared and looked at the Black Corpse Demon King. Wisps of phantom force enveloped the Black Corpse Demon King. The Black Corpse Demon King trembled, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and inhaled the corpse devil ray back into his abdomen. Holy rank corpse is useful to me. You can become my material. Yang Feng tossed a sealed coffin, and it landed in front of the Black Corpse Demon King. His face expressionless, the Black Corpse Demon King threw himself into the sealed coffin. Countless runes appeared and sealed him, and then flew into Yang Feng's hand. The corpse of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is also a precious material to refine Spring of Immortality. However, no matter which universe it is, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are the absolute upper echelon of a territory. Few people can kill them and use them as materials to refine Spring of Immortality. Whether it is Holy Spirit Warlocks, Warlock Emperors, or Eternal Sovereigns, every drop of their blood and every inch of their bones is a peerless medicine that is hard to find in this world. Only in the Great Tribulation will powerhouses die on a large scale, which is one of the greatest opportunities for everyone. Yang Feng looked at the demonic monarch Kumu and the Black Moon monarch with a godlike gaze, and undisguised killing intent spread in all directions. The Black Moon monarch fell from the sky, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully to Yang Feng, Black Moon is willing to submit to your majesty and serve you to the death. The demonic monarch Kumu was only a split second late. He knelt down and said respectfully to Yang Feng, Kumu is willing to submit to your majesty and serve you to the death. The 2 demon monarchs are well aware that if they don't know what's good for them, Yang Feng doesn't mind killing them as a warning to the 3 human monarchs. The Black Dragon is willing to submit to your majesty and serve you to the death. The Black Dragon monarch's face flickered, and he knelt down decisively and expressed his allegiance to Yang Feng. The strength displayed by Yang Feng is too heaven-defying. Even if the humans use their underlying strength, they are not Yang Feng's opponent. Moreover, the demons already have 4 demon monarchs who have become Yang Feng's subordinates. Coupled with Yang Feng's unfathomable strength, if they don't submit, they will be in danger of being wiped out immediately. The Black Dragon Monarch is a wily old fox. Who knows how many years he has lived, and his ability to adapt to the situation is terrifying. Besides, Yang Feng is a human after all, so he doesn't have much of a psychological barrier. The Giant Strength Monarch hesitated for a moment, then knelt on the ground with a helpless expression and said respectfully, "The Giant Strength Monarch is willing to submit to your majesty and serve you to the death." The Inferno Monarch knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "The Inferno Monarch is willing to submit to your majesty and serve you to the death." The 5 monarchs knelt on the ground and expressed their allegiance. Chapter 1081. Aphnia looked at the 5 monarchs kneeling before her with a dazed look in her beautiful eyes and incredulity. The Blaze Monarch, they surrendered just like that. Aphnia is just a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. For her, the Blaze Monarch is already a great bigwig. As for the Black Dragon Monarch and the Giant Strength Monarch, Aphnia grew up listening to their legends. In the legends of the humans, the Black Moon Monarch and the Kumu Monarch are invincible demon monarchs who have slain countless human supreme geniuses. For such legendary demon monarchs to kneel at Yang Feng's feet is simply unimaginable. "You ants, kneel down and pay respect to His Majesty." The violent ape monarch standing next to Yang Feng rolled his eyes, and a ferocious warlock monarch rank breath swept out and suppressed the world. He barked at the many human and demonic powerhouses below. As if a clap of thunder sounded in everyone's ears, many human and demonic powerhouses bled from their ears and trembled violently, demonstrating the violent ape monarch's unparalleled might. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty." Most of the human and demonic powerhouses knelt on the ground and saluted Yang Feng respectfully in the sky. Since the 5 monarchs have chosen to surrender to Yang Feng, no matter what the human and demonic powerhouses think, most of them chose to surrender. However, there are still 3 people standing proudly among the human and demonic powerhouses. Without showing any weakness, they looked at Yang Feng in the sky. Of the 3, 2 are human and 1 is a demon, and they are all Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. "Yang Feng, you don't have the qualifications to make me, the Dark Shadow Monarch, submit. Goodbye." A Dark Shadow Monarch shrouded in shadows looked at Yang Feng and smiled coldly. Then, his figure fluttered, and he plunged into the shadows and jumped into the distance. A handsome, arrogant light-wind king used his wind Upanishad and turned into a gust of wind, disappearing from his spot. "Yang Feng, it's impossible for you to unify the Roland Plain. As long as I, the Black Wind Demon King, am still alive, the entire demon race will never yield." A handsome demon lord with long purple hair and dressed in black armor glared at Yang Feng with an unruly expression, and then collapsed and turned into specks of black light and disappeared. The 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have seen Yang Feng's terror. Knowing that they are not Yang Feng's opponent, they decided to escape from here and hide in secret places, no longer meeting Yang Feng. As a Grade 3 plane, the Roland continent is extremely vast. If a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse wants to hide, then even a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse will have a hard time finding them. A few days ago, Yang Feng gave up on suppressing the humans and demons. Instead, he chose to suppress them when the Gate of Fate opened. This was because the Gate of Heavenly Fate was filled with experts. The top experts of both the human and demon races would gather here, giving him a chance to capture them all in one fell swoop. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "In that case, the 3 of you should commit suicide." The phantom ruler behind Yang Feng opened 3 phantom eyes, and, in accordance with the laws of Nether, phantom light turned into 3 phantom lights invisible to the naked eye and shot towards the 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. The Dark Shadow Monarch jumped out of the shadow, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he smiled strangely, took out a dagger, and stabbed himself in the head. Countless curses erupted from the dagger, eroded the Dark Shadow Monarch's body and soul, and tore them to shreds. The Light Wind Monarch suddenly jumped out of a cool breeze, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he pointed with a finger. A huge wind blade that contained the profundities of wind descended from the sky and slashed the Light Wind Monarch's head, splitting him in 2, and obliterating his soul. In just a breath of time, the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses committed suicide according to Yang Feng's order, causing the top powerhouses of the Roland continent to look at each other, and a chill welled up in their hearts. A black pearl flew out of the Black Wind Devil King's body. It released countless runes and formed a star illusion boundary that could resist illusions. When the ghostly light hit the illusionary star barrier, the barrier set off ripples, yet it wasn't destroyed. The black bead is called Phantom God Bead. It is a bead formed from the body of an extraordinary life form called Phantom. Phantom are proficient in all kinds of illusions, and the Phantom God Bead is a supreme treasure of the illusion path. In the illusion path, it has both offense and defense. The Phantom God Bead in the Black Wind Monarch's hand is a peerless treasure he obtained from a quasi-holy step phantom. Even though the Phantom ruler is infinitely close to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, but he still can't destroy the Phantom God Bead's defense with one strike. Yang Feng, today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. The eyes of the Black Wind Monarch shimmered coldly, and he faced upwards and roared, his voice shaking the world. The eyes of many demon powerhouses kneeling on the ground shimmered with enigmatic light. If Yang Feng can't kill the Black Wind Monarch, countless demons are bound to join the Black Wind Monarch in the future and contend against Yang Feng in the Roland continent. Ant, you dare to offend my dignity? Go to hell. Sitting on the gold chariot, Yang Feng sent a fist barreling with an indifferent look in his eyes. In an instant, an extremely powerful fist projection tore through the sky, passed through the void, and barreled towards the Black Wind Monarch. With a dignified look in his eyes, the Black Wind Monarch silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. A fearsome black storm boundary suddenly emerged from the Black Wind Monarch, and a gale rose and fearsome wind blades revolved around it. Even a quasi-holy step powerhouse would need to attack with all their strength for a period of time to tear the Black Wind boundary. When the extremely powerful fist projection slammed into the Black Wind boundary, it shattered the Black Wind boundary, and then slammed into the Black Wind Monarch without losing momentum. The Black Wind Monarch's body exploded and turned into a black mist of blood that flew into a vial in Yang Feng's hand. So scary. 2 monarchs committed suicide, and a demon monarch was blasted apart by a punch. How heaven-defying. What is the origin of this Yang Feng? How can he be so terrifying? When the human and demon powerhouses kneeling on the ground saw this scene, their hearts filled with a chill. Many of them submitted to Yang Feng as an expedient measure. Who knows what kind of wicked thoughts are swirling in their minds? Now that they saw the 3 monarchs who were unwilling to submit to Yang Feng be mercilessly killed, the human and demon powerhouses were shaken, and no one dared to jump out and suppress Yang Feng. Yang Feng swept the human and demon powerhouses kneeling on the ground with his gaze and uttered indifferently, "Get up." "Yes, Your Majesty." The human and demon powerhouses got up and looked at Yang Feng sitting inside the gold chariot with peculiar light in their eyes. Yang Feng is aware that although he has subdued the human and demon powerhouses on the surface, but in fact, there are many powerhouses of the 2 races who refuse to submit to him. However, Yang Feng isn't worried. Once he gains a foothold in the Roland Plain, the battle demon sect's forces will pour into the Roland Plain and suppress the human and demon powerhouses. As long as the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are suppressed by Yang Feng, the rest of the powerhouses won't be able to cause any trouble. Swallow these beads. This is an order. Violators will die. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 5 beads fell from the sky and landed in front of the 5 monarchs. The 5 monarchs are ambitious and ruthless characters. Yang Feng doesn't trust them since they chose to side with him. The complexion of the 5 monarchs changed dramatically, realizing that this is Yang Feng's method to suppress them. Once you swallow the bead, your life and death will no longer be under your control. However, more than 5 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have already died at Yang Feng's hands, which has greatly deterred the 5 monarchs. For a while, no one made any unusual movements. Strange ripples rose around Yang Feng, and a swarm of dazzling light units suddenly flew out and covered the sky. The dazzling light units extended countless artilleries and aimed at the human and demon powerhouses down below. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the artillery of a dazzling light unit flashed and slammed into a mountain. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the mountain range artifact brought by the small human race force was directly wiped out. What terrifying destructive power! This is the destructive power of the 9th step. Those are ninth-step mechanical golems. There are so many of them. The powerhouses of the human race and demon race looked at the legion of dazzling light units in the sky, which almost blotted out the sky, and their hearts chilled and their eyes filled with fear. They can see that as long as Yang Feng gives the order, the dazzling light units will be able to inflict heavy casualties on the Roland Plains elites, or even wipe them out. Yes, Your Majesty. When the Black Moon Devil King saw how terrifying the dazzling light units are, he decisively picked up a bead and swallowed it. The other 4 monarchs smiled bitterly and swallowed the bead. When the 5 monarchs swallowed the 5 beads, they fell into Yang Feng's control. There are no more variables. Yang Feng said, "It's time to open the gate of fate, Black Moon Devil King." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Black Moon Devil King responded respectfully and clapped his hands, and a handsome young man with short blonde hair and a pale face was pulled out. The Black Moon Devil King sliced open the blood vessels of the pureblood guardian, and a large amount of blood gushed out of the guardian and entered the void. Chapter 1082. As soon as the blood entered the void, it distorted, and a mysterious bronze gate hidden in the void slowly emerged. Yang Feng stared at the bronze gate, countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he searched for the specific location of the Gate of Heaven Fate. If many mysterious relic sites don't appear, even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can't find them. But once they appear and leave traces, they will fall into the hands of peerless powerhouses. In this way, the pinnacle powerhouses of the 6 Warlock dynasties obtained the relic sites of the Eternal Sovereigns one by one using this method. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and shimmered with excitement. "I can't find the source. The Gate of Heaven Fate is really amazing. I'm afraid that only Warlock Emperors or even Eternal Sovereigns can find its source. The more mysterious the Gate of Heaven Fate is, the more precious the treasures inside are, and the more Yang Feng looks forward to it." The Gate of Heaven Fate slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading to the deepest part of the gate. Holding Ivonia's little hand, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the Gate of Heaven Fate, turned into a stream of light, and entered the gate. The violent ape demon monarch spread the fingers of a hand, and beads floated in the air. Powerhouses above the Tier 9 who have submitted to His Majesty can enter after swallowing this pill. The figures of the 5 monarchs who have already submitted fluttered, and they turned into streams of light and entered the Gate of Heaven Fate. When the human and demon Tier 9 powerhouses saw the beads in the sky, their countenance flickered. Everyone knows that once they swallow the beads, their life and death will be in Yang Feng's hands. Ms. Green Vine suddenly asked, "Scarlet Flame Traveler, are you going to go?" The Mountain Lord's gaze focused on the Scarlet Flame Traveler. "That's right. His Majesty Yang Feng is already invincible. It's only a matter of time before he truly unifies the Roland Plain. A wise man submits to circumstances. I've always wanted to enter the Gate of Heaven Fate to see what's going on. I want to see the mysteries of the legendary Gate of Heaven Fate. Besides, since I have sworn allegiance to His Majesty Yang Feng, it doesn't matter if I hand over my life to him." The Scarlet Flame Traveler smiled calmly, turned into a flame, flew to in front of the violent ape demon monarch, took a pearl, swallowed it, and stepped into the Gate of Heavenly Fate. Seeing this, the Lord of the Mountain and Lady Ivy looked at each other. They hesitated for a while, but still did not step forward. With the Scarlet Flamewalker as an example, another 20 Type 9 powerhouses flew out and came in front of the violent ape demon king, swallowing the pearl and flying into the Gate of Heavenly Fate. All the Type 9 powerhouses of the devil race remained silent, not a single one of them stepped forward. After all, Yang Feng was a human powerhouse. He had used his peerless strength to subdue both the human and demon races. His methods were heaven-defying. However, he was, after all, a human race expert. No matter how much the demon race experts worshipped the strong, they were only convinced by his words. Many experts were restless, and their hearts were filled with other plans. As soon as he entered the Gate of Fate, Yang Feng saw a small world rich in elemental magic energy and life magic energy. Ancient and mysterious steles filled with vicissitudes of life are located in the small world, and each stele is engraved with mysterious runes. Once powerhouses below the Infinity Warlock rank see the mysterious runes, they will be eroded and devoured by the queer runes. Only peerless powerhouses above the Infinity Warlock rank can create world-shaking secret methods by looking at the mysterious and profound runes. In the Roland plane, more than 50% of the top-secret methods originate from the Gate of Heavenly Fate, while 30% are new secret methods created on the basis of the Gate of Heavenly Fate. Only 20% of the secret methods are created by the peerless geniuses of the Roland plane. The steles in the Gate of Heavenly Fate are divided into 4 grades: 10 meters, 100 meters, 1000 meters, and 10,000 meters. Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses can only comprehend 10 meters tall steles. Once they comprehend 100 meters tall steles, they won't be able to understand anything. Yang Feng glanced at the steles in the Gate of Heavenly Fate and waved his hand, and a swarm of battle robots suddenly flew out and flew towards the steles. Soon, a battle robot appeared in front of the 10 meters tall steles and scanned the mysterious runes on the steles. Once the runes on the steles were scanned, they entered the database and were analyzed by the optical computer network. The Level 6 optical computer network already possesses great holy step computing power. It can easily analyze the mysteries of the runes in a flash. As soon as the 5 monarchs entered the Gate of Heavenly Fate, they saluted Yang Feng, and then flew to the 100 meters tall steles and began to comprehend the mysteries of the steles. After the 30-plus human Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses flew into the Gate of Heavenly Fate, they chose a 10 meters tall stele and began to comprehend the mysteries of the steles. When Yang Feng strolled to the 100 meters tall stele area, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. There is a close connection between these runes. When the runes recorded on the steles are united, they form a world-shaking secret method comparable to an Empyrean-grade text. No, it may even surpass an Empyrean-grade text. It is an eternal text. The Level 6 optical computer network of the Shizu is extremely frightening. With great holy step computing power, it is the best auxiliary cultivation treasure in Yang Feng's possession. Among the Shizu's technology, Yang Feng attaches the most importance to the Level 6 optical computer network, and he has never stopped the construction of the Level 6 optical computer network. After the Level 6 optical computer network finished analyzing the runes on the 10 meters tall steles, it arranged them and deduced an introductory chapter of the eternal text. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a spring of immortality suddenly appeared. He silently recited an incantation, and countless mysterious runes flew around him. Wisps of immortal might suddenly spread from Yang Feng and spread in all directions. When the fearsome immortal might spread, it immediately alarmed the Roland Plains powerhouses inside the Gate of Heavenly Fate. The Black Moon Monarch looked at Yang Feng with shock in his eyes. This is the fluctuations of power of a legendary holy. Yang Feng, is he a legendary holy one? The Black Dragon Monarch also looked at Yang Feng, and his mind was shaken. Holy. He's a true holy. No wonder he's so powerful. But hadn't saints gone extinct since the Primeval times? This world no longer allows the birth of true holy ranks, so how did he promote to a holy rank? The Blaze Monarch was also stunned. Holy rank. It's actually a holy rank. I actually saw a living holy rank. Holy rank. His Majesty Yang Feng is actually a holy rank. His Majesty Yang Feng is actually a holy rank. How is this possible? The eyes of the 30-plus human Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses filled with shock, and they cried out. In ancient times, the Roland plane was a Grade 3 plane or above. However, after a slow decline and great changes in the world, it was reduced to a Grade 3 plane, and it could no longer give birth to Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Only in some relic sites can you find the remains of some Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses from ancient times. According to legend, a living Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to suppress a world by himself. To be able to suppress a Tier 10 powerhouse with a flip of his hand, his battle prowess is simply heaven-defying. The underlying strength of the Fire Monarch and the other 4 monarchs is the holy remains obtained from relic sites. The power of those holy remains is enough to seriously injure or even kill a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. However, in front of a true holy rank powerhouse, the holy remains can't withstand a single blow. The Roland Plains powerhouses originally had some ideas. But after sensing Yang Feng's power, they no longer dare to have any disloyal thoughts. He turned out to be a holy rank powerhouse. Only by serving him with all our strength can we survive. Otherwise, we will only be reduced to slaves. There was a flash of bitterness in the eyes of the Black Moon King, and he quickly looked around. Then, his face flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Gate of Fate. The Black Dragon Monarch took the Black Moon King a look, his mind revolved, his face flickered, and he blurred into motion and flew outside as well. Outside the Gate of Heavenly Fortune, a black light flashed, and the Black Moon Devil King flew out from the Gate of Heavenly Fortune, appearing above the experts of the Devil race. The Black Moon King looked around, operated a secret method, and transmitted his voice to the ears of the Tier 9 demon powerhouses. All Tier 9 demon powerhouses, come out, take that elixir, swallow it, and then enter the Gate of Fate. Why? Sir Black Moon King, please explain. If we swallow that elixir, the demons will truly fall, and there will be no hope left. A series of questioning voices came from the Devil race. The Black Moon King said coldly, His Majesty Yang Feng is a living holy rank powerhouse. The demons were silent, and incredulity shimmered in their eyes. These Infinity Warlock rank demon powerhouses are the upper echelon of the demon race. Many of them have seen the remains of Holy Spirit Warlocks. The remains of Holy Spirit Warlocks are the foundation of the demon race. A living Holy Spirit Warlock is simply unimaginable. Suddenly, light flew out, and the Black Dragon Monarch flew out of the Gate of Fate and transmitted his voice to the human powerhouses. His Majesty Yang Feng is a living holy rank powerhouse. All Tier 9 powerhouses, come out at once, swallow the elixir, and enter the Gate of Fate. We humans must not lose to the demons. A look of shock on her face, Ms. Greenvine's beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. Holy rank. He's actually a holy rank powerhouse. The face of the Mountain Lord flickered, and he blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the sky. In the next moment, the human and demon Tier 9 powerhouses blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, flew to in front of the violent ape demon monarch, swallowed the elixir, and stepped into the Gate of Fate. Chapter 1083. As soon as they entered the Gate of Fate, the human and demon powerhouses saw the spring of immortality floating in the void and watering Yang Feng. Countless runes emerged and formed rune rings, and fearsome holy might emanated from Yang Feng and suppressed the surroundings. Holy. He's really a holy. So he's a holy. No wonder he's so powerful. He's actually a living saint. When the human and demon powerhouses sensed the fearsome immortal might, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with astonishment. Even in the universe, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are first-rate powerhouses, standing at the highest level of the universe. One protects a race, the other exterminates a race. Even in the Tsangji plane, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are heaven-defying powerhouses. As such, the human and demon powerhouses naturally don't dare to have any disloyalty. An hour later, Yang Feng opened his mouth, and countless runes turned into a torrent that entered his body. As soon as Yang Feng opened his eyes, he revealed a smile. This secret method is really amazing. After cultivating this secret technique, my injuries can now heal at twice the speed of recovery. I wonder what kind of miraculous effect it will have when I fully practice it. Yang Feng still has origin injuries caused by the Wing of Eternal, and his soul has been injured by the Wing of Eternal spells. Even if he uses all kinds of rare treasures of heaven and earth, it will take him 10,000 years to recover. Yang Feng previously racked his brains, but to no avail. But now, just by practicing the Gate of Fate Infinity Warlock chapter's secret method, his recovery speed has doubled, which is simply outrageous. Yang Feng took a step forward and entered the 100-meter-long stele. The number of 100-meter-long steles is 10 times less than that of the 10-meter-long stele. In front of each stele, there are battle robots scanning and analyzing the runes on the stele. The Level 6 optical computer network operated frantically and deduced the Warlock Monarch chapter's secret method. Yang Feng glanced at the secret method and operated it. Countless runes appeared, and the spring of immortality poured precious spring of immortality into his body. An even more fearsome immortal might seeped out of Yang Feng's body and pressed down on the many powerhouses present, leaving them breathless. The powerhouses stared at the countless mysterious runes floating around Yang Feng with scorching looks in their eyes. It was equivalent to Yang Feng showing them a cultivation path, which was 1,000 times more convenient than them looking at the steelies themselves. A day later, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and powerful fluctuations of power exuded from him. Now that I have finished cultivating the Monarch Warlock chapter, it is time to cultivate the Holy Spirit Warlock chapter. The Warlock Monarch chapter increased my recovery speed by 50 times. If I succeed in cultivating the Holy Spirit Warlock rank cultivation method, I might be able to fully recover from my injuries. With a thought, Yang Feng scanned himself with tremendous soul force, and found that thanks to the support of countless mysterious runes, the Devour runes are devouring the green wings wrapped around his soul inch by inch. Every time the green wings are devoured, Yang Feng's essence of Devour becomes stronger by a fraction. The damage caused to Yang Feng's soul by the Wing Eternal is both a tribulation and a great opportunity for him. If Yang Feng can completely devour and refine the power of the Wing Eternal, it will bring him countless benefits, and even enhance his life essence. Yang Feng stepped in front of the 1,000-meter-tall stele. Inside the Gate of Heavenly Fate, there were only 10,000-meter-tall stone steles with mysterious runes inscribed on them. Every single rune contained earth-shattering power. Since the battle robots can't record the mysterious runes on the 1,000-meter-tall steles, they naturally can't use the Level 6 optical computer network to analyze them. These runes carry the mysteries of the universe. They are a great mysterious power. Even the Shizu battle robots can't analyze them. Amazing. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a scorching shade, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the 1,000-meter-tall stele. In an instant, the 1,000-meter-tall stele radiated brilliant light, and the runes changed and evolved into a mysterious, profound, and extraordinary secret method. Yang Feng sat in front of each stele for 10 days. It took him 100 days to memorize, comprehend, and send the runes recorded on the stele to the Level 6 optical computer network for analysis. The Holy Spirit Warlock chapter is really 1,000 times more difficult than the Warlock Monarch chapter. Even a great Holy Step optical computer network cannot finish analyzing it in a short period of time. I have to memorize the last chapter, the Warlock Emperor chapter. Otherwise, there won't be enough time. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he came to the last 10,000-meter-tall stele of the Gate of Heaven Fate. There's nothing here. The 10,000-meter-tall stele is shrouded in a thin layer of mist. When Yang Feng came to the stele and took a look, he was shocked. There is no rune on the 10,000-meter-tall stele. No. It should require a special secret method to see the runes recorded on the stele. Yang Feng operated the secret method he just learned, and countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared and formed rune rings around him. A rune ring appeared in front of Yang Feng's eyes. Through the rune ring, he could clearly see a mysterious rune carrying the essence of a great path appear on the 10,000-meter-tall stele. When Yang Feng saw the mysterious rune, even with his Holy Spirit Warlock rank wisdom, he still can't understand it. He can't engrave it in his sea of knowledge. Yang Feng looked at the mysterious rune, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. This text is really mysterious. It's definitely an eternal text. If someone practices cultivation according to this text, they can even promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. How heaven-defying. Any Empyrean grade text can only create a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. If other powerhouses don't open their own path and practice cultivation according to the Empyrean grade text, they can stop at the quasi-Empyrean realm at most, unable to advance any further. The Eternal Text, however, can allow people to practice cultivation all the way to the Warlock Emperor realm. This is simply heaven-defying. However, compared to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who open their own path, there is a huge gap in strength between them and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who open their own path and integrate their essence into the universe. However, powerhouses who advance to the Warlock Emperor rank by cultivating the Eternal Text are not the opponents of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who open their own path. Even so, this Eternal Text can be rated as heaven-defying. Even Eternal Sovereign rank powerhouses will be tempted by it. It has great reference value for them. Damn it, it's hard to comprehend. Could it be that I have to wait for the next gate of heavenly fortune to open before I can comprehend this secret technique? Yang Feng operated countless secret methods in an attempt to imprint the rune, but he was unable to do so. At this moment, inside the Gate of Fate, steelies shone brightly, and countless runes flew out and entered Yang Feng's body. Blessed by the countless mysterious runes, Yang Feng's eyes radiated mysterious light that shone on the 10,000-meter-tall steely. Attracted, the mysterious rune on the 10,000-meter-tall steely flew out of the steely inch by inch, turned into a golden ray, and entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. When the mysterious rune entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, it radiated resplendent light. Eternal Soul Text. A piece of information filled Yang Feng's mind, making him remember the name of this peerless text. Along with flashes of light, everyone present was teleported out of the Gate of Fate. Boom! Boom! Along with fearsome tremors, all the steelies inside the Gate of Fate began to shatter. Light of teleportation enveloped Yang Feng. The heavens and earth split apart, and in the deepest part of the crack, there seemed to be a golden stone tablet faintly discernible, emanating traces of an eternal aura. When Yang Feng saw the golden steely, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and his heart filled with longing. That's a flawless eternal treasure. If Yang Feng can get his hands on a flawless eternal treasure, then once he advances to a Warlock Emperor in the future, he will become a terrifying figure comparable to the 7 invincible Warlock Emperors of the human race. However, every single one of those eternal treasures was heaven-defying and extremely rare. Moreover, most of them have artifact spirits and are extremely arrogant. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can hardly obtain their recognition. If it wasn't for the fact that the Godbones Fortress, an eternal treasure that is on the verge of collapse and is inferior to a flawless Empyrean-grade secret treasure, it would never have recognized Yang Feng as its master. Recognize me as your master, and I will give you supreme glory and help you advance further and become stronger. Yang Feng operated a secret method, pierced the void with a thought, and entered the gold steely. However, the golden tablet was like a dead object. It did not move at all as it stood quietly in the void. With a flash of light, the Gate of Fate collapsed, and Yang Feng was teleported to the Gate of Fate. It's a pity that it's a flawless eternal treasure. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and then the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The harvest this time is not small. With the Eternal Soul Law, I can take another step forward. Chapter 1084. In the heart of Eternity Plane, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the Holy Land in the center of the heart of Eternity Plane, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and fearsome immortal might slowly spread from him. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly. The Eternal Soul Text is really an amazing secret method. It mainly cultivates the soul while strengthening the fleshly body. My soul force is now comparable to that of a great holy step powerhouse, and my fleshly body is more than 3 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, I don't have enough resources to form a great holy step immortal body. However, with my current battle prowess, even advanced Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses may not be my opponent. The Holy Spirit Warlock realm is divided into 4 subrealms: Junior, Intermediate, Advanced, and Pinnacle. After the Pinnacle Holy Spirit Warlock realm is the Great Holy Realm. The gap between the 4 subrealms of the Holy Spirit Warlock realm is enormous. Many Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are trapped in the Junior Holy Spirit Warlock realm all their lives. Yang Feng has been practicing cultivation in the heart of Eternity Plane for 1,000 years, yet his cultivation base has only reached the Pinnacle Junior Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Of course, with Yang Feng's strength, he could have advanced to the Intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm 500 years ago. However, after he cultivated the Eternal Soul Codex, his underlying strength has become deeper, and the resources he consumes have increased geometrically. The resources he needs to break through to the Intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm are more than 100 times that of ordinary Holy Spirit Warlocks. Yang Feng sighed. It's really difficult to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Although Yang Feng inherited part of the Magic Weapon Palace's heritage and plundered countless resources, yet he still hasn't advanced to the Intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm. This shows how difficult it is to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In the vast universe, The guardian gods of many races are only junior Holy Spirit Warlock realm existences. It is extremely difficult for them to advance to the intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm. As for great Holy Step powerhouses, many of them spent 10,000 years or even tens of thousands of years to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Due to a lack of resources, many talented and extraordinary geniuses stopped at the junior Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Although Yang Feng can now find a way to advance to the intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm, but he will have to use the cultivation resources he originally prepared for Shiyu, Mikalia, and the many powerhouses under his command. I have a bad feeling that the Central Space Zone is in trouble. Yang Feng frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then blurred into motion and left the secret chamber. Central Star Region. With a Tier 5 hive blocking the huge universe rift, countless Gamana universes powerhouses flew out of the Tier 5 hive one after another and broke out of the encirclement in different directions. Countless experts were slaughtering each other in that area. In addition to the humans, the powerful races of the 36 primary material planes fought the Gamana universes powerhouses in different areas. By hunting the Gamana universes powerhouses, you'll get the universe's favor, and you'll get lucky in the world of warlocks. Unable to sit still, many powerhouses from the world of warlocks came here to kill the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Even many Holy Spirit Warlock rank old freaks have taken action to hunt powerhouses in the Gamana universe. Although fighting the Gamana universe's powerhouses will cause a lot of the powerhouses of a race to die, but at the same time, you can reap the universe's favor and create a small number of peerless powerhouses with heaven-defying strength. If Yang Feng hadn't killed countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe one after another and sabotaged the Gamana universe's plans several times, it would have been impossible for him to evolve so quickly and get the two Heaven and Earth variants, Mikalia and Shiyu. If the major races huddle together during the Great Tribulation and do nothing to preserve their strength, they will slowly decline. They will be dominated by the peerless powerhouses born in the hundreds of battles, and become inferior races. Since the Gamana universe's top powerhouses can't cross the universe and enter the world of warlocks, the powerhouses dispatched are in a weak position and suffer heavy casualties. More than a dozen warships that were 10,000 meters long were besieging an evil god that was 10,000 meters in diameter and had countless tentacles. It was like a sphere and had 9 weird heads in the center. The evil god with 9 heads is a quasi-holy step evil god Hydra tentacle freak. Numerous mysterious runes appeared on the heads of the evil god Hydra tentacle freak, and terrifying black poisonous light, fire, wind, and other forces gushed out of the tentacles and barreled towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses surrounding the warship. Swept by the poisonous light, the Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe wearing mysterious mechas were corroded into a pool of poisonous liquid. With a sweep of the flames, the mechas turned into ashes. The evil god 9-headed tentacle fiend laughed ferociously and uttered, "TSK TSK, ants, go to hell, become food for my evolution. Bastard, go to hell." Within a warship, along with a shout, a 10-meter tall powerhouse wearing a blue mecha exuding quasi-holy step fluctuations of power suddenly flew out and slashed at the evil god 9-headed tentacle fiend. A quasi-holy step powerhouse of the Gamana universe? Idiot, you're the one who's going to die. The evil god 9-headed tentacle fiend smiled ferociously, and then its countless tentacles shone and formed a tentacle wall engraved with countless mysterious runes. A 1,000-meter tall bull-headed evil holy with a bull head and a human body flew out from the void, spread the fingers of a hand, and grabbed the quasi-holy step powerhouse wearing the blue mecha and squeezed. No. Why is this happening? I refuse to accept this. The quasi-saint rank powerhouse in the blue mecha let out a shrill cry of grief and indignation, and then he was crushed along with his mecha. A bunch of ants, go to hell. As soon as the bull-headed evil holy appeared, he smiled ferociously and waved his hand, and a giant hand slammed into the sky, smashed a warship, and smashed all the powerhouses inside. Boom, boom, boom. As if crushing ants, the bull-headed evil holy easily crushed the Gamana universe's powerhouses in this area and killed them all. What strong universe favor. This is too easy. Too easy. These idiots of the Gamana universe sent these good-for-nothings to their deaths. What a fool. After the bull-headed evil Holy wiped out the Gamana universe's powerhouses in this area, he looked towards the central starfield and sneered. The main force of the Gamana universe's powerhouses is near the level 5 hive. But there is still a steady stream of powerhouses pouring out and fleeing in all directions, only to be besieged by the world of Warlock's powerhouses. Once the Gamana universe's powerhouses are lucky enough to escape, they will wreak havoc in the world of Warlocks like madmen. More than 100 planes with life in the world of Warlocks have already been massacred by the Gamana universe's powerhouses and turned into dead stars. The world of Warlocks was forced to transfer countless powerhouses to besiege the Gamana universe's powerhouses who escaped by chance. They even used Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses to annihilate them with great difficulty. Even so, the Gamana universe's powerhouses still suffered heavy losses. The number of transcendent rank powerhouses they lost is 1,000 times that of the world of Warlocks. If this continues, even though the Gamana universe is half an energy level higher than the world of Warlocks, it will eventually be annexed by the world of Warlocks. It's time. Lowly, foolish ants. Your doomsday is here. An eternal voice filled with mockery suddenly resounded from the Tier 5 hive. Countless mysterious runes gushed out from the Tier 5 hive and connected with the Tier 4 hive. The various Type 4 experts with combat strength comparable to great sages began to wither and turn into ashes, disappearing without a trace. The Gamana universe's powerhouses in the central starfield radiated strange light, their faces twisted, and the bloodline force inside them was extracted and turned into ashes. In accordance with the laws of the underworld, bloody rays entered the Tier 5 hive. After absorbing a copious amount of power, the Tier 5 hive exuded sacred, ancient, and nirvanic breath. In an instant, a fearsome premonition of danger welled up in the hearts of all the powerhouses. A green light burst out from the Tier 5 hive and swept in all directions. There was no sound, but a huge hole was blasted out of the cosmic rift. The terrifying aura of the Gamana universe gushed out from the huge hole. A Warlock Emperor rank breath spread from the huge hole and approached the world of Warlocks step by step. Shit. The Gamana universe's powerhouses tore a universe rift by force. Damn it, they're going to send a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse over. How can this be? The universe rift hasn't been fully opened yet. How can this be? How can they send a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse over by force? When the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses in the central starfield sensed the terrifying breath, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with despair. If a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse appears, then even if the Holy Spirit Warlocks use Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can only injure the other party at most, and then kill them all. If a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse encounters a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the only thing they can do is to escape, hide in a secret space, and linger on at death's door. Even the weakest Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, as long as their chi and blood don't decay, once they come to the world of Warlocks, they will be an invincible existence. Chapter 1085. Hiding in the void far away, Yang Feng sensed the powerhouse approaching this universe, and a dignified look filled his eyes. This is bad. If that guy comes, then I'll have to find another way out. The one crossing the universe is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. If he crosses the void and comes to this universe, then no one will stop him. Yang Feng will choose to escape or hide in the Gamana universe. Yang Feng sighed helplessly. Sure enough, the other party won't wait until we are ready before launching an attack. In the world of Warlocks, the major forces have already launched their trump cards. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts have launched planes similar to the Light of Eternity plane and thrown countless human geniuses into those planes to fight and evolve. Yang Feng is aware that many new geniuses have been born in the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, and there are even several freakish geniuses who claim to have the potential to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm. The laws of the universe of the world of Warlocks began to change slowly, and each plane became more powerful and full of vitality. The environment of the Tsangji plane changed 3 times a day. Not only did it become larger, but the elemental particles of heaven and earth and life magic energy became richer and richer. If this situation continues, it may not be impossible for the world of Warlocks to give birth to an eternal sovereign who can suppress the universe and contend against the Gamana universe. However, The Gamana universe's powerhouses are clearly very experienced in war. While the world of warlocks is in a state of crisis, they used a terrifying force to send a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse to the world of warlocks. Once the Gamana universe's Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse enters the world of warlocks, the entire world of warlocks will fall into their hands. The gazes of countless powerhouses crossed the void and looked at the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with dignified expressions. Suddenly, a tremendous backlash force came from the universe rift and crushed the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his body cracked, looking like it might collapse at any time. The fusion between the universes hasn't ended yet, so the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can't come over. Forcibly crossing the universe will only lead to death. Now that even eternal sovereigns can't cross the universe, how can a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse come over? Seal. Hurry up and seal that cosmic rift. Human Supreme Council, why haven't your people made a move to seal the crack of the universe? Seeing the Gamana universe's Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse seriously injured, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Some other race Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses roared, wanting the humans to take action and seal the universe rift again. The human Holy Spirit Warlocks stared at the universe rift with indifferent looks in their eyes. They all keenly sensed great danger from the crack in the universe. Unless a few great saint-level powerhouses disregarded their own lives and used a sealing-type Emperor-level secret treasure, there would only be a trace of a chance of sealing that crack in the universe. But the Gamana universe's powerhouses schemed to reach this step and even detonated a precious Tier 5 hive to open the passage. How could they let the human powerhouses seal it so easily? A pair of green wings suddenly appeared above the passageway, as if they were supporting the heavens and the earth. The green wings, which seemed to cover the sky, flapped slightly, and an earth-shattering eternal step force tore the passageway and forcibly expanded it by a bit. A cyan magic mirror suddenly appeared, and boundless icy light gushed out of the magic mirror, forming an ice passage that led to this universe. An eternal god eye containing countless mysterious runes, which looks like the incarnation of the universe, suddenly appeared, released dazzling light, entered the void, and contended with the backlash force of the universe. In the void, countless runes evolved into true dragons, phoenixes, kunpengs, and lightning giants, which exuded fearsome breaths, and flew down. When the Eye of Eternity emitted dazzling light, the true dragons, phoenixes, and other existences formed from the laws of the universe collapsed and turned into nothingness. The backlash force of the universe can easily seriously injure a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. However, the three eternal sovereigns joined forces and forcibly resisted the backlash force of the universe, opening up a path for the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse of the Gamana universe, who was suppressed to the point of being unable to budge, straightened his body and strode over. With every step the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse takes, his figure becomes a fraction clearer. After a few breaths of time, a 100,000-meter tall Boyon race powerhouse made of a green boulder slowly appeared in front of everyone. When the Wave Rock Lord arrived in front of the last barrier between the Gamana universe and the world of warlocks, he slammed his fists into the barrier. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, all powerhouses below the Moonlight Warlock rank within an area hundreds of thousands of light-years in radius of the central starfield who didn't return to the fleet were blasted apart, and their souls extinguished. The countless transcendent rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank felt a stifling sensation in their chest, and they spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering injuries of varying severity. Under the all-out attack of the Boyon Lord, a fearsome backlash force broke out and shattered his fists, and blood dripped down from the sky. The last barrier between the two universes, however, remained motionless. If it was so easy to cross the universe barrier, the three eternal sovereigns would have come to the world of warlocks and slaughtered all life forms in the world of warlocks. Boyon Lord, step aside. From the other side of the universe barrier came an aloof, indifferent, and arrogant voice. Yes. The Boyon Lord retreated to the side. The pair of cyan wings flapped slightly, and a cyan light of eternity formed a huge wind blade that slashed at the cosmos barrier. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, a huge crack appeared on the universe barrier. Lord Wave Rock slammed into the gigantic fissure, causing a head to pop out of it. Do it! Kill him! Kill him! Don't let him come out. One after another, incomparably powerful consciousnesses reverberated in the void. Powerhouses of any race are aware that once the Overlord comes to this universe, it will be dangerous. A ray of light flickered, and the god-slaying white jade blade suddenly appeared. It burned madly, and countless runes appeared. It transformed into a ray of white blade light that could cleave the heavens and the earth apart. It tore through the sky and slashed madly towards Lord Bo Yang. Although the Godslayer White Jade Sword is just a broken Empyrean-grade secret treasure, but it is an offensive secret treasure. In terms of destructive power alone, it is 100 times more powerful than Yang Feng's Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Bead of Time. The Overlord crossed the universe with only a head. The green jade-like eyes of the hill-like head burst out with resplendent light. 2 green jades flew out of the eyes of the Overlord, grew in size, and turned into 2 green jade stars that shot towards the white sword ray. The white blade light chopped down on the 2 green jade stars, forcibly splitting them apart. Following that, the blade light chopped down on Lord Bo Yang's head, leaving a terrifying crack in his skull. Drops of green blood dripped from the head of the Overlord and scattered on the ground. When the brilliant Great Holy saw this scene in the distance, a dignified look flashed in his eyes. What a fearsome defeat. If it was a slightly weaker Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with one head in one universe and the other half of the body in another, then the brilliant Great Holy's strike would be able to split open the other party's head and seriously injure them. The defensive power of the Wave Rock Lord was simply heaven-defying. He had forcibly blocked that attack and had only suffered a minor injury. With a flash of light, an Empyrean-grade secret treasure crab god scissors suddenly flew out. The crab god scissors is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure forged from the pincer of an Empyrean steppe powerhouse, the archaic adamantine giant crab transcendent. It can easily cut any secret treasure and shatter stars. At the time, the archaic adamantine giant crab transcendent relied on this Empyrean-grade secret treasure to rampage the world and even kill Empyrean steppe powerhouses of the same rank. When the crab god scissors flew out, it tore through the sky and mercilessly cut towards the head of the Overlord. The Overlord looked up, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes and formed a green barrier suspended in the void. When the crab god scissors snipped, the green barrier was torn apart, and then the crab god scissors snipped at the head of the Overlord. Ding! A huge crack appeared on the head of the Wave Rock Lord, and countless runes emerged and blocked the fearsome strike of the crab god scissors. A black mirror Empyrean-grade secret treasure source of curses suddenly flew out, floated in the void, and shone at the Overlord. All of a sudden, a skull, which was made of the soul shadows of thousands of creatures and was filled with curses and resentment, emerged. A black beam containing the curse of myriad races, endless malice, and so long as a Holy Spirit Warlock is contaminated by it, it shot towards the Wave Rock Lord. Lord Boyon opened his mouth and spat out 9 azure stars. The 9 azure stars formed an incomparably profound boundary that floated in the starry sky, blocking in front of him. When the light of the curse, which can easily corrode Holy Spirit Warlocks, hit the 9-star boundary, it was forcibly blocked. Chapter 1086. Ice cones, wind blades, fire dragons, curses, and other attacks barreled towards the Wave Rock Lord like a tide. In practically an instant, the place where the Ripple Rockmaster was located had become a huge target. The 9 stars suspended in the void shone brightly, fixed the world, and forcibly blocked countless attacks. Even a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse cannot destroy the 9-star sky-fixed boundary. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng willed, and 3 Armageddon battle stars emerged from the void. As soon as the 3 Armageddon battle stars appeared, they attracted the attention of countless powerhouses. Is this the underlying strength of the Battle Demon sect? These 3 battle stars give me a very dangerous feeling. When the Fiend Emperor hiding in the void saw the 3 Armageddon battle stars, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. The eyes of the Tyrant Demon Dragon Holy hidden in the void shimmered with enigmatic light. The Heaven Holy was finally forced to use his trump card. As soon as the 3 Armageddon battle stars appeared, their primary artilleries shone, and in an instant, 3 beams tore through the sky and slammed into the boundary formed by the 9 stars. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the 9-star sky fixed boundary shattered and disappeared along with the beams fired by the 3 Armageddon Battlestar's primary artilleries. The Shizu walked the path of a mechanical civilization, and the various weapons they manufacture are extremely powerful. The beams fired by the Armageddon Battlestars can even seriously injure Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Of course, in terms of comprehensive fighting strength, a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse can destroy a Armageddon Battlestar. So strong. Is this the Battle Demon sect's most terrifying golem? What a fearsome destructive power. The Battle Demon sect really has an extraordinary underlying strength. The faces of the powerhouses watching this scene flickered, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. When the 9-star sky fixed boundary shattered, countless attacks slammed into the Wave Rock Lord. The Wave Rock Lord smiled coldly, and countless mysterious and brilliant runes appeared on his body. Except for the Holy Spirit Warlock rank attacks containing immortal might, the attacks of the other powerhouses were absorbed by his skin, causing his breath to increase by a large margin. Stop. Except for Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, everyone else, stop attacking. He can absorb your attacks and turn them into his own power. The brilliant great sage had a wealth of battle experience. When he saw this, his expression changed drastically, and he let out a long howl. As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the experts in the starfield changed drastically. In the central starfield, there are hundreds of millions of transcendent rank powerhouses, but less than 200 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Later on, although there are countless powerhouses here, but only the less than 200 Holy Spirit Warlocks can really harm the Boyang Lord. A bunch of ants, thank you for your help. Open up. With a ferocious smile, runes flashed all over Lord Boyon's body, and he madly burned his blood essence. Letting out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar, he struggled. Rumble. In the central starfield, the world shook. The Wave Rock Lord slammed into the world of Warlocks, and half of his body squeezed into the universe. In an instant, the Wave Rock Lord's body cracked, and a copious amount of blood dripped into the starry sky. Originally, with the Wave Rock Lord's fearsome power, it would be impossible for his precious blood to drip into the starry sky. However, due to the backlash caused by forcibly crossing the universe, even someone as tyrannical as him was seriously injured. The source of curses flashed, and a stream of black gas hit the Wave Rock Lord. Countless runes formed a black mist that, as if it has a life of its own, spread throughout the Wave Rock Lord's body. In the wake of the black mist, the Wave Rock Lord's green rock skin, which can withstand the attacks of countless powerhouses, withered and collapsed inch by inch. The crab god's scissors pierced into the Wave Rock Lord's head, cutting into the bone. With a flash of light, the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Xigu wood staff flew out of the void and slammed into the head of the Wave Rock Lord. The Wave Rock Lord spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His head was only slightly dented, but it wasn't smashed by the Xigu wood staff. A small imprint suddenly flew out of the void, and countless transcendent phantoms emerged. Exuding heaven-shaking Empyrean-grade fluctuations of power, it seems to contain the mysteries of transcendent. This small imprint is the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Transcendent Empyrean imprint. As soon as the Transcendent Empyrean imprint appeared, it turned into many divine countries with countless gods sitting cross-legged inside. The divine countries containing the authority of gods slammed into the Wave Rock Lord. Countless mysterious runes appeared all over the Wave Rock Lord, and he frantically burned his blood essence to dispel the countless curses. Then, his body shone, and the green rock skin appeared again. When the Transcendent Empyrean imprint slammed into the Boyang Lord, it blasted apart his green rock skin, and countless runes stabbed into the Boyang Lord, twisted, and absorbed drops of blood into the Transcendent Empyrean imprint. An Empyrean-grade secret treasure Phoenix Empress spear engraved with countless mysterious runes that looks like a living phoenix appeared, tore through the sky, and stabbed into the Wave Rock Lord along with fearsome flames. Fearsome phoenix divine flames burned the Wave Rock Lord's fleshly body inch by inch. A 10,000-meter-long wolf tooth club engraved with a Chilean seal suddenly appeared, and it slammed into Lord Boyang's body, shattering his green rock skin and causing his precious blood to splatter everywhere. Although the Wave Rock Lord is tyrannical and heaven-defying, but he is stuck between the barrier of two universes, and his hands and feet are sealed. He can only watch helplessly as the Empyrean-grade secret treasures slammed into him one after another. However, the Wave Rock Lord is also heaven-defying. Besieged by the Empyrean-grade secret treasures, he forcibly withstood them. The Spirit Eyes Eternal said, "Wing Eternal, do it. We will make it up to you." The pair of green wings burst out with dazzling light and flapped vigorously, and the light of eternity turned into a pair of green wings of light that tore through the sky and slammed into the universe barrier. A fearsome backlash force crushed the pair of green wings in an instant, and they collapsed and disappeared in an instant. The Gamana universe, inside the Wing Eternal temple. The Wing Eternal, who is covered in green feathers, trembled slightly, and then spewed out a stream of gold blood that sprinkled in the palace. The Wing Eternal sighed slightly. Going against the heavens, the backlash you receive is really not small. It will take at least 100,000 years to recover from this injury. Eternal sovereigns are the most fearsome powerhouses in a universe, and they are proficient in the essence of fate. They can perceive any danger in advance. Apart from powerhouses of the same rank, as long as they don't court death, they won't be injured or killed. In order to let the Wave Rock Lord pass through the passage between the two universes and go against the heavens, the Wing Eternal suffered a tremendous backlash force and was seriously injured. If it wasn't for the fact that the two universes are mortal enemies, and that the other two Eternal Sovereigns have promised the Wing Eternal great benefits, the Wing Eternal wouldn't have acted. He wouldn't have acted. Next, it's up to you. The Wing Eternal's eyes congealed, and he saw what happened in the universe rift across countless light-years. When the green wings formed by the Wing Eternal slammed into the universe barrier, another crack appeared on the universe barrier in front of the Wave Rock Lord. "Open!" Lord Boyon let out an enraged roar. Madly burning his blood essence, he leapt forward like a peerless giant that could prop up heaven and earth. The huge universe rift opened and then closed. Like a scythe, the Wave Rock Lord's legs were cut off, and his legs fell on the path leading to the world of warlocks from the Gamana universe to the world of warlocks. A spatial storm blew, and the Wave Rock Lord's legs were blown into an unknown spatial turbulence. In an instant, the Wave Rock Lord crossed the void and arrived in the world of warlocks. The source of curses turned into a stream of light, tore through the void, and disappeared. The Zigu Wood staff turned into a stream of light, tore through the sky, and disappeared. The transcendent Empyrean imprint shook slightly, and a void transcendent suddenly appeared, tore through the void, and plunged into the void rift. The Phoenix Empyrean spear flickered with flames, collapsed, and disappeared, and then reappeared on a burning parasol tree more than 100,000 years ago. Runes shone on the Chelene stick, and a void Chelene suddenly appeared, tore through the void, and fled into the distance. The crab god scissors trembled slightly, turned into a stream of light, flew out of the Wave Rock Lord's head, and fled into the distance. It won't be that easy to escape. The Wave Rock Lord smiled ferociously and extended his hand, and a huge hand carrying countless chains of order grabbed the crab god's scissors. The crab god's scissors cut open a huge wound on the Wave Rock Lord's right hand. "It's useless, since I've already descended into this universe. Now that I've come to this universe, what awaits your universe is destruction." The Wave Rock Lord smiled ferociously and inhaled. In an instant, endless elemental energy and life magic energy surged towards the Wave Rock Lord like a tide. A fearsome energy storm set off in the universe, turned into a fearsome whirlpool, and entered the Bo Yang Lord. The various injuries on the Wave Rock Lord healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his aura became more and more fearsome. After 10 breaths of time, the Wave Rock Lord's severed legs grew back, and he exuded wisps of immortal Empyrean might that suppressed the world. Chapter 1087. Countless runes revolved around the right hand of the Wave Rock Lord, and he extended his hand towards the void. A giant hand crossed the void, appeared in front of the insufferably arrogant bull-headed Evil Holy not long ago, and extended towards the bull-headed Evil Holy. Break. Eyes shot with blood, the bull-headed Evil Holy threw his head back and roared, and then turned into a 10,000-meter-tall bull-headed transcendent. Brandishing a mountain-like wolf tooth club, he slammed the giant hand in the sky. That terrifying hand pressed down and forcibly shattered the huge wolf tooth club, then seized the ox-headed Evil Divine in its hand. Ripples flickered, and the bull-headed Evil Holy was grabbed by the giant hand and crossed the void, and then appeared in front of the Wave Rock Lord. Lord Wave Rock's eyes were scarlet red as he opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the ox-headed evil saint. The Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse was swallowed by the Wave Rock Lord just like that. When the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses saw this scene, a chill filled their hearts, and they cast secret methods to escape into secret spaces and disappeared. If all the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of the world of warlocks gathered together and used their trump cards to fight the Wave Rock Lord, they would have a 30% chance of suppressing the seriously injured Wave Rock Lord. But the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of the world of warlocks have gone through countless hardships before they finally advanced to peerless powerhouses. Naturally, they won't go all out against the Wave Rock Lord, knowing that they will die. As long as the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses use secret methods to open up a space and hide in a barren and remote corner of the universe, they will have a great chance of avoiding the pursuit of the Eternal Sovereigns. Hiding in the distance, Yang Feng looked at the invincible Wave Rock Lord, and his heart sank. Curses, is there no hope? Hiding in the distance, Yang Feng looked at the invincible Wave Rock Lord, and his heart sank. Curses, is there no hope? Hiding in the distance, Yang Feng watched the invincible Wave Rock Lord, and his heart sank. Curses, is there no hope? As long as he brings the Tsangji plane under his control, even if the other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of the world of warlocks revive, they may not be his opponent. Heaven and earth trembled, and a green arrow containing the essence of nature tore through the void. Accompanied by Empyrean might, it appeared in front of the Wave Rock Lord in the blink of an eye and stabbed into him. Countless tendrils shot out from the arrow and began to corrode Lord Boyang's body, causing cracks to appear on his body. Given Lord Boyon's strength, it shouldn't have been so easy for him to be struck by that arrow. However, he had struggled free from the crack in the universe. His legs had been broken at the knees, and he had been hit by the Emperor-grade secret treasure. His origin had been severely damaged, and he had been hit by the arrow. Lord Boyon stared into the void, and for the first time, a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. He spoke in a low voice, "Lord of Nature, forcibly awaken. Aren't you afraid of missing the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm?" The Lord of Nature. It was actually him, a legendary figure. The father of the High Elves is actually still alive. The Lord of Nature, he didn't die. He's still alive. He woke up. Many thoughts were transmitted in the void, and they were filled with shock. The Lord of Nature is the creator of the High Elves, as well as the father of the High Elves. He is an old monster who has existed since the Eternal Sovereign era. For such an old monster to have lived to this day is simply heaven-defying. It should be noted that ordinary Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have an average lifespan of 1 to 2 million years. Take the Time Lord, a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse who has gone through countless fierce battles and is riddled with origin injuries, for example. He hasn't even lived for 100,000 years. It has been hundreds of millions of years since the Eternal Era, and countless peerless geniuses have died in the long river of time. For the Lord of Nature to have survived to this day is simply heaven-defying. No. You didn't wake up, you just mobilized part of your power. You want to stop me with just this bit of power? Unless you wake up now and fight me, otherwise, this world will be mine. I will advance to the eternal sovereign realm in this universe. Lord Boyon looked up into the void, then laughed coldly. Deathless imperial might exploded out, and he took a step forward, traversing countless light-years to appear above a fourth-ranked plane. Opening his mouth, he inhaled deeply. In an instant, the flowers and birds of the Grade 4 plane died, the trees withered, the gods died, and the fish and insects turned into ashes. It was a scene of the end of the world. The life force and power of all the living beings in the fourth grade plane were sucked away and sent into Lord Boyon's body. Boundless, terrifying planar essence energy transformed into a spear, shrouded in the mysteries of destruction as it stabbed towards Lord Boyon. Break. The Wave Rock Lord smiled ferociously and punched the spear, and a tyrannical force erupted and blasted the spear to pieces. Boom. Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the Grade 4 plane crumbled and turned into a dead planet with no signs of life. Lord Boyon opened his mouth and sucked in all of the quintessence energy of the fourth-tier plane into his body, making him even more terrifying than before. If a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse wants to advance to the Eternal Realm, in addition to comprehending the essence of time, the essence of space, and the essence of fate, they can also devour enough plane origin force and forcibly advance to the quasi-eternal realm. In the Gamana universe, if a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse destroys a few Grade 4 planes, they will suffer a backlash from the universe and be rejected by the universe. As a result, it is impossible for them to advance to the quasi-eternal realm. Only when universes devour each other, destroying other universes' planes and devouring their plane origin force, can they advance to the quasi-eternal realm. Among the three eternal sovereigns, the Frost Eternal devoured the plane origin force of countless planes, advanced to the quasi-eternal realm, and finally advanced to the eternal sovereign realm step by step. Devouring the plane origin force of countless planes is much more reliable than comprehending the essence of time, space, and fate. It should be noted that even among the 18 sacred races of the Gamana universe, there are only a few who have comprehended the essence of time, let alone the more mysterious essence of fate. As for the essence of space, the 18 sacred race leaders have already fully mastered it. Break! Lord Boyon roared furiously, and countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared. With a slight tremble, the divine nature arrow was forced out of his body inch by inch. Damn it! What do we do? Even the arrow of nature can't suppress him. If he forces the arrow of nature out of his body, we're dead. Thoughts full of fear came from all directions. The Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses stared at the Wave Rock Lord with fear in their eyes. At this time, the Wave Rock Lord was hit by the arrow of nature, and 30% of his combat power was sealed. If there is no powerhouse strong enough to suppress him, then once he forces the arrow of nature out of his body, no one will be able to stop him. Yang Feng frowned and sighed in his heart. This is bad. It seems that I have to move immediately and sneak into the Gamana universe. Although Yang Feng is far stronger than ordinary Holy Spirit Warlocks, but against the Wave Rock Lord, he will die without a doubt. Even if he uses a huge mechanical legion, he won't be able to kill the Wave Rock Lord. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Yang Feng naturally won't fight him head-on. Instead, he will choose to retreat. Even if he has to abandon his foundation and leave the world of warlocks with his subordinates and close people, he won't hesitate. Yang Feng frowned slightly. The others are fine. I can't get in touch with Shui. How worrying. In the world of warlocks, most people aren't important to Yang Feng. Only Shui, Yu, Mikalia, and a few other people are the most important to him. Wave Rock Lord. For you to come to our universe in person, that's really stupid. Accompanied by a faint sigh, a peerless beauty of unparalleled beauty that could cause the downfall of nations stepped through the air. Space itself distorted as her body slowly turned from a projection into reality, appearing in front of the Bo-Yang Master. Who is that? Who is she? She dares to appear in front of the Wave Rock Lord? Is she courting death? Who is that? Why can't I recognize her? What kind of old monster is she? Gazes full of shock and curiosity focused on the peerless beauty. Yang Feng was struck dumb as he looked at the peerless beauty, and his eyes flashed with astonishment. Shui. She's actually Shui. Yang Feng didn't expect Shui to appear here. The Wave Rock Lord is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. As soon as he descended, he suppressed the world. No one dares to oppose him. For Shui to stand in front of the Wave Rock Lord is shocking to the extreme. The Wave Rock Lord took a deep look at Shui, a dignified look in his eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "The Battle Demon Sect's Shui has come to suppress you. Wave Rock Lord, please go to hell." Shui smiled sweetly, and immortal Empyrean might spread from her delicate body and suppressed the surroundings. With a wave of her lily-white hand, a sparkling and translucent Empyrean-grade secret treasure ice god ring engraved with countless ice runes suddenly appeared and flew into the sky. The ice god ring radiated brilliant light, and a world of ice suddenly emerged. Countless ice elves and gods of ice silently chanted in the world of ice. The world of ice swallowed the Wave Rock Lord in an instant, and countless ice runes formed chains of ice that swept towards the Wave Rock Lord. Chapter 1088. The Essence of Ice. Are you the Ice Demon Emperor, or the reincarnation of the ancient Ice Emperor? A dignified look in his eyes, the Wave Rock Lord radiated brilliant light, and he brandished his fists, which evolved into the sun, moon, and stars and barreled towards the ice runes formed from the world of ice and snow. The ferocious might of Lord Wave Rock was unparalleled. His fists tore through the sky, and he blasted the ice and snow into nothingness. In the world of ice and snow, every time an ice rune collapsed, countless ice sprites and ice gods shattered and turned into ashes. Every time an ice rune collapsed, a thin layer of ice would form on Lord Ripple Rock's body. His body trembled slightly, and the ice cubes crumbled and shattered. After the 36 ice runes collapsed, the world of ice and snow, devoid of life forms, began to collapse. World Nirvana, Heaven and Earth Ice Seal. A delicate shout resounded throughout the universe and shook the world. At the moment when the world of ice and snow collapsed, a dazzling cold light pierced through the void and stabbed the Wave Rock Lord. Countless runes suddenly flickered, and ice runes emerged and sealed the Wave Rock Lord into a huge chunk of ice. Heaven and Earth Ice Seal. The supreme secret method of the Ice Demon Emperor to suppress the world. She's the reincarnation of the Ice Demon Emperor. This is the supreme secret method the Ice Demon Emperor used to suppress the world and defeat countless powerhouses. Is she a backup plan of the Ice Demon Emperor? Voices full of bewilderment filled the universe. The powerhouses of the world of warlocks are very curious about Sheshue's origin. Virtually everyone guessed that Sheshue is a backup plan left behind by an Empyrean steppe powerhouse, or a reincarnation who used a supreme secret method to survive a second life. However, no one was able to guess who she was. In this era where the two universes devour each other, countless old monsters from ancient times have emerged. The Nature Lord, an old monster who is publicly acknowledged to have died more than 100 million years ago and who has existed since the Eternal Sovereign era, has taken action. No one can guess that Sheshue is the reincarnation of that old monster. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with astonishment. So strong. It turns out that she's a backup plan of an Empyrean steppe powerhouse. Yang Feng had long guessed that Sheshue had an extraordinary origin, but he didn't expect her origin to be so heaven-defying. She turned out to be a contingency left behind by an Empyrean rank powerhouse. Any Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse possesses the terrifying power to suppress a universe by themselves. In the universe where the Shizu live, there isn't even a single Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Only the Shizu can build a level 7 stronghold with the resources of the universe, and in theory, have Warlock Emperor rank battle prowess. Open for me. Inside the huge block of ice, the Wave Rock Lord issued an earth-shaking roar, pushed with his hands, and forcibly smashed the block of ice to pieces. At the moment when the ice block exploded, the green skin around the Wave Rock Lord, which can even absorb all kinds of attacks below the Holy Spirit Warlock rank, crumbled inch by inch, and his body shrank by a size, revealing bones and flesh engraved with countless mysterious runes. Sheshue beckoned with her hand, and the countless chunks of ice flew into her hand and turned into drops of immortal Empyrean blood exuding immortal Empyrean might. Each drop of immortal Empyrean blood is a peerless treasure blood. Even if a Holy Spirit Warlock refines it, it will bring them great benefits. Standing quietly in the void, Sheshue uttered calmly, "Wave Rock Lord, you forcibly crossed the universe, and then suffered a series of blows. You are seriously injured and are not my opponent. Surrender. As long as you are willing to submit to me, you can live. Otherwise, today will be the anniversary of your death." The Wave Rock Lord smiled proudly, and his eyebrows exuded domineeringness and pride. "Haha, Sheshue, although I don't know which powerhouse you are the reincarnation of. But if you want me, the Wave Rock Lord, to submit, then even the 3 eternal sovereigns aren't qualified. Besides, since you woke up ahead of time, do you really want to fight to the death with me? The guys sleeping in your universe won't let you set foot in eternity unscrupulously. How about we drop today's matter? I can promise you that I won't attack the life forms of this universe for 3,000 years. No matter which universe it is, every Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is an overlord that stands at the apex. Except for some heaven and earth variants favored by the universe, every Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse has gone through countless battles and stepped on the corpses of countless powerhouses to reach the apex step by step. Even though the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns suppress the entire universe, but they can't make a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse their subject. Among the Gamana universe's 18 sacred races, only about half of the Warlock Emperors chose to swear allegiance to the 3 eternal sovereigns. That is because the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses were cultivated by the 3 eternal sovereigns, and are their wings. The Wave Rock Lord is an unruly overlord who doesn't belong to the 3 eternal sovereigns. 3,000 years, that's not enough. This is a great opportunity to eliminate the Gamana universe's forces. Wave Rock Lord, since you don't want to surrender, then go to hell. Shue's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, then countless mysterious runes appeared around her, and she pointed with a finger. In an instant, the ice god halo froze in the void, releasing incomparably resplendent runes that drew upon the power of the universe. The world within 100,000 light-years changed, and all the elemental energy and creature magic energy turned into flowers of ice and snow. The world was transformed into an ice god domain in an instant. Inside the ice god domain, the strength of the powerhouses who wield the power of ice and snow can increase sharply and weaken the enemy's fighting power. As soon as the ice god domain took shape, the connection between the Wave Rock Lord and the universe was severed. Unable to easily absorb the forces of the universe, the Wave Rock Lord's power was weakened by 30%. Each Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can operate secret methods to absorb elemental energy as well as the forces of the universe within several light-years. The more they fight, the stronger they become. Powerhouses below the Holy Spirit Warlock rank cannot exhaust them to death. As soon as the Ice God domain appeared, it transformed the forces within 100,000 light-years, making it difficult for the Wave Rock Lord to absorb them. Shue took a step forward, appeared in front of the Wave Rock Lord, and raised her lily-white hand, and countless stars formed from ice and snow containing the essences of ice and power barreled towards the Wave Rock Lord. Haha. Interesting. In that case, let's fight to the death. The eyes of the Wave Rock Lord surged with fighting spirit, and he burst into laughter. Countless mysterious runes appeared all over him, and he soared into the sky like an invincible transcendent and sent a fist containing the essences of petrification and power barreling towards Shue. Boom! 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 In the central starfield, fearsome explosions rang incessantly, snow fluttered, and stars fell. Every time they exchanged blows, an inch of skin on Shue's delicate body would be petrified. At the same time, ice runes would appear on the Wave Rock Lord's body. So this is the pinnacle essence of petrification. How amazing. At some point, Shiyu appeared beside Yang Feng. Looking at the Wave Rock Lord from afar, her beautiful eyes flickered brightly. As a darling of the heavenly Spirit Stone Emperor universe, Shiyu innately grasped the essence of petrification and the essence of power. The pinnacle form of her evolution is the Wave Rock Lord. The fight between the Wave Rock Lord and Shue has broadened her horizons and allowed her to see the way forward. Mikalia stared at Shue with shock in her beautiful eyes. So strong. That's the legendary big sister Shue, she's so strong. As an angel empress, Mikalia was a Warlock Monarch rank existence at birth and has the potential to evolve into a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. She has always been proud and doesn't put anyone in Yang Feng's harem in her eyes. Shiyu was the only one who made her feel a little fearful. Originally, Mikalia looked down on the legendary Shue, but now that Shue appeared, Mikalia was completely subdued. Yang Feng looked towards the central starfield and frowned. Shue, it seems that she hasn't recovered her full strength. In the central starfield, although Shue suppressed the Wave Rock Lord, but with the help of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Ice God Ring, she only won by a bit. The Wave Rock Lord was seriously injured when he forced his way into the world of warlocks. Shue was unexpectedly only able to suppress the seriously injured Lord Bo Yang. It was clear that she hadn't recovered her peak strength. She hasn't fully recovered. If the fight continues, it should end in a lose-lose situation. Those are 2 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. In the world of warlocks, old monsters hidden in the depths slowly opened their eyes and stared at Shue and the Wave Rock Lord with greed in their eyes. The flesh and blood of 2 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses is enough to tempt eternal sovereign rank powerhouses. If these quasi-Empyrean rank old monsters can get their hands on the flesh and blood of Shue and the Wave Rock Lord, they can also evolve greatly. Shue, it's me, I'm Yang Feng. I obtained a part of the Eternal Soul text, which should be useful to you. Without hesitation, Yang Feng contacted Shui through the Shizu's special frequency, and then transmitted the precious secret method recorded in the Eternal Soul text to her. After Shui obtained the Eternal Soul Codex, she began to comprehend it for a bit, and her eyes began to shine with an incomparably resplendent light. A blurry phantom shrouded in fog suddenly appeared and looked at Lord Bo Yang. As soon as the phantom appeared, Shui's strength suddenly doubled. She slammed her palm into the Wave Rock Lord's body, blasting a terrifying hole in his body. A large amount of his blood splattered on the ground.